Pleasant good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby called to order. I'm Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., and I'm the chair of the committee, and of course today is Thursday, June 24th, 2025. I want to say once again good morning to all present, listening, and viewing. Today, the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance will receive the budget presentation from the Virgin Islands Board of Education, the Board of Nurse Licensure, and the Department of Health. Collectively, these agencies have vital roles in education, professional certification, and public health. The amounts recommended by the executive branch for these agencies are as follows. Board of Education, $2,137,697. Board of Nurse Licensure, $856,373, and the Department of Health, $29,754,129. My colleagues and I look forward to the robust defenses of these general fund requests. During this process, we expect that these agencies will be transparent about their financial need and challenges, their ability to meet their key performance indicators and operational accomplishments. I appreciate that the community is following along during this FY 2026 budget process. We are nearing the home stretch. Please continue to tune in. At this time, I'd like to remind my colleagues and those in the audience to please turn your cell phone off or turn them on mute as to not to interrupt today's proceedings, and ask the Madam Clerk to call the roll.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, absent. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
I'm here.
Senator Francis Jr., present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, present. Senator Kurt A. Vele. Senator Vele, absent. Mr. Chair, 5 present, 2 absent.
Very well. Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have a quorum and prepared to proceed. At this time, please read today's agenda into the record.
The Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance will meet on Thursday, July 24, 2025, 10 a.m. in the Frits E. Lawaetz Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix to receive testimony on the fiscal year 2026 budget. Block 1, 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., VI Board of Education. Invited testifier, Dr. Kaiser Calwood, Chairman. Block 2, 1 p.m. to 3 p.m., Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure. Invited testifier, Carmen Vanterpool Romney, Territorial Executive Director. Block 3, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m., VI Department of Health. Invited testifier, Nicole Gregwill Sims, Assistant Commissioner. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have the testifiers for the Virgin Islands Board of Education seated and prepared to go. We'd also like to recognize the presence of non-committee member, Senator Carla J. Joseph. Good morning. Welcome, Senator, as well as Senator Avery Lewis. Good morning, Senator. Welcome. Just a reminder to the testifiers, at times our recorder is remote, so it's important that you identify yourself before speaking, as well as leave the mic directly in front of you. Allow for the senators to ask their question incomplete and then respond to it so that we don't talk over each other. It's very difficult to be able to record when we have 2 people speaking at once. At this time, Mr. Kaiser Calwood. Good morning, Dr. Calwood. Please do an introduction of yourself as well as the
Senator.
team.
Dr. Kaiser A. Calwood, Chairman, Virgin Islands Board of Education.
Please have your team introduce themselves.
Good morning, Era C. Lockhart, Virgin Islands Board of Education member, Secretary of the Board.
Good morning, Jolene Edwards, Educational Certification Officer.
Ms. Edwards, can you get a little bit closer to the mic? Go ahead. Say that again, please.
Jolene Edwards, Educational Certification Officer.
Morning, welcome.
Good morning, Sandra Bess, Interim Executive Director.
Morning.
Good morning, Verdell V. Parsons, Accountant.
Morning.
Good morning, Sylvanie Reimer, Financial Aid Coordinator.
Good morning. Welcome to St. Croix.
Good morning, Winona Hendricks, member.
Seat.
Morning, Deidre Peterson Heath, Certification Officer, St. Croix.
Barbara.
Good morning, Barbara Sluss, Administrative Assistant.
Thank you very much. At this time, Dr. Colwood, Chairman, you can go ahead with your testimony.
Good morning, Honorable Novel E. Francis Jr., Chairman of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Esteemed members of the committee, distinguished members of the 36th Legislature, and valued members of the public who are tuned in today. I am Dr. Kaiser A. Colwood, Chairman of the 22nd Virgin Islands Board of Education, VIBE. It is both an honor and a responsibility to appear before you today in strong support of our fiscal year 2026 budget proposal, which totals $2,137,697. Joining me are key members of the board and operational team who collectively oversee the board's fiscal, regulatory, and strategic functions. I'm accompanied by Secretary Era C. Lockhart, Director of Business and Finance and Interim Executive Director Sandra Bess, Financial Aid Coordinator Sylvanie Reimer, Educational Certification Officer Jolene Edwards, and Accountant Verdell Parsons. Representing our St. Croix delegation are Member Winona A. Hendricks, Educational Certification Officer Deidre Peterson Heath, and Administrative Assistant Barbara Sluss. Our presentation today is more than a request for funding. It is a reaffirmation of our fiduciary discipline, accountability, and dedication to advancing public education across the Virgin Islands. This budget reflects a strategic alignment of resources with the board's statutory mandates, emerging educational needs, and operational goals. Over the past fiscal year, the board has focused on efficiency, compliance, and outcome-driven investments, ensuring that every dollar entrusted to us serves as a measurable educational purpose. We have tightened internal controls, improved reporting mechanisms, and refined cost-saving strategies, all while maintaining high levels of service delivery. Established under Act Number 2252 and operating as an independent agency of the Government of the Virgin Islands, VIBE is entrusted with critical educational governance responsibilities pursuant to 17 VIC subsections 21 to 25, 41 to 42, 82, 19 to 91, 121, 127 to 129, 171 to 177, 184 to 191, and 193 to 194. These responsibilities include administering the Territorial Scholarship Fund and special legislative grants, certifying and credentialing educational professionals across the territory, developing, revising, and enforcing educational-related rules and regulations, providing oversight and annual reporting on key performance areas, including test scores, dropout rates, attendance, and administrative effectiveness, serve as an impartial appellate body in education-related disputes. The board's 9 members are elected from 2 legislative districts, 4 each from St. Croix and St. Thomas St. John, with 1 at-large member residing in St. John. Current members include St. Croix District Winona A. Hendricks, Terrence T. Joseph, Mary L. Moorhead, and Emanuela Perez Casillas. St. Thomas St. John District Judy M. Gomez Esquire, Era C. Lockhart, Nandi Siku Esquire, and myself, Dr. Kaiser A. Colwood, and at-large member Abigail Hendricks Kagan. The executive committee, which I Chair alongside Vice Chair Emmanuel Perez and Secretary Era C. Lockhart, and the humble leadership of Ms. Sandra Bess, provides policy guidance and operational oversight to ensure the board executes its statutory duties effectively. Our operational strength is rooted in a committee-driven model which promotes specialization, accountability, and targeted oversight in the following areas: professional staff certification and higher education chaired by Dr. Kaiser A. Callwood, policies, rules, and regulations chaired by Nandi Siku Esquire, public-private liaison chaired by Era C. Lockhart, curriculum, instruction, and learning environment chaired by Winona A. Hendricks, Finance, Scholarships, and Collection chaired by Judy M. Gomez, and the Executive Committee chaired by yours truly. This structure has enabled us to implement cost-conscious decision-making, improve data-driven policy development, and ensure transparent scholarship disbursement and collection practices. We are also leveraging technology and interagency partnerships to maximize our operational reach while minimizing redundancy. Fiscal year 2024-2025 actual expenditures and proposed 2026 budget. You will see the table for the numbers accordingly. Table 1 outlines the Virgin Islands Board of Education fiscal posture over the current and prior fiscal years, providing a side-by-side comparison of actual expenditures for FY24, appropriated and expended fund as of July 11, 2025 for FY25, and the proposed expenditures for FY 2026. The financial data reflected in Table 1 underscores VIBE's commitment to sound fiscal management, disciplined spending, and forward-looking investment in educational excellence. In FY24, actual expenditures total $1.73 million, illustrating lean operation and cost-conscious decision-making across core areas including personnel, services, and instructional support. In FY25, the legislature appropriated $2.38 million, and as of July 11, 2025, VIBE has expended $1.6 million, demonstrating a responsible expenditure trajectory with no budget overruns anticipated by the close of the fiscal year. The FY 2026 proposed budget of $2.14 million reflects a reduction of $250,000 and forces VIBE to revisit our programmatic priorities and maximize strategic resource allocation practices. Key budget categories: performance and projection. Personnel services and fringe benefits, which make up the majority of our budget, reflect our investment in human capital, staff in essential roles, including certification, compliance, finance, and administrative oversight. While expenditures increased from FY year 2024 to FY year 2025, to address staffing gaps and cost of living adjustments, we propose a flat personnel budget for FY 2026 reflecting anticipated stabilization. Supplies and utility services are expected to decrease in FY year 2026 based on the efficiency gains and better procurement practices. Our utility budget was trimmed by over 69% in recognition of these gains. Other services and charges, which included contractual obligation, programmatic services, and technology support, saw reduced actual expenditures in FY 2025 and a deliberate downward adjustment in FY 2026 to match revised operational needs. Capital outlay, though unused in FY 2024 and FY 2025, is retained at $90,000 for FY 2026 to support long-needed capital improvements. Personnel services. The Virgin Islands Board of Education currently has 18 budgeted positions strategically allocated across our St. Croix and St. Thomas district offices to ensure the effective delivery of services territory-wide. Territorial staffing and distribution and structure. The St. Croix District Office is presently staffed with a financial aid assistant, administrative assistant, an educational certificate The St. Thomas District Office is staffed with a Director of Business and Finance, Accountant, Financial Aid Coordinator, Financial Aid Assistant, Educational Certification Officer, 2 Loan Collection Officers, Maintenance Engineer, and a Custodian. These classified positions are non-union and form the operational backbone of the board's administrative and regulatory responsibilities. A current organizational chart is included as Appendix A for reference. Personnel Services and FY 2025 financial activity. As of July 11, 2025, VIBE has expended $865,954.33 in personnel services and $240,855.26 in fringe benefits, illustrating our continued investment in core staffing while remaining within our FY 2025 appropriation. Notably, all classified staff except 2 employees whose documentation is currently under review receive salary increases in accordance with the Governor's Executive Order 508-202 during the current fiscal year. In line with our strategic goals and succession planning efforts, VIBE has reprioritized the recruitment of 5 of our 6 currently vacant full-time positions with onboarding target for the 4th quarter of FY 2025. These roles include Executive Director, Associate Executive Director, Executive Assistant, Researcher, and the Financial Aid Representative, which was recently selected and pending onboarding on St. Croix. The 6th position, Custodian on St. Croix, will be filled in a subsequent phase. To ensure uninterrupted service delivery and institutional resilience, the board has initiated a cross-training program which enables staff to operate effectively across units. This investment in workforce agility ensures continuity of operations, mitigate risk, and enhance responsiveness to the needs of the public. The board is also proud to partner with the Departments of Labor's Summer Youth Work Experience Program, an initiative designed to build future workforce capacity. For the summer of 2025, VIBE welcomed Latifa Smith and Yamar Ortiz in the St. Croix District and Khalil Fleming in the St. Thomas District. These 6-week internships provide meaningful exposure to the workplace by rotating interns through each unit of the board. Interns acquire critical skills in customer service, data management, and public sector professionalism, positioning them for successful transition into full-time employment post-graduation. As of June 30, 2025, the board's operating account with First Bank Virgin Islands, account ending in 0390, maintains a balance of $13,722.12. This reflects the board's continued commitment to financial stewardship, conservative cash flow management, and effective reconciliation practices. The board ensures that all account activity is monitored, audited, and reconciled monthly in alignment with best fiscal practices and the Government of the Virgin Islands financial policies. Professional services. The Virgin Islands Board of Education relies on qualified, contracted vendors to support essential functions that enhance operational efficiency, regulatory compliance, and digital accessibility. Table 2 above outlines the professional services agreements currently in effect, including vendors, scope of work, payment history, and contract duration. These contracts represent strategic investments in specialized expertise not available in-house. Each vendor is carefully selected through the compliant procurement channels and evaluated for cost effectiveness, service quality, and alignment with VIBE's statutory obligations. Crucian Point LLC continues to provide webmaster and digital management services, ensuring the board's online presence is functional and secure. A total of $23,870.50 has been expended in FY 2025 to enhance website accessibility, update certification resources, and support online scholarship services. Omni Systems, Inc., was procured to manage and maintain the board's agent information technology infrastructure. Their 3-year agreement, effective December 2024 through November 2027, ensures the continuity of operations, cybersecurity compliance, and system performance. Initial payments under this contract are expected later in FY 2025 upon completion of Phase 1 upgrades. Jennifer Jones Esquire, contracted at $200,000 annually, serves as a general legal counsel offering guidance on governance, human resources, statutory interpretation, and administrative hearings. To date, $85,000 has been expended on their FY 2024 contract, supporting the board's increased need for legal review of policies, certification matters, and legislative compliance. These contracted services not only supplement our internal capacity, but ensure the board fulfills its legal, technological, and communication mandates efficiently and effectively. Every professional services agreement is reviewed annually for performance, deliverables, and value to ensure that the taxpayer resources are being utilized judiciously. VIBE remains committed to maintaining vendor transparency, procurement integrity, and outcome-based contracts as part of our broader mission to support educational excellence in the Virgin Islands. As of July 11, 2025, the Virgin Islands Board of Education has documented a total of $40,648.26 in outstanding vendor obligation. The board continues to work in close coordination with the Department of Property and Procurement and the Department of Finance to ensure prompt processing, compliance with financial procedures, and minimize delays in vendor payment. All transactions are recorded and monitored using the Government of the Virgin Islands centralized financial system, ensuring accountability at every step. This level of visibility into our financial obligation enables VIBE to maintain strong vendor relationships and avoid service interruptions, ensure accurate cash flow forecasting, uphold its commitment to timely and transparent payments for all contracted goods and services. The outstanding obligation represents not only an operational reality, but also a testament to the value and complexity of services procured to support the board's educational mission. These obligations are fully accounted for within our FY 2025 budget and are actively being managed in coordination with our fiscal partners. The Virgin Islands Board of Education maintains administrative operations in both St. Croix and St. Thomas, utilizing a combination of leased and government-owned properties. The current and projected facility-related expenses are integral to maintaining safe, functional, and accessible work environments for both staff and the public we serve. The board currently leases office space from Christiansted Restoration LLC at 1115 Strand Street, Christiansted, St. Croix, at an annual cost of $52,477.08 or $4,373 per month. The board continues to occupy the Strand Street location on a month-to-month rental basis as agreed upon by the landlord. It has recently been subject to significant health and safety concerns, primarily stemming from the roof damage and environmental exposure. Roof repairs are currently underway. It should be noted that the building block is currently listed for sale, potentially affecting future occupancy. In response, the board has secured additional office space through a long-term lease with Zephyr Enterprises LLC located in Estate Hogansburg, Frederiksted. This contract managed through the Department of Property and Procurement covers the period of August 1, 2023 through July 1 of 2030 at an annual cost of $30,000 or $2,500 per month. Need to be corrected. This contract has not been executed. This new location is currently under construction with a move-in date pending completion of the build-out and final inspections. On St. Thomas, the board operates out of its government-owned property located at 60B, 61, and 62 Dranigan's Garda. This complex consists of a two-story masonry building containing administrative offices, storage areas, staff restrooms, and an emergency generator. a historic single-story structure known as the Blake Gertie House, which previously served as the board's formal conference room. Both buildings suffered structural damage during the 2017 hurricanes and have been undergoing phased repairs, including the roof, courtyard, and driveway. Restoration efforts continue in alignment with available funding and government capital improvement planning. The preservation of the historic structure also remains a cultural priority for the board. Through this dual-side model, the board remains focused on ensuring safety, ADA compliant, and professional working environments while maintaining continuity of services. These facility-related investments are necessary to uphold compliance with health standards, support staff productivity, and fulfill our obligations to the public. The Virgin Islands Board of Education remains committed to the preservation, restoration, and functional enhancement of its government-owned facilities, particularly those located in historic District of St. Thomas. Both buildings have suffered devastating damage during hurricanes Irma and Maria. Our efforts have focused on ensuring structural integrity, historical preservation, ADA accessibility, and the full restoration of public assets to their intended design, use, and capacity. Through an interagency effort involving the Department of Public Works and the Department of Property Procurement, the board secured and executed a contract in the amount of $145,376 with Caribbean Contracting Services to carry out critical repairs to the main administration facility, as well as perimeter stone walls and fencing. All work under this initial contract has been successfully completed, restoring safety and functionality to the building and its surrounding structures. To address additional infrastructure concerns, the board, again in coordination with the Department of Public Works, processed a contract change order totaling $53,994. This additional scope of work includes repairs to the soffit of the administration building, removal of 2 hazardous trees, repaving and repair of the facility's main driveway and entrance area. These improvements ensure long-term sustainability and usability of the property for staff and the general public. The Blake Gertie House, a historic one-story structure on the Board St. Thomas property, was also significantly damaged during the 2017 hurricanes. Recognizing its cultural and administrative value, the board partnered with the Department of Public Works to create a restoration scope of work. With the guidance of the Division of Historic Preservation with the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, the board successfully secured a $200,000 grant from the National Park Service. To prevent expiration of the federal funds, the grant was transferred to the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority Enterprise Zone Commission, which administered the project and awarded constructor to MCE Contracting. As of April 22, 2025, completed improvements include waterproofing of the structure, replacement of the flooring and windows, a refreshed street facade ensuring public visibility and community presence. The board will continue collaborating with the Department of Public Works, the Department of Property and Procurement, and a designated architect and construction manager to complete the restoration. Planned enhancements include installation of a lift to support individuals with physical disabilities, aligning the property with ADA standards. To support long-term recovery efforts, the board filed for public assistance through the Federal Emergency Management Agency for hurricane-related damages incurred in 2017. In March 2021, FEMA obligated a total of $115,833 under Category E, public buildings and contents, specifically for the St. Thomas location. The approved repairs designed to restore the building and surrounding grounds to pre-disaster design, function, and capacity began in September 2024 and were completed ahead of schedule in December 2024, prior to the project end date of January 18, 2025. Of the obligated FEMA funds, the board received a total reimbursement of $110,041.37, which directly supported the completion of storm-related repairs. These capital and disaster recovery projects exemplify VIBE's ability to secure federal funding, manage complex construction initiatives, and preserve historic infrastructure, all while maintaining fiscal accountability and compliance with local and federal regulations. Our approach ensures that board-owned properties remain functional, secure, and accessible for generations to come. The board maintains an operational fleet of 4 vehicles evenly distributed to each district to support field operations, outreach, and administrative functions. In fiscal year 2023, VIBE strategically acquired 2 Ford Transit vans, which were registered and delivered in May of 2024 by the Department of Property and Procurement. These additions enhance the board's mobility and service capacity across both districts. However, in February of 2025, the transit van assigned to the St. Croix district was vandalized while parked in the Christiansted government parking lot. The board promptly reported the incident to the Virgin Islands Police Department, completed the necessary police documentation, and has initiated an insurance claim for damages. Territorial Scholarship Funds Special Legislative Grants. The Virgin Islands Board of Education administers the Territorial Fund and Special Legislative Grants to provide critical financial support to Virgin Islands students pursuing higher education and workforce training opportunities. The FY year 2025 financial aid application period ran from November 1, 2024 through April 4, 2025, during which time the board undertook a comprehensive and strategic outreach campaign to maximize awareness and encourage student participation. Efforts included 1-week advertisement in the Virgin Islands Daily News, publication of scholarship details on VIBE website, radio announcements across local stations, targeted workshop presentation by financial aid representatives at public and private high schools throughout the St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix district, engagements with adult continuing education programs, and the University of the Virgin Islands University Bound program. Participation in community and education events such as the St. Croix Agricultural Fair, Korean Technical Education Fair, college fairs, and the University of the Virgin Islands Afternoon on the Green. These multi-channel initiatives demonstrate the board's commitment to equitable access to financial aid and the promotion of educational advancement across the territory. For fiscal year 2025, the board was allocated a total of $1,579,566 to administer these critical programs, broken down as follows: $1,192,416 earmarked for the Territorial Scholarship Loan Grant Program, and $387,150 designated for special legislative grants. Additionally, the Territorial Scholarship Fund is supplemented by payments from Collections and Economic Development Commission EDC beneficiary contribution, thereby expanding the available resource for scholarship recipients. Though the prudent management of these funds and proactive outreach, VIBE continues to support the education aspiration of Virgin Islands students, ensuring the availability of financial aid as a key enabler of academic success and workforce readiness. The Virgin Islands Board of Education sincerely extends its gratitude to Senator Novel E. Francis Jr., his dedicated legislative team, and this august body for their pivotal role in advancing Bill number 36-0064, which ensures the full restoration of Act number 8690. This act originally appropriated $24,000 to support the Caroline Felicia Adams Aviation Scholarship. Due to earlier funding shortfalls, the board's ability to fully support qualified aviation students was significantly at risk. Senator Francis' leadership in securing the restoration of these critical appropriations preserved access to specialized financial aid and reinforced the territory's investment in aviation careers. Thank you, Senator Francis, and the members of the 36th Legislature. You are awesome. The board observed an increase in scholarship application for the current award cycle. As reflected in Table 5 below, a total of 659 applications were received, an increase of 32 compared to the 627 applications received in the 2024-2025 period. That table is provided for you. Pursuant to Title 17, Chapter 15, 171, of the Virgin Islands Code, beneficiaries of the Virgin Islands Economic Development Commission excluding small businesses, are required to contribute annually to the Territorial Scholarship Fund as a condition for maintaining their tax-exempt status. These contributions play an essential role in bolstering the board's ability to offer financial assistance to Virgin Islands students pursuing higher education, training, and certification. And that table is provided of the different EDC beneficiaries and the amounts they have paid to date to the board. As illustrated in Table 6, VI EDC beneficiaries contributed a total of $299,000 in fiscal year 2024 and $263,910 as of July 11, 2025. These amounts reflect compliance by a significant number of certified beneficiaries, as well as the board's diligent tracking and acknowledgement of received contributions. In addition to the above, the board had received $65,000 in private donations and corporate contribution from non-VI EDC entities, further strengthening the scholarship fund's financial base. The board expresses its sincere appreciation to all VI EDC beneficiaries, private donors, and supporting entities whose generous contributions directly support the territory's future workforce. These investments allow the board to expand scholarship availability, increase award amounts, and enhance service delivery to students across both districts. This sustained and collaborative funding model highlights the strength of public-private partnerships in advances educational equity and achievement for the students of the Virgin Islands. The Virgin Islands Board of Education remains committed to responsible stewardship of the Territorial Scholarship Fund, which includes the administration and the recovery of student loan repayments. These collections are reinvested into the fund to support future scholarship recipients and ensure the long-term sustainability of financial aid programs. As shown in Figure 1, the loan repayment collections have remained consistent over the past 3 fiscal years. As of July 11, 2025, the board has collected a total of $303,994.65 in student loan repayments. To further enhance collections, the board implemented a targeted initiative beginning in FY 2024 to review and update delinquent accounts. This initiative included correspondence outreach to borrowers and consignors, verification and updating of outdated contact information, reconciliation of aged accounts, and file audits. In FY 2025, the board also launched a loan repayment amnesty period from July 26, 2024 through December 31st of 2024, which encouraged voluntary repayments by waiving penalties and interest. This initiative yielded $29,745.98 in collections, providing an incentive-based mechanism for borrowers to resume repayment activities. So if you are a borrower, please reach out to the Board of Education and don't avoid our calls. Currently, the total outstanding delinquent loan balance stands at $1,180,513.41. Many of these accounts are 20 years or older, and the board has absorbed that significant number of borrowers, have relocated off island, have changed their contact information, have changed their address, are elderly or deceased making recovery payments increasingly complex, and another one, when we finally get them on the phone, then they block us when we call them next time. To address these challenges, staff are actively working to update loan files, cross-reference public records, and explore further recovery options, including potential partnerships and collections with possession firms, credit bureaus, or legal counsel. The board remains focused on balancing compassionate recovery efforts with fiscal accountability, ensuring that future student loans to benefit from this critical financial resource while honoring past financial obligations. The number of individual repayment records representing the total number of persons making payments remains an important performance indicator of the board's ongoing long-term recovery efforts. This data demonstrates a modest upward trend in FY 2024, likely attributed to the enhanced communication strategies and the launch of the Loan Amnesty Initiative. While the FY 2025 record count reflects activity as of mid-July, the board anticipates continued increases in engagement as outreach and compliance measures remain ongoing. The board's efforts to encourage timely repayment and resolve age delinquencies remain critical to the health of the Territorial Scholarship Fund. By tracking participation year over year, VIBE is able to identify trends, strengthen borrowers' support system, and enhance the integrity of its financial aid operations. Certification. 1 second. Pursuant to Title 17, Section 121 of the Virgin Islands Code, the Virgin Islands Board of Education is authorized to prescribe rules and regulations and to establish certification criteria for professionals employed by the Virgin Islands Department of Education. These include teachers, supervisors, principals, librarians, and other educational professionals. The board continues to fulfill its statutory mandate through rigorous application review, credential evaluation, and ongoing professional development support. From fiscal year 2023 through May 31st, 2025, a total of 882 certification was issued across both districts, and those tables are shared for you. These figures reflect the board's commitment to maintaining high standards in educator workforce while responding to emerging needs across public education system. To address challenges related to expired certification and to promote educator retention, the board proposed and implemented a one-time amnesty program for FY year 2025, and I must thank one of our past employees of the year, Jolene Edwards, for this idea. This initiative includes extension for conditional certificate holders. Eligible professionals may reapply without penalty for an extension of up to 3 years to complete the full certification requirements. Reduced professional development PD requirement. Educators seeking recertification can now fulfill requirements with 75 of the approved professional development, a reduction from 125 hours, provided all documentation is submitted by July 31st, 2025. Flexible PD options. Approved options include workshops, university courses, and online webinars. Digital submission portal. All applications are submitted through a streamlined online platform with support provided by board certification officers. Clear guidance and communication. Applicants receive comprehensive instruction to ensure compliance with certification standards and board policy. And all of those figures or tables are shared for you as well. FY year 2025 accomplishments. In alignment with the board's strategic objective and legislative mandates, the Virgin Islands Board of Education has made meaningful progress in elevating the quality and accountability of public education across the territory. These achievements are the result of continued partnerships with the Department of Education, the American Federation of Teachers, the USVI Parent-Teacher-Student Association, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the Regional Educational Laboratory for the Northeast and Island region, which has stopped operation. We received that letter, and various other educational stakeholders. Year-to-date highlights. School Management Accountability Report. In accordance with 17 VIC subsection 24, on June 13, 2025, the Curriculum, Instruction, and Learning Environment Committee chaired by Winona A. Hendricks transmitted the annual SMAR to the Governor, members of the 36th Legislature, and the Commission of Education, and other key stakeholders. This comprehensive report includes findings and recommendations derived from school site visits and the Department of Education data, ensuring transparency and informed decision-making. Curriculum and Instruction Pilot Initiative. In compliance with Act Number 8717, the board executed a pilot program to evaluate public school curricula, instruction, and administrative practices. These initiatives introduced an academic walkthrough checklist for the 2024-2025 school year, which guided in-person school visits and classroom assessments in both districts. Board members evaluated course standards alignment, grade level instruction, instructional materials, and intervention strategies that impact student success. Professional Certification Engagement. The Professional Staff Certification and Higher Education Committee conducted outreach and certification session during the Department of Education Professional Development Training and the AFT Teach Conference supporting educators with timely guidance and credentialing resources. Strengthening internal controls. In response to the recommendation from the Office of the Inspector General, the Board's Internal Controls Committee, which was chaired by Attorney Judy M. Gomez, completed a thorough review and update of the Internal Operation Policy Manual finalized on December 23, 2024. This reflects the Board's continued commitment to transparency, compliance, and operational excellence. These accomplishments are a testament to the hard work and professionalism of the Board staff led by Sandra Best and the 22nd Governing Board, whose dedication drives VIVE's missions forward. We remain committed to improving student outcomes, enhancing institutional accountability, and promoting educational excellence across the Virgin Islands. In closing, I extend sincere appreciation to the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, especially Chairman Senator Novel E. Francis and this august body for your continued partnership and support. We welcome your questions and look forward to continued collaboration in strengthening the Virgin Islands public education system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thank you very much for this excellent budget presentation and testimony. I think you hit all points. We still have a few questions, but very good report. So tell me, in respect to your budget allotments, have you received all of your allotments thus far to date?
Sandra Bess, Interim Executive Director. To date, we have received the 10th allotment.
Very well, thank you. And any reduction or in terms of your allotment?
No, sir.
Very well. Have you received any federal funds, any ARPA, OIA funding?
No, sir.
Okay, OIA, of course, is Office of Insular Affairs. Any funding for any initiatives or anything like that? And of course, ARPA is from, again, that may have been from the administration under the governor initiatives?
No, sir.
Okay. What about vendors payment? How much do you owe in aggregate in vendors payment?
Verdell Parsons, accountant. Presently, we have an outstanding of, as of yesterday, total paid based on page 6 of the testimony, $40,648. We have a total paid of $17,929.45 with an outstanding balance of $22,718.81.
And all of those outstanding is within the 30 days?
A little bit over 30 days here and there. Our 30-day category totals $4,128.45. Our 60 to 90-day category totals $7,598.40. And our over 90 and over days totals $17,608.75.
Thank you, Ms. Parsons. So tell us, in having received all of your allotment, what would cause your vendor payment to lag over 90 days?
Sandra Bess, Interim Executive Director. The process to finance, it's where it's usually held. We would usually go through the process, and then once it's approved, it's usually held at finance.
Okay, at what point do we, again, initiate the nuclear option of perhaps calling the OMB director, the Commissioner of Finance, because, of course, we have vendors that's owed over 90 days. Can you speak to that?
Definitely, Senator Dr. Callwood. Once we wait, we give about a 2-week time notice, and then we start to reach out. So we have close communication with Director Reimer and also Commissioner McCurdy and the various staff within the Department of Finance and Property Requirement, respectively. So we don't just wait. Once we see nothing moving, within that 2-week time frame, we start to pick up the phone and call them. So we have an excellent relationship, and they ensure that anything that's over the 60 to 90 days or more, they try to pay those first, and then we go back to the 30 days.
Okay, very well. And how are we keeping the vendors informed and keeping them updated in terms of these pending payments?
So one of the things that we do, we actually reach out to them and stay in close communication with them. And then, of course, from periodically, we also send emails out. Ms. Bess have led that initiative, and I dare, in terms of reaching out to the vendors to thank them for continuing to assist the Virgin Islands Board of Education. Even if there's a delay in payment, our vendors still come through in full force. So we thank them too as well in that way.
Okay. How much revenues have you collected to date?
Sandra Bess, Interim Executive Director. The revenues are the EDC beneficiaries, and that is $299,000 is the from the 99 beneficiaries that were listed on the website, the EDC's website.
Okay, and do you charge any fees or fines or anything else where you're able to collect funding on?
Sandra Bess, Interim Executive Director. No, sir. No fees we collect on.
Okay, and how much have been budgeted for stipend or per diem payment?
Sandra Bess, okay, because our budget is a line item budget. It usually comes out of there's a category called stipends, so that's where it comes from, sir. There's no direct appropriation for it. It comes out of, I'm sorry, give me 2 seconds, let me find it.
And while you're looking for it, can you give me the number that have been paid or expended in that category for stipend payments?
Okay, so before Ms. Parsons gives you the figure, we usually take the stipends out of other services, which has been budgeted in FY25 $698,595.
Okay. All right. Just let me know when you have that. I'll go ahead and open up the floor to my colleagues at this time for a 5-minute round. And the order that will be going in this morning, we have Senator Blyden, Senator Carla J. Joseph, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Hubert Frederick, Senator Avery Lewis, Senator Maurice James, and Senator Kurt Viale thus far. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues.
Good morning.
Good morning to the staff, central staff, listening, viewing audiences, people of the Virgin Islands, and good morning, Chairman Calwood, and other testifiers, and thank you so much for your testimony, most comprehensive testimony. Let me ask you in respect to your testimony, though, because Ms. Bess, let me ask you quickly, because you said you don't have any federal funds, but you get other funds in terms, like, for instance, you received a $200,000 grant from the national park, and you also received funds from FEMA for unhistorical preservation for work that's being done on different projects and buildings. Is that correct? How much have you received from those different entities?
Sandra Bess, Interim Executive Director. From the $200,000 to that was given to the board for the National Park Service, that was directed to the Economic Development Authority, and that's who handled the contractor. So we did not directly receive the money, that funding. I'm sorry, could you repeat the second request?
I believe you received some funds for, I believe, from FEMA for damages to some of your buildings, etc. And what the status of those repairs, because based on the testimony in terms of the amount we pay for rent, etc., what's being done to see if we can get those repairs done and probably move back in and see how we can save some funds for the board.
Senator, just to correct some items.
Clarification.
The funds that we received from FEMA, that was from the 2017 store we got up back in March of 2021. All of those projects were completed, and we got a reimbursement back from FEMA of $110,041.37. So the board is not displaced. We are in our 2 locations that we have had for a long time.
Okay, very well. And what's the time frame for those locations in terms of the lease? Because the one location that's kind of pretty steep. How much square foot is that? The one you're paying for, I believe, $4,000 plus a month. What's the square foot of that building?
Sandra Bess, Interim Executive Director. It's 2,300 square feet. And that's in St. Croix.
Okay, how long that lease for? Time frame?
The lease, it's a current month-to-month lease.
Or month to month? Okay, very well. Let me ask you, in respect to the EDC companies, I know you spoke to that briefly, but how much do we have outstanding in terms of payment from those companies? Or does all of them pay? And if not, how much do we have outstanding? Or what the number of those individuals who have not been paying?
Sandra Bess, Interim Executive Director. The EDC beneficiaries only make a contribution to the Territorial Scholarship Fund of $3,000 annually. There are currently 99 beneficiaries. So what we do is we just ensure that the beneficiary is compliant. We provide them with an acknowledgement letter, which is sent to the beneficiary and to the EDC. So the EDC can ensure that they are in compliance or out of compliance.
Understand, but I was asking how many are outstanding, how many are not in compliance? That's the question I asked, really.
41 of the 99, Senator, 41 of the 99 haven't paid anything to the Board of Education.
Very well. Let me ask you in respect to your testimony also, you spoke to contracts, etc. And I know you spoke to many individuals who have not paid the Board of Education for the loans, etc. I believe that with let me talk to your legal contract, which is $200K a year. Do they assist you in terms of
1 minute.
getting restitution or getting results when it comes to those many individuals who have not been paid back the board for their portion of the loan, etc.? How does that work? And what's going on in that space, briefly?
Yes, Attorney Jones do provide us with legal guidance through the Financial Collections Committee to work hand in hand with the local collection officers to address any issues relative to individuals not paying. Yes.
30 seconds.
And you spoke to a 69% decrease for supplies and utilities, which is tremendous. How did you attain such a large decrease in those 2 categories, especially for utilities? What are you doing in that space so that can probably be shared with other agencies? What are you doing differently?
Well, what we're doing differently, we monitor in terms of our usage. I know the staff at the Board of Education is always cold, so that AC stays off. It don't really be on because they're always cold. So that's one way that helped. In areas where staff is not available, the light and stuff is off. So, it's a combination of things. So Ms. Bess walks around the St. Thomas office all day. So she turns off lights here and there if they're on and not. If, for instance, if somebody uses the bathroom, forget to turn off the light, she goes in there and turn off the light. The same thing in St. Croix office. So between Ms. Bess and the staff, we have worked collaboratively together to ensure that we could minimize the usage of those items, especially utilities. In terms of supplies, the staff works proactively. We purchase in bulks, and we don't wait till the things run out to try to get items. So we stay staff and ensure that we have our items together. So that's how we're able to reduce that percentage so largely. And hopefully it stays that way.
Okay, very well. Thank you for that. And in closing, Mr. Chair, You spoke about cross-training your staff to be more effective, etc. And basically, in what areas are you cross-training your staff? In all areas? And how is that assisting you with your effectiveness and your output when it comes to the work at the Board of Education?
Thank you for that. Under the humble leadership of Ms. Bess, we have created a staff training, cross-training. So we have cross-training in terms of the loan collection officers. One of them in particular helps in terms of the accounting-related duties. Also, we have in the St. Croix district, we have one of our administrative assistant helps with that. The financial aid persons led by the supervisor in charge, Ms. Rima, also help in terms of accounting-related tasks in terms of the ERP system. Our loan collection financial assistants, we just recently did a training with the Department of Finance, and they can be able to enter items in the system to ensure that as we get the bills in the system, so Ms. Parsons, who has that one job by herself, she gets assistance, especially if she's out at times, or if any staff is out at times, anybody could be able to help in any area. If the certification staff is out, they can be able to gather the documents, make sure stuff is in order, so the different staff helps in every area except the maintenance engineer. We haven't found something for him yet to do, but it's coming.
Thank you for that. I appreciate what the Board of Education is doing. I appreciate the different training, etc., what that you're doing, the different strategies you're using to be more effective and efficient. And again, Mr. Chair, I want to thank you so much for the time. I want to thank you for your responses. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden, for your line of question. A point of information, Senator Maurice James, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, all. I just have a quick question regarding the Christianstead property that you're renting. What is that property currently listed for? I saw you stated it's currently listed for sale. I guess that's why you have a month-to-month. What's the listing price?
In terms of the month-to-month, that's because the contract expired. So we had a month-to-month until our new location is ready. I don't know what's the listing price, Miss Senator. I'm sorry. I don't know that information.
So the board never considered purchasing that property or trying to see if you could negotiate some kind of a deal with the owner?
No, the board is not interested in purchasing that property. Is a lot of work that will take in terms of that property. For one, the elevator doesn't even work to get people upstairs. So it's a host of things is wrong with that property, and we're not interested.
Okay, so you made a determination it wasn't worth the price. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very
Mr.
much.
Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator James, for that question. Dr. Cowwood, in respect to your rental properties, again on page 7, I saw that you mentioned that there is a lease that's being considered moving forward for your new location. Is the August 1st, 2023 an error? You said 2023 through July 1st of 2030. Is 2023
So
an error?
that's when the contract period was supposed to start. The building was supposed to be ready from 2023. It's still not ready, so we aren't paying anything. So when it's time to move in, then property requirement will make the necessary adjustments.
Very well. Point of information, Senator Bailey.
Thank you so much, and good morning, everyone. Why are you waiting to execute the lease instead of just searching for next property? You're 2 years since you should have moved in. Why are you waiting instead of looking for other available property on St. Croix?
So, Senator, thank you for that question. The board isn't waiting. We have looked for other properties and serve a lot of those stuff either not ready. They have to build out significantly in terms of accessibility for clients to get to the board's office is not available. So we have done a job, and our administrative assistant, Ms. Barbara Sluss, can provide more information relative to that because she has been working on that project, but the board has, in fact, didn't just wait. Members actually provided different ideas or different places saw either for lease or possibly the board can buy the building, and we have looked into all of those efforts.
Can she provide additional information? I find it hard to believe that there's no place on St. Croix that's accessible for the board to move in.
Ms. Sluss,
So
you
we
want
can provide the information. Ms. Sluss, go ahead.
Good morning, Barbara Sluss, Administrative Assistant, Board of Education. Yes, I can email it to you. I don't have my laptop with me on now. I've visited several spots. I have pictures and the information for the different contacts.
Okay, thank you. I'll get back to you on my room. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Senator Viale. Before we go on to the next senator, which would be Senator Carla J. Joseph, why do you still continue to have so much vacant position or acting, Dr. Colwood? If these individuals are sitting in the position and doing the job, you offering them the positions, why do we still have such a large amount of vacancies or acting positions?
Well, the one person that's been acting is Ms. Bess. The other positions, individuals vacated those positions. So the board has prioritized in terms of filling the executive director position, which will be underway shortly. We have received resumes from individuals. Ms. Bess also applied, and we're getting ready to address that. Also, the associate executive director, that's already posted for individual to apply for. The executive assistant position will be internal. We're getting ready to fill that with an internal candidate. The researcher position, we have advertised for that. We did interviews. We didn't get anybody that has the capacity to be a researcher. And the financial aid representative, that person was recently hired and is going through the onboarding process.
Very well, thank you. Senator Carla J. Joseph, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone, and a pleasant good day to the Board of Education officials and staff who are here with us today. I want to, first of all, extend my condolences to the chairman on the passing of his relative. Definitely God covering over them and granting them the strength to overcome their grief. I also want to ask, before that, commend the Board of Education for your very thorough presentation. I was really impressed. So I'll begin my question with a question that the chairman asks regarding your aged vendor payments. Relative to your aged vendor payments, are you in your conversations with Department of Finance, are they indicating to you why they can't pay the vendors if you have already received your 10-month allotment? Why aren't they releasing your checks? That's what I want to understand.
I don't know. I don't think I have a direct response for that in terms of why they're not receiving the payment. We just follow the process in terms of sending the priority listing every week. Ms. Bess sends that every Monday, and then we reach out to the finance representative, OMB, if we need to.
One moment for me, Dr. Carwood, one moment. I wanted to understand, because it could be a cash flow issue with the government. You could have your allotment and they don't have any cash in the Department of Finance to pay you. It's very simple math. It's very simple. This is not complex. So I'm asking you a direct question. Has any of your team had any conversation with the Department of Finance indicating they do not have the cash money to cut your checks, to send it out, print them, and give it to the vendors? Because you have aged vendor payments.
So to our knowledge, that's not the issue in terms of cash flow. We were never told that they have a cash flow issue.
Thank you so much. Thank you so kindly. Now, I want to ask you about this vandalism of your property. What are you doing about that? Are you going to fix that? And is it going to have a cost? Or is this bus that you just bought, and I'm very disturbed by the residents, a van that you just bought. I'm very disturbed by the residents of St. Croix for doing this. This is not the first time they're doing something to the education. I'm very disturbed and disappointed. Tell me, what is your plans to get it refurbished and repaired?
So right now we went through the phase in terms of, so we're right now at the insurance phase. where the executive director and our attorney is working closely with the insurance to determine what will be my goal is that we need a new van.
Okay. Now, okay. So you have your vans and your vehicles insured outside of the government insurance group, correct? You have a private insurance company that you insure. You used to insure your vans and your vehicles.
Sandra Bess, Interim Executive Director. Yes, Senator.
Very good.
They
That's
are
excellent.
insured.
That's excellent. You should be doing that as an independent agency now. As an independent agency, where are we with your audits? Do you have fiscal audits?
Sandra Bess, Interim Executive Director. We are currently in the process of doing another audit. Based on our internal controls, it requires an audit, an upcoming audit. So I will begin contacting audit firms or accountants to conduct another audit.
Very well. And what year is your most recent audit? Or which year are you looking to perform your audit, Ms. Bess?
From 23 to current.
Okay. And you have that budgeted here in your budget act
1 minute.
from the legislature for fiscal year 2026?
Yes, Senator.
Oh, wonderful. How much is it? Well, don't tell me. Don't put it out there because you're probably going to have to get a RFP. Never mind. Cancel that question. Now, I wanted to also ask you a question relative to your how much we appropriated recently. When you receive these monies from the EDC beneficiaries, what is it used for?
30 seconds.
What is it
Sandra
used
Bess,
for?
Interim Executive Director, they are directed to the scholarships.
So if it's directed to the scholarship, why do we have to appropriate an additional money to you recently? You have $263,910 you collected. And we just appropriated an additional, what, 60? How much it was? 60,000? Yeah, it was embedded in the budget. Why would we have to do that if the justification is that you're getting additional? Mr. Chairman.
So, Senator, if I could answer directly, $299,000 that we get from the EDC beneficiary is not enough. It's not even a dent to help the many students that apply for scholarships in order to go to college. We also work in terms of the repayment. That's still not enough. So we do accept gladly the appropriation from the legislature, especially some of those special legislative grants that requires funding and the ever-changing capacity of offerings of scholarships that we want to give to students based on the different programs that are being offered worldwide, to include the University of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time. I do have some follow-up questions, but I will ask them accordingly. Thank you so much, Board of Education, for your responses.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Blyden, you recognize your point of information.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Chairman Calwood, you also received $65,000 from private donations, which I appreciate much. Through the chair, can you just send a list of those individuals so we can patronize them if they have a business or whatever, because it's important that we do support each other. And what do you do to encourage others to donate to the Board of Education in terms of the private sector? Can you speak to that briefly, please? Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So in terms of the private donations, one of our members, Member Judy M. Gomez, is very good in connecting with individuals. And, you know, in terms of individuals listening to the board, either when we come in front of the Senate, we talk about our scholarship loan and grant program when we go to different career fairs. You have families that are now calling to offer maybe a one-time scholarship for the name of their loved one. And that's how we were able to get those private donations that go specifically for a purpose. I know one individual's donated money. It was specifically for the field of education that we could be given to one student.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. Thank you, Dr. Kaiser, for that response. Dr. Calwood, in reference to your collections efforts. Can you speak to at what point do you deem some of those aged bills or debt uncollectible? I think you mentioned that there's some that's on the books for 20 years. At what point do you deem, or the board deem, those uncollectible, bad debt?
So we work in collaboration with our attorney based on best practices and how you could be able to get rid of some of those things. And then once we have exhausted all options, to include credit bureaus, really thinking about if it should even go to small claims court, then we have a plan to get rid of those debts. It's not fully tight yet, but we have a plan that we're working on right now to ensure how we could get rid of some of those debts. One of the things that we did come up with, as you would have read in the testimony, is the amnesty period to try to be able to collect on some of those before we decide they are no longer collectible. We have seen information from people that filed bankruptcy, and based on those bankruptcy, we're able to get rid of some of those. But the others, we are going to tooth and nail to ensure that we could collect this money, because that ensures the longevity of our financial aid program.
Okay, I'm happy that you guys are prioritizing that issue. In respect to the Inspector General's audit of 2020, I know that there were several findings in respect to that audit. Can you speak to compliance at this point?
So the board is in full compliance with the audit that was done with the Inspector General's report. We have done the internal controls operation manual that was done in 2024 of December. We have already have our financial aid policies that we follow that's in concert with the SOPs of the Department of Finance. And of course, I think another one had to deal with retirees. We didn't hire any retirees, so we are in compliance in every facet of that Inspector General's report.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. At this point, the chair will recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to all the members of the public tuned in, my colleagues and all of the testifiers, the Board of Education. Welcome. Special welcome to Chairman Calwood and also to Ms. Lockhart and also to Nandi Saku, members of the board. I want to first congratulate you on the fine performance. The Board of Education definitely serves an important role in the government. And I want to start with the graduations. We attended a few graduations, so I wanted to say congratulations to the Lockhart K-9 and all 142 Dolphins promoted. Principal Dr. Merlene Jones, for student Ivan Nigel, second student Gilado Nayun Tagotongang, and also congratulations to all 124 Bushelta Blazers, for student Janelle Hodge, second student Kimai David, also Olamola Elementary School, the Jaguars, principals Pantos, not Jaguars, I'm sorry, Pantos, Principal Nayanja Boyd, first honor student Kimu Jahanja Jr., second student Clayton Barron, also the 79 Joseph Gomez Elementary School Lions graduates, Principal Irma V. Skelton, first honors Jemani Ryan, second honors Emmanuel Sack. Kishma Turnbull was the most supportive parent. That's my cousin. Congratulations to all 146 Ivana Eudora Ken Devoray graduates. That's my alma mater. $4.5 million in scholarships. Of course, Sally F. Petty, principal. Valedictorian Shade Mark. Salutatorian Kikajja Maloney. Congratulations to all 200 Charlotte Amalie Chicken Hawks. There was 105 males and 92 females. There was more males graduated at Charlotte Amalia. Acting Principal Joel J. Buchanan, Valedictorian Lalia Carter, Salutatorian Sarah Abbott. And congratulations to Dr. Mario Francis, Principal of the Raphael O. Wheatley Skills Center, 152 graduates. The valedictorian was Jessica Gibbs, and the SAL was Mr. Denny Blake. And congratulations to all the graduates from every single school in the entire Virgin Islands. Well, Sir Popa. You know, I want to go out, I want to ask Dr. Calwood, what do you think about the board having the authority to close unsafe schools?
I think the board should play a hand in it. I think Act 8717 changed the board's role. However, the Curriculum Instruction Learning Environment Committee acts a part of as a panel on the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance. So I think the board has a role there. But if the board can get back its responsibility for being a part of the swing of closing unsafe schools, that would be perfect, because the board participates in the walkthroughs. The board have feet on the ground to hear the different concerns from teachers, principals, and students of the issues that they face in the school. So I think the board can play a pivotal role. How exactly you can be able to determine that with a bill, and then we can support it accordingly, and then we could go forward from there.
Yes, I fully agree with you, because that is a very, very important role of the board, being in that decision loop to close unsafe schools. So I want to go now to the IG audit report that the chairman mentioned concerning the Education Initiative Fund, where funds were diverted to debris removal and supplies, et cetera, et cetera. How is that? Is that now, is that a non-issue?
Which funds were diverted?
This was a
to
2025 IG report that flagged over $5 million was misallocated in the Education Initiative Fund. That hadn't come.
No, that's the Department of Education.
Yes.
Very clear, not the Board of Education.
Department of Education,
no,
yes.
The Board of
Very
Education
clear.
has nothing to do with that.
Yes.
Absolutely nothing.
Okay, so you don't have any comment on that?
No comment, no involvement.
Okay, good. So I want to go back now to you're still at Dronigan's Gada E, up from LNC Milliners and the 7
Yes,
day,
we're right there. We own that building. Yes, sir.
Okay, and the Zephyr Enterprise rent at $2,500 a month. You say that your testimony is that you're looking for someplace else?
No, so we are slated to go in that location, but while we are slated to go in that location, we also are looking for other opportunities. The overall goal is to purchase our own building. So if we could find a building between now and then that other location is ready and we could purchase our own building, that's what the board will do.
Okay. You know, when the Department of Education comes before us, it's always an issue when you look at the teacher certifications. So I want to just understand, the certifications is a mandatory process of the teacher, or it's a voluntary process?
It's a mandatory process based on Title 17 of the Virgin Islands Codes that requires that any teacher teaching in the public school system must be certified, and in fact, parents can request that teacher to be removed out of that classroom if they're not certified. If you have some time, I can give you the numbers,
yes, please,
which are stellar. So in the St. Croix district, we have approximately 23.5%, 102 individuals that are not certified of the 434 individuals in the teaching pool. In St. Thomas, we have approximately 10.07%, 42 of 417 individuals not certified. So I must give thanks to the certification staff at the Board of Education, also in concert with the Department of Education, for helping us to push that initiative. One of the things that they did this year is for the evaluation period, they raised the percentage from 5% to 20% that could affect you if in fact that you're not certified. So we're working hand in hand. So St. Thomas is winning right now in terms of getting the numbers down, and we're working with St. Croix to get those numbers down as well, to ensure that all teachers get certified within the Virgin Islands public school system.
Okay, and that's good. So I want you to also comment, there was a 2025 accountability report, Turning the Tide, Reclaiming Promise, which underscored persistently low proficiency rates. Only around 19% of students across St. Thomas and St. John were proficient in English language, with 60 to 70 below. So if I'm understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, if they're not proficient in English language, means that we have a lot of students that don't speak English, more or less.
So I will let Member Hendricks on St. Croix to take that away. Member Hendricks, go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Fonseca and all the other senators.
Time.
Thank you for recognizing turning the tide. In terms of the English language arts performance of our students, the scores from 2023 to 2024 does indicate that our students are struggling with English language arts. And what it means is that the Department of Education with the Board of Education must put strategies or programs in place to assist our students. Some of the schools already have intervention programs where besides the regular classroom teacher, they have additional minutes working in the English area, or they are sent out to someone who might be proficient in that area. So yes, we do have a deficiency, and it calls upon all of us to work towards improving that. That is why the report is not only sent to the Department of Education, but it is also sent to the legislature and the governor so that we're all aware that we have some responsibility in addressing the problem. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for
thank
that
you.
response.
Time was called, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
Thank you. I don't want to bruise my time, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Can you expand a little bit, Ms. Hendricks, in respect to, I mean, obviously that's a troubling area that we're trying to address. Can you speak to what's the effort? Again, you talk about the notification that have been sent to the legislature, to the governor and Department of Education as well. What is some of the goals or some of the work that's being done by the Board of Education to help us to narrow the pipeline in regards to that particular issue?
Thank you so much again, Senator. One of the things that the board has done this year is we have created a curriculum, instruction, and learning environment checklist. And based on mandates from 8717, it indicates that the board has the responsibility and is accountable for going into schools to make sure that they are following some curriculum standards. So when we take this checklist, we visit each and every school twice for the school year, and we check on what curriculum standards are being provided for the students in all subject areas that we have an opportunity to observe. So we might go into a math class and we look to see that third grade math, what are the skills that the students are supposed to be responsible for. And so the board has this opportunity, like I said, twice a year, and we go in and we take a look at how well the curriculum coordinators are assisting the classroom teachers. So it's not just the board's responsibility alone. We have to work with and collaborate with the Department of Education. So they are aware and they visit us sometimes. The principals are there. We sit in classrooms, we observe, and we look at things such as how our students are expressing themselves. Are they just saying yes or no? Or can they elaborate, which is what we're striving for. We look for that in math. We're looking for the critical thinking, not just that you know the answer, but you can provide a structure or examples of strategies of how you got that answer. So we're looking at curriculum, and we're looking at individual teachers. We also check to see whether they're certified, which is what the chairperson mentioned a few minutes ago. We check on whether that instruction is engaging, whether the students are excited about the process. We check about their responses. We check about approaches. Is it just the teacher and the Blackboard and the Promethean board, or are they doing other exciting things? Field trips, are they working with devices? Are they working in small groups, large groups? Are they getting individual attention? So the board has assumed that responsibility. And to just quickly state, we are at a stage where we have all the information from each school, and within a very few weeks, we hope to indicate to the Department of Education which schools have been strong in terms of curriculum and instruction, which schools are moderate, which schools are deficient, and which schools simply need a lot of help.
Very well.
Thank you, Senator.
And do you, just a real quick follow-up to this, and you can make it as succinct as possible. Do you believe that technology, in terms of the evolution of AI and ChatGPT, plays or takes some culpability in terms of the numbers that we're seeing?
In terms of technology, technology is a tool, just as the textbook and the Promethean board, they're all tools. The teachers have to be trained in how to use the tool effectively.
I'm looking at the students, the impact to the student I'm referring to.
I think the impact can be favorable depending on the teacher and how she's devising her program and use of devices. I think it can be favorable.
Very well. Point of information, Senator Vialli.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. The impact can also be negative in reference to the question, and we really need to do a deep dive. It's how it's used as to whether it's used as to aid the student or it is used to replace knowledge that you could get at your fingertips instead of having to actually learn the knowledge. But I wanted to ask, I like that you're doing that process. That's very, very good. It's hard to get all the data that you spoke about in 2 visits or 1 visit to see all of that. But what about the idea of just simple exit exams by grade level to be able to determine if they're meeting those curriculum goals that you spoke about?
I think that's something that we can look into. I think it has been discussed in the past, and I know that we've had trouble, one district wanting to utilize it and one district not utilizing it. When you're talking about exit exams, you have to make sure that it's reliable. You have to make sure that the biases aren't there. You have to make sure that the objectivity is there. So I think that we, going forward, there's a lot of things that we can discuss, and I think we should be at the table together discussing some of these items before sometimes bills are created.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just real quickly before we go on to Senator Frederick, I wanted to ask you, Dr. Colwood, in respect to your education certification, who's a team member you spoke of from Board of Ed that's responsible for taking a look at this and improving that area?
So I spoke about one of the staff, which a former employee here that helped with the amnesty period, but specifically in the St. Thomas district, we have Jolene Edwards, and in the St. Croix district, we have Deidre Peterson-Heat that's responsible for connecting with teachers in terms of their certification, and then from there, it goes through the certification body, which myself, Member Hendricks, Member Perez Casillas, and Member Gomez are members.
Very well, thank you. I want to make sure that jockeys get their recognition. They're the one that really out there. They said get a jockey, but these are jockeys in this instance, right? That's doing that work. So we appreciate the work that's on
I have a different name for them. They are stellar at what they do. That certification team.
Yeah, very well. Thank you for that. At this time, Dr. Fredericks, you recognize. Senator Fredericks, you recognize for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Just Senator Frederick will do. A pleasant good morning, colleagues, testifiers, my staff, and of course the awesome staff of the central staff of the legislature and the listening and viewing audience. Good morning, pleasant good day, everyone. Chairman Dr. Colwood, how you doing, sir?
I'm well, thank you, Senator Fredericks.
I was really impressed with your testimony. Certain things that stood out. You're one of the few agencies or few organizations that actually, you were the only one actually that used the term on your first page. You said, and refine cost-saving strategies. So I got all excited when it comes to saving money, since banking is my thing. Let's talk about the efforts that were in place to actually save the board some money, save the taxpayer some money, save us all some money, and still get great results, efficiency. What were those strategies that you employed?
Well, we have employed several strategies to ensure that we could cost save. In terms of, earlier we indicated about buying bulk stuff, ensuring that we minimize the use of electricity as much as possible. We are working now with Croix, training the staff to keep most of the services that we have to render out to the community internal. We have, we've done a host of things. We continue to come up with more ideas to do others, but we are doing a host of things. And another one of our strategy is to work with the different agencies where we could minimize the cost at all as possible and leverage the support of both agencies together to create results. For instance, I could talk about WTJX. When we went through COVID, we wanted to get the information out of who the students were, and WTJX said yes and came and provide support to us through the Public-Private Liaison Committee. The chair at that time was Era C. Lockhart, where we did that. So using the support of everyone, including boosting the capability and the success rate of the staff, we are going to try to keep the cost down as much as possible.
Awesome. You talked about reaffirming your fiduciary discipline and accountability, and that would relate specifically to what?
So in terms of our fiduciary responsibility is managing the people's money correctly. That's one that we do. In terms of fiduciary responsibility has to do with the role of the board in the public school system, where we change the school plans and facilities committee name to Curriculum, Instruction, and Learning Environment Committee to really flesh out what is the responsibility and the role of the board in terms of compliance, going through our different policy-related compliance, the code-related compliance to ensure that the department and the school district is doing what they must. So it's a combination of things, and we trying to do all of them. Of course, we're going to be stretched in. That's what we ensure that staff is well taken care of. So when the work comes, we do the work, and when it's time to party, we have fun as well.
Awesome. I'm trying to find some money for you. On page 2 of the Post Auditor's report, it talks about the American Rescue Plan, where you were budgeted $100,000, and it appears that you only got to spend $77,000 of that, $295.35. Where's the other $22,704.65? What?
So what happens is that we didn't get the $100,000 directly. We had to submit the information to OMB, and based on the invoices, based on the services we had, we were able to get up to $77,295. And this was during COVID to either outfit the office, the cleaning of the offices, ensuring that the staff was safe with a different mechanism.
What happened to the 22?
Those things.
What
the
happened to the
22,000 is at OMB. We didn't get that money. No.
Oh, okay. See, I'm looking for money for you too.
Yeah, that money is already expired.
Okay. One of the questions I get asked a lot is about the result of the Smarter Balance.
1 minute.
Results testing that's always in the news, and how underperforming our students are doing, especially with mathematics. And we talked about language arts and English. In your processes, which was laid out very well, what can we now expect numerically? What are we going to be expecting now that we've gained the data? We know what we want to do. what can we expect with these results going forward? Because these are like bottom of the barrel results right now that we're getting. So now that we're taking our time and making the assessment, what can the public expect our student performance matrix will be going forward?
Well, I can start, and Member Hendricks can follow, and of
30
course,
seconds.
Secretary Locker that have information. I personally think that we need to do away with that smarter balance test, because all it's doing is continue to insult the teachers, insult the students, because clearly it's a lot of things that's going wrong with that test. One has to do with technology. When the internet goes down, it makes the students start over from square one. And you know, as a student, I study all the time, and then when it's time to take the test, you make me start over, I'm not going to do well. So it's a combination of factors that need to really be fleshed out to determine us creating our own Virgin Islands test for students. I don't know if it's the end of every year you give them a test. I don't know if that, but something. But I'll allow Member Hendricks to add, and then Secretary Lockhart.
Mr. Chair.
You may proceed, Ms. Hendricks.
Thank you so much. What can we do? First of all, parents need to be aware of what the test scores are sharing about their students, and that needs to be done on a consistent basis. Second of all, schools are planning, they're aware of the scores, and they are coming up with benchmarks, goals of how to help the students who are on different tiers. There are some students who are performing above, there's some students who are performing at, and of course we're concerned about those students who are performing below level. And so principals are aware of that, and along with their staff, they're making plans for those students that are at the different tiered level. In terms of the public, I think we need to begin to hold ourselves and do more things in the community that speak of the desire to have better education. Parents need to visit more. They need to volunteer more. Besides the 2 hours by Senator Rocky, they need to volunteer at least 10 hours a year to assist, whether it's on a field trip or some other form of educational process in the classroom. So we can do more. I think the principals are aware of that. The department is aware of that. The department knows they're being held accountable. The board is aware that we have a role in that. And I think we're all beginning to understand we cannot use one test, and I need to be very clear about that. Smarter Balance is one test. And if we look at our students, we know that many of our students are so smart. So we have to begin to understand that the research says you can't use one test to determine that a student is knowledgeable or not knowledgeable. You have to use a host of things. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your responses. Mr. Chair, thank you very much for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick, for your line of questions. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Avery Lewis. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
That's me. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, Board of Education. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands.
Good morning, Senator.
Good. Chairman Calwood, earlier you talked about your van that was vandalized. Sorry to hear about that. You know, I hate when I hear public government equipment get vandalized and so forth, because these are things that help us, you know, and sometimes, oftentimes we know the vandals are people we know. But anyhow, moving forward, were you able to collect anything from the insurance company in this van?
No, we're still going through the process. We have never used the van because it took us too long to get it. We never got to use the van, so as we got it, it got vandalized. So between Ms. Bess and the attorney, they're working with the insurance company. I provided all the documentation to them, and we're going through that process right now.
In your, do you have a copy of the post-audit report?
Yes.
Could you turn quickly to page 8? Do you have 2 custodian positions here? Are these positions part-time?
Yes, they are.
Okay, great. Because they look very low, that's why I wonder.
Yes, they're part-time.
Okay, do you have no employees that are making under 35,000, so you're good?
No, we do well in terms of ensuring the staff get the adequate raises.
Yeah, I could see that. Thank you. And thank you again for the amnesty program, because I know sometimes that has been a challenge for individuals.
Yes.
Now, let me ask you a straightforward question. There's a shortage of educators in the territory, and this is not a unique problem to the Virgin Islands. Is the board working with the Department of Education to come up with creative ways so we could, one, recruit, retain, and and offer some other stuff, offer creative things to for educators to remain in the territory?
Yes, so the amnesty period was one of those, especially for those individuals that have left. They can be able to go through that amnesty period so they could get their certification. We also have created a substitute teaching certification as well for individuals. Once the department reaches out to us, we work very close with Nicole Jacobs, for the director of HR, and different ideas that she can come up with and the board can work with. The board can be able to do what's necessary. So I don't think it's ever a struggle in terms of the board's part to do what it needs to help the department to bring people in.
What is the certification method now? What do you have to be certified?
So you have to have a bachelor's degree from an accredited institution. You have to be able to complete. Why am I doing the talking? Ms. Edwards, please tell them. Thank you.
Your name?
Jolene Edwards.
Speak into the mic, please.
Jolene Edwards, Educational Certification Officer. To be certified right now, the basic requirement is a bachelor's degree.
You have to take a test.
Well, you can be conditionally certified for 3 years before you have to take the test. So you have 3 years to study to take the praxis.
The praxis.
And that's what you'll need to be fully certified.
We have any substitute certification program? I remember years ago, former HR director, Alsace Lois Brown, had the house. I mean, we have to be creative.
We have the Virgin Islands Veteran Teacher Certification. That is for our teachers who've been teaching at least 10 years, who they're not certified for whatever reason, or they were conditionally certified and they didn't pass the practice or whatnot. I actually have 2 candidates right now working on that. One has completed and she's ready to go to the committee, and the other one has her portfolio to submit. They do a digital portfolio. They have to be observed. We collaborate with Dr. Karen Brown from UVI. She comes in, she observes, she makes her notes, she submits them to the board, and then we allow them to be fully certified using that method. We also have people who had to do the student teaching requirement. If they had at least 3 years of good, proficient, or better evaluations, we can waive the student teaching requirement.
Good. So the Commissioner of Education testified that she has a program going out, Grow Your Own Teacher, and this Grow Your Own. And this is in conjunction with the University of the Virgin Islands. Has the board stepped in to say, well, when you come through this program, you're going to be certified, have some kind of inclusion in it so educators could be certified so they get in the fold, whether it costs a fee or something. I'm just asking.
So based on the program the commissioner came up with, the Board of Education already have the categories of items where those individuals can fit in to become certified. So we already have it, and we're just waiting for when those candidates come.
I don't think you understand where I was trying to go at, but anyhow, have you ever thought about implementing a teacher cadet program or something? I mean, just like we have JROTC, we got to have a teacher cadet program, and then you offer these children a scholarship when they come out of school, at least to remain in the Virgin Islands.
So I hear what you're saying. I just wanted to preface that's a part of it that we already done. But Ms. Edwards, Secretary Lockhart can add to where you're trying to get to.
Before the program with the department was announced, we were in talks with UVI, and we also did add it to the policy about students of UVI who all they have left is a student teaching requirement would be allowed to be certified conditionally so that they could go into the schools and start teaching.
Yeah, but then they still have to take the praxis. And I'm talking about implementing something for those who are already in the system, like a para that wants to be a teacher now.
Well, on that note, that is kind of out of our hands. The praxis is required by law. So if that is something that you think that we should do, that is a bill that could be put on the floor because that is out of our hand.
The practice is required by law, but if you
There.
do the house, then you could be certified. That's another alternative program. Then you don't have to take the praxis.
But you have to ensure that you're within that category of teaching. So if you don't have that 10 years or more, then you don't fall in that category. So you can't just have 5 years. You came to the board, get conditional certified. You have the idea, the attitude that the department can't fire you and they're going to need teachers, so you don't just come get certified. So it needs to be more strict in terms of the Virgin Islands Code. It's clear. Anybody teaching in a public school system must be certified. The board has several different areas and ways that people could be certified. So the thing is, individuals have to be serious if teaching or coming into the education system is something they really want to do, because they do have jobs, they do have windows of opportunity, and the board doesn't turn away anyone.
Slow down a minute for me.
I'm getting excited over this question.
Yes,
Thank you.
You slow right down, because I am certified.
I know you are.
Thank you. So let me just explain that to you. Let me make it clear to the public. I am certified.
Yes, tell me,
It
give
might
it to me.
expire a little bit now, but anyhow.
But you can
What
still
I'm
submit.
trying to say, I
One
understand
at
your
a time,
passion.
please. Please, one at a time. One at a time.
What I'm
Sorry.
trying to say to you, Mr. Calwood,
Yes, sir.
I'm not negating the fact that they don't have to be certified.
Right.
I'm talking about the different mechanisms to be used to be certified. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll come back in another round.
Thank you for the question, Senator Lewis.
Thank you. Thank you to both Senator Avery Lewis and the responder. At this time, point of information, Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to ask, I noted you have $13,722.12 in your checking account. Do you also have a credit card account?
Not as yet, no.
Okay, thank you so kindly.
Thank you very much. Before we move on to the next point of information, which will be from Senator VLA, we want to recognize the presence of committee member Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Senator, good morning, Senator. Thank you for joining. At this time, Senator VLA, you recognize for your point of information. All right, withdrawn. Okay. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Maurice James. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the testifiers, my colleagues, staff, Virgin Islands, inside and outside the room. I want to begin by saying to Dr. Calwood that I understand your position when it comes to certification, because I too agree with that. When it comes, we're dealing now with money, though, and I wanted to understand what happened with respect to the 2-story masonry building and the 1-story the Blake Gertie house. I'm not exactly clear on the status of those buildings, and I'm just going to go through my understanding, and then you can help me. You got $200,000 from the National Park Service for the Blake House, and in your testimony, you said that went to EDA, and a contract was awarded to MCE Contracting, but then in the last paragraph in that section, you say that you will continue collaborating with Public Works and Property and Procurement. So the $200,000 has not been used up, or has it already been used up, and you're going to be, well, where would the additional funds come from to continue the enhancements that you refer to?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. So I'd allow Ms. Best to answer, but in terms of the transferring of the funds from DPNR to EDA, that was a collaborative effort to make that decision to do so. So some of the work has already been completed with the Blake Gertie House. Everything is not completed. For instance, they did the waterproofing structure, they did a replacement of flooring and windows, they did the street facade, but inside the building now needs...
Dr. Calwood, I don't want you to use up all my time. I got all of that. 200 MCE, was all of that used up on the waterproofing, the replacement, and...
Yes.
Okay, and you say you will continue collaborating. Where will the additional funds for the continued collaboration come from? That's the question. If the
It'll come from our
200,000 is all
operating
used up.
budget.
Excuse me?
It'll come from our operating budget.
Okay. Now, I'm going to go to the Caribbean contract. Do you have, before I move on, do you have what the cost would be for the enhancements? Because it talks about a lift to support individuals with physical disabilities, which is very important. So do you have a cost on how much that's going to cost you to do?
Not as yet. We're working with Public Works and through the different processes to determine what that cost would look like. So they are helping us. Again, that's one of the agencies, interagency connection, that a relationship we have built. So they're working on that now.
Okay, and with respect to the Caribbean contracting services, you received 145,000, or where did the 145,376 and the 53,994 for that contract come from? What funds were used?
Sandra Best, Interim Executive Director. That came from our general fund usage.
And so the FEMA 115,833 was supplements that contract. So there were more work that you needed done to that building, which would be the 2-story building, correct?
Correct, Senator.
So FEMA only gave you 115,833, but you had to put almost 200,000 of general fund money towards. Why is that? Why didn't you get more money from FEMA so that you wouldn't have to use the general fund monies?
Okay. Correction, Senator.
The
145 was what we encumbered to cover the cost of the 110 that was refundable. So out of the 145 that we spent, they refunded us $110,041.37. In addition, we had a change order, which is what now we have to remove the 2 trees, complete the soffit,
I read
and
that.
the driveway.
Right, and so you still have a balance of 5,833 that you can get from FEMA then, or about 5,000 more, correct?
No, Senator.
30 seconds.
But you only got
based on the
110.
obligation. The period is closed.
Oh, that's why you can't get the additional 5.
That's correct. Everything else is out of our general budget. The FEMA process is already closed.
Okay, and so the change order came after the FEMA window closed.
That's correct, Senator. Yes.
That's unfortunate. Okay, when it comes to the loans and grants that you give under the Territorial Scholarship Program, how many loans and grants do you give annually? May I continue? Thank you. How many loans and grants do you give out? And if you can give me the loans and the grants separately, annually.
I'll allow Sylvanie Reimer, the financial aid coordinator, to give the information.
Name.
Good morning, Sylvanie Reimer, financial aid coordinator. Each year we have different amounts that is being given. In terms of special legislative grants, we have 148 individuals that will receive special legislative grants. Another 38 individuals will receive the Valansau Award, and the difference we will give the territorial loan and grant.
Okay, I asked that because, you know, nationally, our students are going to be affected by the Pell Grant being eliminated, and I can see that you will get an increase even more than than you've gotten over the last year. One final question, which is an education question, and that's for Ms. Hendricks. That's for you. And quickly, are we trying to find out or determine and implement, mimic Ricardo Richards' National Blue Ribbon designation? Because clearly we have a school that is doing well, and have we determined what they're doing that we can implement at the other schools in the territory so that all our schools in the territory become National Blue Ribbon schools?
Thank you, Senator. Kudos and commendations to the administrators of Ricardo Richards Schools. They've done a good job in our evaluation of their 2 school visits. We see that there's certain things that they are doing, and it will come out in the report, but they are very organized. They do a lot of planning. They take a look at the scores. They determine who's going to help the students at the different proficiency levels. I remember last year they also bought some instructional materials to assist their teachers in getting better or more knowledgeable about certain strategies or procedures that they want used at the school level. So we do need to commend them. We do need to look at their structure and replicate it. But I think we also need to look at all the other schools, and we need to try to support them more, try to assist them and hold them accountable for those standards that you're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator James. The chair will now recognize Senator Viale. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And those type of conversations, Blue Ribbon Schools, all of that, we'll probably have to have a committee hearing that discuss some of those issues and some of the parameters as to why certain schools are doing excellent and certain schools are struggling. I looked at the budget, Mr. Calwood, and I am seeing, and thank you for providing your expenditure actuals as of 7/11/25, because that helps a lot. But I'm seeing that for fringe benefits, it's $240,855, while personnel was $865,954. If you look at a ratio, your fringe is really only 27%, while in all other government entities, the fringe is 40 or above, and it's usually like 46, 47. What is the reason as to why your fringe is so low? Is it that most of your members don't have family insurance and they just have single? So what is the reasoning behind?
That's the reason. Most of the I think you have only 1 or 2 staff that maybe have a family. Everybody else is single.
Okay, because from what I'm seeing, you're like slated. You only have 2.5 months left, so you're only going to spend a little over $300,000 for this fiscal year, and you actually have $473,000 that's proposed. So that's a number that could be shaved. Additionally, your utilities thus far is $15,111, and I'm looking at page 2 of your report. And your proposed expenditure budget is $10,307. So you definitely need more for utilities, correct?
Yes, we will definitely need more utilities, and with the lump sum budget that we receive, we can be able to support that areas if it needs to be increased at any time.
Okay, so last year you just had a lump sum budget. You did not. Your budget was not by categories.
No, our lump sum is our budget, sorry, is a lump sum budget. I think that was passed under Gene Ford time, and that's how the board is able to stay within our limits and provide the educational services to the community without going over with any cost overruns or any of that stuff.
And it's good for you, but bad for the legislature in terms of accountability and being able to make sure the monies are earmarked for certain categories. In reference to your legal services, I saw the charge as some $200,000 for legal services. How much did you expend for legal services for FY24?
For FY24 so far, we have paid 85,000. The attorney is
No,
is actually
85,000
overdoing
is
payment.
FY25 this year. I'm talking about last year in total.
No, FY24 payment says 85. We haven't made any payments for 2025 yet.
Okay, I'm looking for that page.
It's on page 5 of our testimony.
Okay, so you have up to 200,000, but you only paid 85,000, and this year you're averaging about the same, or?
No, it's going to be more. What happened was the board was, before they changed the property procurement policies, the board was able to do its own contract for the attorney. Now we have to go through property procurement, and that's where the holdup is. So right now, the attorney hasn't been paid anything. We have been working with property procurement. We did get the justification letter to put through payment, and Ms. Best can give you what that figure is for right now to put into the system so she could be up to date.
What is that amount, Ms. Best?
Sandra Best, Interim Executive Director. To date, it's, I'm sorry, it's from this, we are allowed to pay her from October to May, 88,600.
Okay. Mr. Kawa, does it make more sense to just hire a full-time attorney, bring them on to the government payroll, let them contribute to GRS instead of contracting? If you pay an attorney $125,000 with fringe, it'll come to the same, and a person is contributing to the system.
That's something that we could explore, but for right now, Attorney Jones is our person, and she does a good job. I know you're not saying that, but
I didn't ask if she's doing a good job, if she's doing a bad job. I'm talking about how we can shore up the revenues to the government of the Virgin Islands, how we could add somebody on to the insurance and somebody on to GRS. And I know Ms. Attorney Jones have been with you guys for how long, like 10, 15 years now?
I don't think it's 15 years, but it's over 10, yes.
Okay, well, it's close. So I mean, at this point, that person should have been a vested member of the government of the Virgin Islands. Now, something struck me as very strange. Page 4 of your position, recruitment, and operational continuity. You have executive director vacancy, associate executive director, executive assistant, research, and financial aid. Why is the executive director listed for St. Thomas and not territorial, that anybody could apply for that position and it's based on competence and who's best prepared for the job? Why is it saying St. Thomas for the leadership of the Board of Education? What's the rationale?
1 minute.
The position is territorial. This executive director resides on St. Thomas, which is a territorial position. The associate executive director is a territorial, but that person resides on St. Croix.
Who's in charge, or who is the lead person for the Board of Education? The executive director?
Yes, that's correct.
So why isn't that position territorial?
It is a territorial position. Ms. Best is always in St. Croix, but she lives on St. Thomas.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying at all.
I'm following what you're saying.
Is the position vacant or is it
board.
filled? Is the position vacant or filled?
The position is vacant. Ms. Best is the interim executive director.
I'm not talking about Ms. Best.
Are
you advertising for an executive director?
Senator, if you allow me to explain.
Go ahead.
So what was indicated to you that the position is vacant. We have already started to advertise for that position, and we're getting ready to fill that position very shortly.
That's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking you,
what's the question?
Does the executive director
Dr. Coward, stand by, please. Please allow the senator to complete his thoughts so that you could understand exactly what the question is.
In your testimony, it's listed Executive Director St. Thomas. My interpretation of that is that the Executive Director must reside on St. Thomas. I'm asking you why most commissioners, executive directors, CEO is territorial, and then you select the most competent person who have applied for the job. Why does it say St. Thomas?
So, Senator, based on the board's organizational structure and strategy, that position is the person lives on St. Thomas and they are territory where they go back and forth to St. Croix.
Time.
The associate executive director
No. Hold on. I read it and I understand it.
Operation.
Hold on, Mr. Calwood. All you're saying is that the board have decided that the executive director must reside on St. Thomas. And I'm just telling you that that is wrong. It should be a territorial position, and the next position should be on the next island. So if the executive director was on St. Thomas, St. Croix, the next position should be from St. Thomas and vice versa. But you cannot decide to put into language that a leadership position for a board in the Virgin Islands must come from one particular island. Whether it's St. Thomas, St. John, if you had said executive director St. Croix, I would have the same argument. You're trying to select the best person, not a position based on island. I can't see that. And the last question, what is the rationale for the Board of Education to buy 4 transit vans? Are you guys transporting children, or you have, why did you purchase vans?
So the vans is supported when the members of the board are doing the school visits, when the staff is also being a part of the visit versus a small little car that only could fit 4 people. And we have between the 16 staff members and the 9 board members, a car with 4 that can hold 4 people wouldn't be feasible.
So how often do you do these school visits? How often a month?
Every year.
How often a month?
Sometimes
a month.
So it's at least 7, at least for out of the year, at least 8 months of the year we're doing school visits.
So at least 8 months you're doing one school visit? One school visit a month?
Several schools. Between St. Thomas and St. Croix, we go to the schools twice for the year.
And that necessitates buying a van to carry the board of, you couldn't just rent a taxi for the day, you hire a taxi, you purchase a $60,000, $70,000 van to carry around board members. I hope that's not the position of all these boards that have to do visits. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Viale. Point of information, Senator James, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a quick one. The board members receive a stipend, correct? And what's the amount?
Yes, Senator, I can give you the amount.
And how much do you budget yearly for the stipend for the board member? You did?
So we budget $65,000.
$65,000?
In FY24, we spent $46,825. And in FY25 to date is $41,388. So we stay within that budgeted amount.
And what's the average number of meetings that's held yearly by board members? I guess that includes committee meetings too, correct?
Right, so I will have to give you that number, but the top of the board meeting is every other month, and committee meetings, sometimes between the 5 different committees, we have committee meetings several times, particularly the Curriculum, Learning, Environment Committee, and the Professional Staff Committee are the 2 committees that meet the most.
Okay, I'll share with you a complaint that I got. I don't know whether it's true or not, if there's any veracity to it, that if a board member enters the office to ask a question, they can submit an invoice for a stipend for that time, whether it's an hour spent at the. That's not true? Is that true?
Not at the Board of Education. Not at the Board of Education, no. They have to participate in either a committee meeting or the board meeting, or if we have a meeting with the department, not to just ask a question and leave and turn in a stipend. Absolutely not, under my watch.
Thank you, that's good to know. Thank you, Dr. Calwood.
Thank you very much, Senator James, for your line of questions. Dr. Calwood, in respect to the school maintenance and the preparation for the opening of school, can you speak to the current engagement of the board in respect to visiting the schools and, again, doing your oversight for the school maintenance?
So specifically for school maintenance, the curriculum, instruction and learning environment committee, they're getting ready to do the maintenance related visits up, what it is, July 31st and August 1. That's the date that the executive director from the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance came up with.
Very well, and to talk a little bit in terms of the process, they'll go out and take a look, and if you could just utilize this opportunity to advise the public what is expected on these visits.
So in terms of the visits, they will go to each building site for the Department of Education, along with the regulatory agencies will be there. DPNR, you have fire service, among other individuals will be there along, and they will go through each facet of the facility, check classroom, check the kitchen, check the auditorium if there's any auditorium, and then once all schools have completed, each of these regulatory agencies have to be able to provide the findings in terms of the suitability of environmental health and safety, if it meets fire code standards, those various things. But I just want to be clear that the school, the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance is leading that effort, not the Board of Education. We are just a part of the contingent of persons that will be there.
Correct. That's understood. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator DeGraff. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. I do apologize for arriving late. I came as fast as the flight brought me. Dr. Calwood, how much personnel do you have? How much employees do you have total?
Allow Ms. Best to answer.
Sandra Best, Interim Executive Director. We currently have 12 full-time employees and 1 part-time temporary.
Okay, how many vacancies do you have?
We have currently six vacancies.
Okay, because I just heard Dr. Calwood mention about 16 persons and 9 board members, so 12 and 6 is 18 and 1 part-time.
I was given an inference.
Oh, okay, okay. So your actuals are 12 and 6 vacancies, 18 and 1 part-time.
Right, so if we had everybody fill, it'll be 18 staff that we would have if we had everybody fill. So we have 12, and then we have now 6 vacancies. So once we get those 6 vacancies filled, we'll have a total of 18 persons plus the 9 board members.
Okay, so how many, you have unionized employees?
All of the employees are GS, non-union.
Oh, GS? Okay, good. Okay, so now the GS employees, I think I do one more raise. I think it's for 27, so it wouldn't be in his 26 budget. So all of them, all 16 are GS. Well, no, all 12 and the vacancies are GS also.
No, so the 12 are GS. The executive director, associate executive director, and executive assistant are exempt.
Okay.
Everybody else.
How many persons have you lost due to separation in 25?
Only one that went back to Senator VLA's office, and we miss her, Samantha Prentice.
Okay. Because I saw that your personnel ask has gone down, but you mentioned that you have more persons under single insurance versus single versus family, but your fringe has gone up.
It went up when we did the increase of the GS raises.
Okay, good. So the last GS raises were in what, 24 or 25?
25.
When was the last wage increases for GS?
Sandra Best, Interim Executive Director, 25, fiscal year 25.
Oh, okay, this fiscal year here. Okay, now, is anyone owed retro?
Currently, we have 2 employees that are owed, and that's basically an error that was made. So we are correcting. I've completed the compensation, but we just need to ensure that the paperwork going through is corrected.
Okay, let me get that straight. That's too much talk for people being owed money. When did those wage increases go into play? What month of this fiscal year?
The employees were paid in May of 2025.
May 2025. So they owed retro from October to May? Because the thing was supposed
Yes,
to be
sir.
effective. Okay, October to May. How many employees?
That there were 11 in total that should get it. There were 2 that did not receive it to date.
Okay, so from May to July, 2 people waiting for retro. That,
yes, sir.
Dr. Calwood, that's unacceptable. Where is the error?
1 minute.
So in terms between ONB and processing through personnel, it had some changes that were required. For one of them, they had to get in terms of their position reallocation, so they had to get an increase first before you could do this one. So that's those kind of errors that we are going through.
So when would they see their retro and their increase?
We're trying to have it completed within the next 2 weeks. It's in the system right now, so it's already going through the system.
Okay, well, I'll hold you to that. Let's make it happen, okay? Because they're working hard for you and for the people, so I demand that they get this. Now, for utilities, what do you average on utilities a month? What is, I know it probably goes to single payer, but what are you averaging a month? Do you have a utility
30
bill?
seconds.
I'll allow Ms. Parsons to respond.
Sure.
Wardell Parsons, accountant. Basically, utilities between WAPA and water totaling about $3,000 a month on an average for utilities.
Okay, so we're talking averaging 3 times 12, 36,000 is what we're averaging. So the recommendation that I know you mentioned that you do want more for utilities, but Dr. Carl, how come only 10,000 we're looking at plus for utilities in the recommendation? Did you mention that to OMB as to what you're averaging?
Time.
If I may wrap up, Mr. Chair.
So just to be clear, in terms of our budget, our budget is a lump sum budget. However, we tried to, because since we're working on reductions to bring down the costs, especially in utilities, this the 10,307 is what we estimated. We did acknowledge through a question that was made by one of the senators that we will need to increase that area to at least keep it to get it close to about I think it'll be about 20,000 or more to ensure that we could accommodate. But our goal, again, is to decrease our usage.
Okay, excuse me. So just in for clarity, in decreasing your usage, you're trying to go from averaging 3,000 to just less than 3,000. So you still would, on a monthly basis, look at 36,000 for utilities.
So I just want to be clear. Ms. Parsons gave you an estimate. We will have to actually, if I were through the chair to provide the actual information, because she only gave you an estimate. So I don't want you to use that 36,000 as the figure that's needed in that category.
Okay, so then through the chair, then we could get that information. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Real quickly, Dr. Calwood, in respect to the EDC beneficiaries, I see where some of those individuals have already paid up, and I would imagine they have until the end of the year to make good on the FY 2025 submittal, or if it's done on an annual basis. But I'm concerned that there's individuals that still or consistently under this report, both FY 2024 and 2025, they have not paid or contributed to the beneficiaries as required. Who's ensuring that these individuals pay up, go back and make sure that we're reconciling the fact that these individuals have not paid up?
So what we're doing is the responsibilities of EDA, but on our end, what we are doing, we are right now reaching out to these various vendors, beneficiaries that haven't paid to indicate that, hey, based on your tax benefits, you're required to submit payments. So that's what we're going through right now. But the responsibility is EDA to ensure that they make the payments.
Okay, have we done the same for FY24 thus far, or we are doing this now in 2025?
So we're going back to verify, because some of them, I think that maybe at one point they stopped or they changed. It's like different things that is a formula that they utilize. But I don't work for EDA, so I don't want to tell you the wrong thing. But we're going back to address it.
Very well. So you're coordinating with the compliance area of the EDA to ensure that these individuals are compliant with what's required of them paying this contribution.
Repeat that question, I'm sorry.
I'm asking whether or not you're having a conversation with the compliance officer of EDA to ensure that these individuals are making good on this contribution. I'm very concerned about this, and if we perhaps go back to FY 2023, there may be some instances where individuals for the last 3 years have not really made good on this contribution.
So we have communicated with EDA. We also had a letter that we sent sometime back to the executive director, and the response wasn't. I didn't appreciate the response. However, it's not about me. It's about getting the monies that's needed. So we are working with them. The executive director, the interim executive, who happens to used to be an employee there, is the lead person in addressing it.
Very well. Thank you.
We can't hear you, Senator.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just asking my colleagues whether or not there was any burning questions that they may have. At this point, I'll give you, who's tracking and your KPIs? We didn't talk a lot about your KPIs today. Who's responsible for the oversight and keeping track of your KPIs?
The executive committee and interim executive director, Bess.
Oh, are you satisfied with your efforts in regards to your KPIs, meeting those goals?
We are satisfied because based on the support levels of the staff, we are able to meet the mandates as best as we can with this team that we have and whatever the 3 vendors that we have as well to support our efforts. So we are satisfied. There's always room for improvement, so we don't pat ourselves on our back yet until it's fully completed.
Very well. At this time, I'll give you 30 seconds to do your wrap-up remarks.
Senator, before I can do my wrap-up, I really wanted to put on record I think the senator made a comment about hiring a new attorney, and I just want to put a scenario on the table because a new attorney that will have like similar experience would take a job for, I think they pay attorneys over $120,000, and in fact the hourly rate starts at $450 an hour. So that cost for an entry-level attorney without benefits and doesn't include outside litigation. The board actually is saving with the $200,000 that we pay Attorney Jones. I know the senator is trying to ensure that how we could be, help in terms of boosting GRS. I understand his point with that, and I totally get it. And we will make whatever efforts necessary through the Internal Controls Committee, the Executive Committee, and the members of the board to figure out what will be feasible, what will be necessary, what will be important as the board continues its efforts to serve the public in educational matters. I can put my closing on the record to really thank this committee, the Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance. You guys are stellar. Thank you so much for the questions that you have asked us. Even if we didn't agree directly, we agree peacefully, disagree peacefully, but ensure that we continue to manage the people's resources adequately and ensure that we remain compliant with our fiduciary responsibility. I also want to thank the able, committed, humble leadership of our interim executive director, Sandra Bess. Coming into this role, dealing with both the being the executive director, associate executive director, and the director of business financial management, and managing the personalities of all 9 board members, She deserves a big round of applause. I want to publicly thank Sandra Best for her effort. I also want to publicly thank Ms. Sylvanie Reimer, who is also third in command, so she don't get to only do financial related stuff. She has to be a part of the full operations. Ms. Jolene Edwards, I want to thank also Ms. Deidre Peterson-Heat, Verdell Parsons, our accountant, Nikisha Casimir, Orita Hodgkin, our Lodge collection officers. I also want to thank Linnea Powell, our financial aid assistant, Ms. Patricia Alexander, our other financial aid assistant, the able, committed Ms. Barbara Sluss that have to support all roles, deal with the board members directly. I want to thank the executive committee, the secretary, Era Lockhart, vice Chair Emanuela Perez, Casillas, Member Hendricks, Joseph Moorhead, Abigail Hendricks Kagan, Judy M. Gomez Esquire, Nandi Siku Esquire, and our maintenance engineer, Mr. Barry. I almost forgot him. That's when you want to call everybody names. But I really want to thank each one of these individuals because the work that the Board of Education do, it cannot be done only by the board members. It takes the able, committed body of the team at the Board of Education. And if team members, you're listening to me, know that I thank you. The people of the Virgin Islands, thank you. And I'm sure the 36th legislature will support the budgetary information that we presented to provide our full budget as we continue our efforts in the public education system in the territory. So Senator Noble Francis, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator. Dr. Colwood. Again, we too join in commending the efforts of the members of the Board of Education, and the work that they do is very important and necessary. We believe that the best way to reward Ms. Sandra Best for her work is to give her the position. I think she's been acting for a number of years. I've been around here, I think, for the last 2 or 3 years. She have testified before the committee. So we believe that she should be considered for the position as well. We thank all of the membership, and we know that the work that you do is not easy, and we recognize your commitment and continue to implore you to put your best effort forward, because again, the beneficiary of your hard work is the students and of the Virgin Islands. So we commend you for that. We recognize your green jacket. It looks like you have won the Masters. So definitely we want to recognize the contribution made by the Board of Education. The reward for good work is more work, so we ask that you continue to put your best effort forward, again, as the beneficiary is our students, and get them up to par in this community. So we thank you. At this time, you're dismissed from the committee hearing, and the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance will stand in recess until 1 p.m. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is out of recess and back in record. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up the item in block number 2.
Block 2, Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure. Invited testifier, Carmen Vanterpool Romney, Territorial Executive Director. This concludes the reading of Block 2, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. We do have the Executive Director, Ms. Romney, in the well, along with the team. At this time, we'll go to them for introduction. Ms. Romney.
Good afternoon, Senator Francis, Chair of the Committee of Finance. With me, I have on my left.
Please have them introduce themselves.
Good afternoon, everyone. Joycelyn McFarlane, Operations Director of the Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure.
And to the right.
Good afternoon, everyone. Tanisha Penn, Chair for Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure.
Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome. At this time, Ms. Vanterpool Romney, you recognize your testimony.
Good afternoon, Senator Novell Francis, Chair of the Committee of Finance, esteemed members of the 36th Legislature, viewing audience, and distinguished colleagues from the Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure. Thank you for the opportunity to outline VIBNL's Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure's budget proposal for fiscal year 2026. My name is Carmen Vanterpool Romney, Executive Director. I would also like to welcome in the audience our staff, St. Croix staff members, and listening other board members virtually. The Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure, VIBNL, as we move forward in our testimony, or the board, it will be referred to, was established in 1982 under the Nurse Practice Act, which serves as the regulatory authority.
Ms. Romney, please get the mic a little bit closer to you. We're not hearing you. Go ahead.
Okay. The Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure, VIBNL, or the board, as we move forward, it will be referred to, was established in 1982 under the Nurse Practice Act, which serves as the regulatory authority for the nursing professionals under VI Code, Title 27, Subchapter 4, Subsection 93. The board is composed of 9 members appointed by the governor, which oversees nursing practice regulations, defines scopes of practice, manages licensing, and conducts disciplinary investigations. There are 7 active members. The board is dedicated to maintaining high nursing standards, promoting ongoing education, and ensuring safe, ethical care for residents, all grounded in a legal framework that supports public health and professional nursing practice. The mission of VIBNL is dedicated to safeguarding public health and safety by establishing and enforcing nursing education, practice, and discipline standards. It regulates the licensure of registered nurses, licensed practical nurses, advanced practice registered nurses, and certified nursing assistants. VIBNL aims to be a model regulatory agency by ensuring its decisions are evidence-based, legally sound, fiscally responsible, operationally efficient, technologically integrated, and quality-focused, with a commitment to honesty, fairness, and strong relationships with stakeholders to enhance health care in the U.S. Virgin Islands. VIBNL is responsible for ensuring that only qualified and ethical nurses practice in the U.S. Virgin Islands by enforcing strict licensure criteria and maintaining compliance record. As a member of the National Council of State Boards of Nursing, NCSBN, VIBNL participate in meetings and initiatives to stay updated on national best practices in nursing regulation. This helps promote continuous professional development and enhance the quality of nursing care, both locally and nationally. The board supports
transparency, and public trust by using NCSBN's Nurses Quick Confirm system, which allows for real-time verification of nurses' licensure and credential. The data on the Virgin Islands nursing workforce for the period of July 1, 2024 to June 30th, 2025 indicates that the primary employment setting for registered nurses, RNs, is predominantly hospitals, accounting for 53% of the RN sample taken. In contrast, practical nurses are primarily employed in public health settings, representing 27% of the PN samples. Among those working 40 or more hours per week, RNs again cite hospitals and other settings as their primary workplaces, totaling 63% of the RN sample. For PNs in this category, public health and nursing homes, extended care facilities account for 43% of their employment. Specialty within the workforce further highlights trends for RNs. Medical, surgical, and emergency trauma specialties comprise of 21% of the sample. In the PN workforce, geriatric, gerontology, and adult health specialties are the most common, which represents 34% of the workforce. The two leading positions for RNs are staff nurse and advanced practice registered nurses, making up to 75% of the RN workforce, while PNs are primarily found in staff nurse roles and the other health-related category, which together represent 97% of nurses in the workforce. Notably, both RN and PNs demonstrate high levels of employment, with 96% of each actively working in nursing. A feasibility study on the retention of registered nurses in the Virgin Islands was conducted by VIBNL Compliance Manager Kimberly Cruz. This report highlighted the pros and cons of nursing sustainability to work and reside in the Virgin Islands. Attachment was provided with the budget report for your review. During fiscal year 2025, the Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure processed 1,869 active licenses, 30 inactive licenses for nurses in the territory. From July 24 to June 25, significant licensure activities including issuing 79 initial licenses, completing 1,164 renewals, processing 535 endorsements, and reinstating 91 inactive nurses licenses. These efforts emphasize the board's commitment to maintaining high regulatory standards and supporting the professional development of nurses in the territory, ultimately ensuring safe, quality care in the Virgin Islands. There are a total of 78 advanced practice nurses in the territory registered, 1,443 registered nurses, 76 licensed practical nurses registered, 172 certified nursing assistants. Effective January 1st, 2024, all nurse licenses issued by the Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure will expire on the last day of the licensee's birth month. This change ensures that license renewal collections are evenly distributed throughout the year. With our compliance, all investigations are comprehensive and impartial. When warranted, the board collaborates with the Virgin Islands Department of Justice and the Office of the Attorney General to ensure that due process is followed in any disciplinary proceedings. Confirmed violations are recorded in the board's disciplinary database and, when applicable, reported to our national regulatory database. Thus far, we have had a total number of 93 disciplines solved. Total open cases since July of 2024 to June 2025 equals 28, and currently total pending cases not solved 4. VIBNL financial system and practices are guided by the VI Code, policies set by Office of Budget and Management and the Department of Finance, along with the rules and regulations of the board. I will now begin our fiscal report. The Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure operates primarily on a general fund allocation of $846,078, covering essential expenses such as salaries in the amount of $483,287, fringe benefits $240,318 for 8 full-time employees, along with $122,473 for supplies, office supplies and services. VIBNL also monitors trends in licensure and certification in reviewing and comparing years of statistical data each year. Due to a change in our collection over the last 3 years, the board will now present a 3-year comparison of our revenues collected. Fiscal year 2023, the board generated a total revenue of $119,191. Fiscal year 24, there was a generated amount of $163,462. As of June 30th, 2025, the Virgin Islands Board of Nurse Licensure has generated a total revenue of $116,697.50. To explain the variation in figures, in 2023 and 2024, the board began the process to end yearly renewals. Renewal applications are now open throughout the calendar year. Nurses no longer wait until year end to renew their license. Each month, once it's your birth month, your license is due and must be cleared by the end of that month. So now our revenue will be throughout the year collected. These come from various fees associated with nurse licenses, examination, endorsements, certifications, renewal, penalty fees, and other related services. There is a notable contribution from registered nurses and advanced practice registered nurses, which means during the year in which registered nurses are to be renewed, we will see an increase in our revenue. This year breakdown by licensure categories is as follows. Registered nurses, $90,742.50. Advanced practice registered nurses, $9,625. Licensed practical nurses, $3,250. Certified nursing assistants, $4,970. Other fees, such as a lapse fee, examination application fees, license certification replacement, certification fees, verification fees, penalties for violation totaled $8,110. To increase our revenues, VIBNL implemented a new fee schedule starting in 2024, which is on page 16 of the budget booklet. Now, VIBNL would like to highlight some of the accomplishments, challenges, and a goal as follows. To start, our major accomplishment is revising the 1982 Nurse Practice Act, which has been submitted for legislative review. The board is working with the legislators to identify recommendations to improve the practice of nursing and workforce strategies with our rules and regulations. CE broker contract. This contract was completed by OPCMR, Department of Health, and was submitted to Property and Procurement for approval. This contract will provide continuing education credits, which is required for all renewals. We also fully launched ORBS, which is the Optimal Regulatory Board System, and this is an online service for all nursing assistants and professional nurses. There are no longer applications by mail at the board, manual application. All is online. All stakeholders can now electronically log on to our online portal to access any licensee information and submit all applications. We have also, in our new office relocation, started the expansion of a training room and testing site on the St. Thomas St. John district, in the St. Thomas St. John district. And this renovation will help with testing, provide testing site for our nursing assistants. Also, we would like to say congratulations to Vice Chair Dr. Dawson, who received in 2024 the American Association of Nurse Practitioners Advocate State Award for Excellence for the state of the United States Virgin Islands. This award is given annually to a dedicated advocate in each state who has made a significant contribution towards increasing the awareness and recognition of nurse practitioners. Also, congratulations to our Executive Director, Carmen Vanderpool Romney, who received a 5-year Service Recognition Award from National Council of State Boards of Nursing. In 2025, the board was able to conduct outreach efforts on St. Croix at the St. Croix Food and Agriculture Fair. We were also able to hold our first annual Nurses Appreciation Brunch, which was successfully launched in St. Thomas on May 21st, 2025, and St. Croix on May 29, 2025, to express our gratitude and recognition of all nurses in the territory for their hard work and dedication. We are also announcing VIBNL and ErrorMD partnership in an established new scholarship 2025-26 for $2,000 per district for an amount of $1,000 each, which will be awarded to 2 junior and 2 senior nursing students enrolled at the University of the Virgin Islands. A grant was awarded by the National Council of State Boards of Nursing to scan and shred and upload 3,053 files that is currently in our office to our new data ORBS database, and this was completed by MedCred Plus. There is a total of 2,250 documents that must be scanned for nurses' data integrity, which is now housed at the old location at 3 Kanjensgata. All documents must be decontaminated and scanned for input into the online portal for purposes as per NCSBN guidelines. Some of our challenges: our website online payment processor system implementation. Currently, we are unable to provide online processing services to licensees. All applicants must upload a copy of their payment method and wait for arrival at the office for completion of licensure, which sometimes cause a delay. Federal and local criminal background check. This is an ongoing effort. VIBNL is seeking other measures in which this can complement NLC to move forward with compact nursing, which has been on hold for 2 years. Which leads into nurse licensure compact implementation. We do get a lot of questions. Thus far, as compact nursing legislation progresses in the VI, VIBNL will continue to monitor its financial implications and adjust strategies according to sustained operational effectiveness. As we become part of Nurse Licensure Compact, we must note currently there are 206 VI licensees who hold another license in another compact state where they reside. If these 206 stop licensing in the VI or do not have residence in the VI, we will stand to lose approximately $12,000 each year. However, we may also gain approximately $10,000 to break even if 92 residents who now hold another license in an NLC state choose to have a VI multi-state license. This may help us break even if these nurses remain licensed as Virgin Islands multi-state licensees. Our old VIBNL office building, formerly located at 3 Kanjensgata, St. Thomas. Although the board has submitted its budget to include rent charges for a building in St. Thomas District, a loss is observed since historically the board owned their building, saving the government funds. However, now we are obligating approximately in the St. Thomas District, $88,528.50 that was not required before 2 major hurricanes, Irma, Maria in 2017, which created a financial hardship for both the board's budget and operation. Also, to come back, VIBNL compact state requirement budget also is one of our other challenge because the board will now need at least $6,000 to cover the annual dues required for being a member as a compact state due to the guidelines of NCSBN. The board also has fully implemented exterminating and janitorial services and will now have to hire an HVAC supply contractor, which will require funding source for both districts. Currently, the general fund does not fully accommodate 4 of our mandatory supply contracts for a supplemental budget, which total approximately $42,295. Another challenge is our certified nursing assistant testing. There is a total of 28 applicants from both districts deemed eligible and waiting to complete skills and written testing. However, the 2 sites that we utilize have been unavailable at our recorded time of need. Therefore, BIBNL has explored other options to accomplish this deficiency in the future, hence our 2 testing sites in both districts. What are our goals for 2026? First, community service and regulation of nursing practice. 2, continue revision and completion of the 1985 rules and regulations. 3, nurse licensure compact. 4, education of nurses, student nurses, as well as nurse licensees. Affiliation in nursing practice. We would like to continue to maintain ongoing communication with both hospital and all other nursing affiliated facilities in the territory. Certified nursing assistant exams. With the expansion of our office, we will be able to provide nursing exams, nursing assistant exam as needed. Regulatory compliance. 8, improve NCLEX exam pass rates. And 9, public outreach. Also, we would like to improve our website, and we have started that with collaboration with the Bureau of Information Technology, which will assist us to upgrade our system. Last goal is board governance and strategic planning training. We wish to provide our members and staff with valuable expert mentoring regarding organizational transformation and empowerment in governance and strategic planning. And this will be done at year end. In closing, the board would like to say thanks, and now we will welcome any questions from our senators.
Thank you very much, Ms. Vanterpool Romney, for your testimony there. And of course, we have a few questions to you. First of all, do you believe that the budget that has been sent down for you in the amount of $846,078 is adequate for you to be able to carry out your mission?
No, currently not with all our initiatives and our goals. As we are aware, our budget was cut last year and we were unable to defend our budget. So therefore, this last year we worked with a budget that was less than what we expected. However, with these new initiatives, such as the training center, which will help us get more nursing assistants out in the community, that will definitely not be enough, because currently we are at a loss in many things, and we also need assistance with the compact. Everyone is asking for the compact, but the compact has its negative pros and cons with the finances to the board.
So tell me, do you receive any federal funds, any of ARPA, any OIA, which is Office of Insular Affairs, any HRSA, SAMHSA, any federal funds?
No, we do not. The only funds we receive extra is from our National Council of State Board, and they were generous in assisting us to get our current records that are in office scanned and upload to our ORB system, so in the event of another hurricane, we will definitely have our records to move forward. And also pending, if we can get a correct or updated SOW from our decontamination contractor, they may cover us for the ones in the damaged building as well.
Okay. So that was a one-time award that you received?
It's a one-time award.
What was that amount again, please?
Director McFarland, I will turn that over to her.
Currently, that amount is 46,000.
Put your name. Put your name on this
Joycelyn McFarlane, Operations Director. Currently, the amount is 46,000, approximately.
Okay. And that total amount have been expended thus far?
Currently, there is 2 phases. So the current phase, the National Council is getting ready to pay the first vendor approximately $19,000, and then the balance will be paid to the other vendor once that phase 2 is approved by the National Board.
Very well. How much do you owe in vendors payment at this time?
Currently, we don't have any outstanding vendor payments. We do try to pay our vendors timely. We at times we do get invoices late, but we do, as soon as we get it, we try to put those through.
Excellent. Revenues, how much revenues do you account thus far for FY 2025?
Joycelyn McFarlane, Operations Director. Year to date, the revenues are $126,980.50.
Do you have that figure for FY 24?
I can get it for you. We actually sent it to OMB when we prepared the budget. I didn't actually walk out a hard copy, but I would have to.
So just tell me, are you trending the same amount, above that amount?
Wait, I could tell you. Yes, I have it. Wait.
And that'll be year to date. Year to date.
Year to date?
Yeah.
Last year. So last year, our revenues collected for 24 for the entire year was $163,462. That was for fiscal year 2024. So we still have 2 more months in this year to still get our collections in.
2 more months.
About 3 more months, July, August, September.
Okay. All right. So you may break even.
We may.
Maybe
We
break
may.
even. Okay. So tell me a little bit about your goal number 8, where you speak of the NCLEX pass exam rates. What are you trying to achieve there?
Nationally, we would like to be in the Virgin Islands 100% passing the NCLEX. Currently, with some schools, we are under the 50% mark. So we would like to work with them and see how we can improve and help them improve. We know they have the standards, but what is the reason that we're not getting that 100% passing?
So I thought our current NCLEX rate was about 95%.
Are we talking St. Croix, St. John?
Territory-wide. Yeah,
Territory-wide, it is not 90-something%. I don't have the correct figure.
Yeah.
I know the St. Croix district is high, but the St. Thomas district is a little lower.
Okay. And are you administering the NCLEX examination both on St. Croix and St. Thomas?
No, the board is not involved with administering the NCLEX. We approve the NCLEX.
Right. Is it
Yes.
being administered in both districts?
It's only being administered in St. Thomas,
at this time.
and that was a question we had before, Senator. So I reached out to Pearson View. Apparently we do not have the capita for 2 centers because I tried.
Okay, very well. At this time, I'll go ahead and open up the floor to my colleagues, and then I'll come back. Point of information, Senator Fonseca.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And good afternoon, Ms. Carmen Vanterpool Romney. Always nice to see you. One question, what is the status of your Congens Garda office over here on St. Thomas?
Carmen Vanterpool Romney, Executive Director. Senator, you're putting me on the spot, and I'm gonna be real. I actually do not know the status of that building. We know that we received a letter from the Commissioner of Health stating that we no longer own rights to the building, and Therefore, my response to all of this, we tried to have a meeting with the chair. However, that meeting was short-lived due to a question asked by the chair or a statement made, which was simple, that we would like to give a response to what was told to us. However, we have since then contacted Property and Procurement because we have correspondence from Property and Procurement stating that the board is responsible for anything that is to be done with that building, signed under, I think it was Millen back in the days. So right now we went to try to get our files. We could not enter the building. I did write a letter to the chair, to Property and Procurement, letting them know these are personal and confidential files that are the board is responsible for. So as of date, we were supposed to get a key for the entrance. No one should have had entrance to the building without the board's knowledge. So therefore, there might be, well, okay, these records were exposed, and simply the board does not know who all was in the building, simply.
Well, Sir Popa. Okay, well, thanks for the update. We'll get to the bottom of it by this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. The chair will now recognize Senator Blyden. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon, Board Chair Romney. And, I'm sorry, Executive Director Romney and your other members there. Thank you for your testimony. Let me ask you, in respect to your testimony, I see you have, how many board members do you have?
7.
And all of these, most of 6 of the 7 have been serving since 2020. And I know that there was a bill that basically says that they will serve until there's a replacement, but are there any type of communication in terms of writing to the governor to see exactly who, what, when, where, and why? Because the board members are very important.
Carmen Vanderpool Romney, Executive Director. The board, we do try to find members. I must at this time commend the members that we have, because I have said this board did a lot of work, especially the chair, vice chair. However, Senator, I'll be honest, most of them do not like to come before legislature. Once we tell them that, they tell us no.
Why? Why do you like to come before the legislature? Do you like coming before the legislature?
No, but it's something that I have to do. But I can understand, and most of them, that's their reasoning. They do not like to do it.
Okay, very well, understood. Let me ask you in respect to the post-audit report, auditor's report. Let's start on page 3 of the post-auditor's report. In terms of the general fund, personal services, did anyone get a raise?
Did
anyone get a raise for this year?
Carmen Vanderpool Romney, yes. Okay. The executive director, got a raise this year, and the director of operation.
Okay, that explains the increase in personnel and fringe.
Sorry, and Ms. Daniel, our administrative assistant.
Okay, very well. On the other services on charge, right, for communications, travel, travel advance, transportation, advertisement, promotion, printing, etc. There were no entry listed for the 25 and or the 26 projections. Why is that? Are they listed in a different category, or what's the reason for that?
I will allow...
On page 5 of the post-auditor's report.
I will allow Director McFarland to answer that question.
Good afternoon, Joycelyn McFarland, Operations Director. Yes, Senator. Because of our restrictions on our general fund with our ceiling, we therefore had to utilize our revolving fund, the Nurse Licensure Board Fund, to offset our supplies for the office, travel, and anything else that you realize that's not under like communication, bulk ticket, to maintain the vehicles. Those sort of expenses are on our revolving fund, so therefore you're not going to see reflected on appropriated because it's not appropriated fund.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. Let me ask you though, you have a credit card, correct?
Yes, we do.
Do you have a amount of how much has been expended to date? Because I see you were budgeted for $4,475. How much have been
Yes, I could
expended?
actually explain that discrepancy there.
Okay, please.
And I could explain all the discrepancies on page 5. Well, for the credit card, normally we use the credit card under our revolving fund, but at the time, we had to do a reallocation with our revolving fund. So meanwhile, we know we were going to also, we had some vacancy savings in our general fund for 2 positions that were vacated, and we filled those since then. We were going to move monies into the credit card line item, but at the time when the report was pulled, that reallocation wasn't fully completed by OMB. It was actually completed maybe about a week ago from today. So it shows a negative at the time when this report was probably pulled. So, but if you go on the fund now, you will see that there is monies there. But normally we do use our revolving fund, but because we had some vacancy savings, we didn't use up all. We just used what we needed to.
So, with that being said, how much?
But normally, go ahead, sorry, Senator.
Go ahead, complete your thought.
No, what I was going to say is that, I don't know if you were asking like how much we usually, so it's $10,000 for government-wide. Usually they tell you have to have a purchase order for $10,000. So every month your bill is paid on time by the due date so that the government doesn't run into a problem where we have bad credit. So we do our encumbrances for the $10,000 and then we use it for operations.
Okay, very well. Thank you for your explanation. With that being said though, do you have any vacancy at this moment or?
No, we do not have any vacancies.
Oh, very good. That's a good thing. Let me ask you in respect to your cases, because you mentioned on page 11 of the testimony, you mentioned in terms of disciplinary cases, etc. How many cases you start out with for this year? How much have been open and how much have been closed during that same time period?
I could answer that
30
question.
seconds.
Tanisha Penn, Chair. So presently, for July 2024 to June 2025, we had a total of 8 cases that were open that we were working with. To date, as of today, there's only 4 cases pending. All the other cases has been closed.
So only 4 cases you have?
No, we had 28
Correct.
for the year. But
Okay.
right now that we're working on is 4. The other 24 has been closed.
Okay, understood. And how much you had pending from last year?
Last year, I don't have that number, but when I came onto the board, we were working with 93.
And I would like to see that number because that's important also. I want to know how much you started with, how much you acquired for this year, how much you closed, and how much were open. To the chair, you can send that. And again, thank you for your responses. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden, for your line of questions. Real quickly, Ms. Vanderpool Romney, in respect to your contracts, your professional service contract, you have a projection of about $42,000 for FY 2026. How were you able to enter into these contracts without the funding in place?
Director McFarland.
Good afternoon, Joycelyn McFarland, Operations Director. So, Senator, we are currently going through the process to solicit bids through Department of Property and Procurement. We're awaiting the bids so that we could go through the process. The HVAC is something new that we would like to get an actual contract for because maintenance is key to AC, to vehicles, because then it will last longer if you take care of it. And it's important for, of course, your health in offices, right? So we have some contracts that we want to get through the Department of Property and Procurement along with our exterminators. St. Croix was on board earlier before St. Thomas was just because of the way the timing when PMP asked us to put in our request for solicitation. So they came on board towards the end of the fiscal year last year. And so, I mean, we're using the revolving fund to get by for those contracts, but meanwhile, it would be beneficial if we could get those funds on professional contracts on the general fund. So that would be the two exterminating. The cleaners for St. Thomas is the same thing, and the two new HVAC contracts that we're hoping to get.
And equally, in terms of the compact state registration, you currently, that's for $6,000.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
I was going to mention, I do have a list together of cost-wise for these expenses, what they would look like, if you're interested in.
If you could just
okay?
send those, if you could send
in
those
the
back to
email?
our post-audit division so that we
Yes.
could include them in our discussion during our markup.
Okay,
We'd
thank you.
appreciate that. All right. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Carla J. Joseph. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman. A pleasant good day to everyone, especially the Board of Nurse Licensures. Ms. Vanterpool Romney, I want to tell you, I'm usually very impressed with you and your board. You work small but fast. And I really want to commend you on the clearing of your disciplinary issues. Based on what the chairwoman said, you've been working diligently to clear a lot of your disciplinary issues. I mean, you only have 4 left. When you started out, based on your knowledge, you had 93, and now you only have 4. Impressive, you're working. So I wanted to ask you a question regarding these lease rental of properties. I know one of my colleagues, the gentleman from Savannah and Bovoni, asked about the property because it's very troubling. I'm looking at page 5 of the post-audit report. Are you indeed leasing 2 pieces of property in the St. Thomas, St. John district? Because it says the address here, which gives you a total of having to spend $103,323. That's correct?
Okay, good afternoon, Joycelyn McFarlane, Operations Director. On St. Thomas, we only have 1 office space that we're leasing. We were previously located at the medical building, but we had relocated since then over at Rodriguez Auto Parts building in Times Center. That's where we're at right now, and that's the only building that we have, office space that we actually pay rent for in St. Thomas. On St. Croix, the landlord is called Golden Orange Center, so maybe it's a typo, and our office is on St. Croix, actually. So we pay 1 office on St. Croix and 1 on St. Thomas. In terms of the figures, it's about correct because we actually just had an increase, by the way, for both offices. The CPI, the Consumer Price Index, went up about $48 on St. Croix. We also are absorbing an increase in our rent in St. Thomas as well with cost of living. So
okay, so we need to update these numbers now. So you need to give me the updated amount. Give us the updated amount for Suite 201 by the Times Center in St. Thomas. How much is your lease now, your total rent?
Currently, it just went up in July to $7,337 and some change. I don't know exactly. $7,337 and maybe 50 cents.
Okay.
But I could get you the exact amount.
Per month?
Per month, correct.
Okay. And what about your St. Croix?
St. Croix, it went up. We used to pay $1,600 a month. Now we're paying $1,648 a month.
Okay. So that's important. How much of your space is this? What is the square footage?
On the St. Croix, the square footage is 6,000 square feet. St. Thomas, I'm going to be honest, I don't have the exact square footage right now.
Through the chair, not to worry.
Okay.
Through the chair, send that information so we are looking at what you're doing. And when does your lease expires for both areas as stated here? For the property in St. Thomas, it's going to expire June 30th, 2028. And for the property in St. Croix, that will expire in August 31st, 2027. Is that correct? Those times are correct?
Joycelyn McFarlane, Operations Director. Yes, Senator, those times are correct.
Great. how are you looking as far, and I'm sure this question was asked, are you having any issues paying your vendors?
Joycelyn McFarlane, Operations Director. No, Senator, we are not having issues paying our vendors. But like we stated earlier, because of these various increases and new costs that we have to absorb, it would just be beneficial to the board if we were able to get the funding that is necessary to assist us to ensure that we continue to make our payments
1 minute.
fully.
So do you receive a full allotment? Because your budget is small. Do you get it in one shot?
No, Joycelyn McFarlane, Operations Director. We do not get it in one shot. Our general fund, we have to wait every month. It's supposed to be due on the 1st of every month for every agency. Sometimes you do not get it on time, so we do have to work with, whenever we do get it, the release from the Office of Management and Budget, and then therefore we go from there. But normally once we get it, we're able to do what we need to do. And if we don't have enough, we just have to wait until it goes the next month, because you only get like a percentage of your budget every month.
Ms. McFarlane, I need to ask you this very critical question. When you are paying your vendors and you are the individual who has an interface with Department of Finance, have they ever told you that they can't pay your vendor because there are cash flow issues, even though you have received your allotment?
My honest answer to that question, I wouldn't say they don't tell me that they can't pay them. However, for example, I'll give you an example. We would do our part, enter our invoices. At times, it would be in queue for a period of time because everybody has different, periods to approve, right? Agency level.
Mr. Chairman. Okay, go ahead.
The departments have their own time frame. Department of Finance have their own time frame. So with that being said, although it may be approved, it goes into another queue, but it comes out of our queue and goes in another queue waiting for a check number. If the check number is not issued, it may be approved, but if it's not issued, it is not going anywhere to the vendor. So that we don't have any control over. We could do our best, and we keep calling and just following up our analysts to facilitate our vendors getting paid as much as possible.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I have one burning question.
Please drop it.
How old is your most age vendor payment? Is it beyond 30 days?
There may be a few, yes. Okay. I won't say it's a lot, but there may be a few, yes.
Okay, and thank you so much. I'm hoping someone else would ask, how much is that? Thank you so kindly. How much is your most, thank you, Mr. Chairman. How much is your most age vendor payment?
Well, if you want to say age, so for example, we might have the cleaners. I'm going to give you an example.
Monthly.
Monthly?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, repeat it. You said monthly as in, okay, if it's like 2 months old or 3 months old, right? Currently.
Yes.
So, for example, we may have a payment for the janitorial, and we're in July, right? So we might have the vendor still haven't got their June and May payment. So maybe 2 months.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. I just want to say that is a cash flow issue,
I know, but I just didn't want it to come off in the wrong way.
I understand. When you have the money, you pay. When you don't have the money, you say all kind of things in your queue. Thank you so kindly, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Joseph, for your line of questioning. Before I go to Senator Fonseca, Ms. McFarlane, can you repeat the amount you stated that you pay for Time Center on a monthly basis?
Okay, so before July, we used to pay $7,162.50 to be exact. As of July this year, the rent went up to $7,337, and I want to say 50 cents, but it might be a different cents.
4,000 square feet? 4,000?
The one for St. Thomas, I don't have the square feet with me, but I could get it to the committee.
That is expensive.
But yes, our rent in St. Thomas tends to be higher than St. Croix. We do find that.
St. Croix, you're paying 1,000 plus.
1,000, yeah.
And St. Thomas, 7,000 plus?
Yeah. Trust me, we looked at it and said, wow, that's a big difference.
So what are you doing about that? Because I believe
well,
you to
as
try. Wait,
the executive director mentioned, we used to be rent-free. Sorry.
Perate. We cannot talk at the same time. I know you're excited, but Perate, slow down. That's a big difference. Are you guys looking for another place? What's going on? And how long have you been there? That's a lot of money.
We have been there since, when did we move? January 2024, right?
Wow. So you haven't been there that long?
No, and the other place was, we were paying, I think, 5,000. So in St. Thomas District, we have always paid kind of high, and this is why we went from a rent-free board to a board that is paying like near 100,000. So this is why we're asking what's going on with our building at 3 Congens Garda that was destroyed by the hurricane, that did receive FEMA funds. We are not in the loop with anything on it at all. So that building should, well, based on what we know, it should have been at least started or in process to allow us the opportunity, because we do not like paying these bills. But if you want to have the space and have the area for your nurses, I think we deserve, you know.
How much square footage do you need to operate? What the minimum space do you need to operate efficiently in terms of your capacity?
6,000. Or I would say 6,000, but that's without the training room.
And there's no agency that you spoke with who have room whereas you could share in the meanwhile until your building gets fixed? Have you reached out to anyone at all?
Well, I think in St. Croix, they did look at one space to join with another agency. I do not think we did not.
Okay.
Not I don't think. We did not do that on St. Thomas. Do you know of any area in St. Thomas where the board can go securely? Because I always mention to people, this board in the Virgin Islands is one of the freest open boards. Most boards have to be in a secured setting.
Okay, understood. We'll have a discussion.
Okay.
Senator Fonseca, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And E.D. Romney Vanterpool, you mentioned Nurses Week, and I just wanted to reiterate and add a little bit to it. And first of all, I want to say congratulations to your staff. You know, Devante, Xavier, Kimberly Cruz, Tanisha Penn, the board, and also Joycelyn McFarland. You know, this is a real good group to work with, and I want to just follow up on the Nurses Week, that, you know, big event that you had, the celebration, you know, and I wanted to mention that, you know, Nurses Week is celebrated May 6th to May the 12th. It ends on the birthday of Florence Nightingale, who's considered the founder of modern nursing, put American Nurses Association. And, you know, nurses, you know, they worked on the front line, often in high stress and high stakes environments. And according to the National Association of Colleges of Nursing, there are about 4.7 million registered nurses in the United States. And, you know, I'm so glad that you were able to celebrate it and, you know, let the nurses know that we appreciate them. You know, they work in clinics, hospitals, home care, assisted living facilities, prisons. They even serve our country honorably in war. So I'd like to take this time to say thank you again to all the nurses, and know that we know some of your contracts expire in, I think it's the end of September, and we are fighting to make sure that the nurses continue to get recognized. Because, you know, at UVI, this graduation season, they graduated 25 nurses, 14 on St. Croix and 11 on St. Thomas, and unfortunately, several of them left the territory. So we have to continue to keep the nurses, because we're bringing them, we're educating them, we're training them, we're certifying them in the Virgin Islands. So with that, I want to ask you about any issues with the license mobility, if we can get to where we get the license mobility where we can reciprocate. The nurses here come down, our nurses go up to the States, et cetera, et cetera. Give me an update on that status. the reciprocity?
Hi, thank you, Senator Fonseca. I'm glad you were able to attend the nurse appreciation. It was nice, and you were well depend. You're honorary nurse. In regards to the reciprocity of the nurses here in the Virgin Islands and going to the States back and forth, the goal is for the NLC, which is the compact. And in order for that to be positive, we have to be able that FBI local and federal background check is complete. We just can't leave it just for the local nurses to have local background checks and then the nurses from away or vice versa. Our main issue is that federal background check. The nursing board has already completed most, if not all, of the parts that plays for the implementation of the NLC, which is the online application process. What would even make it better is the online payment process. That online payment is very important. The fact that the nurse has to fill out an application online, take a picture of the certified check or money order, drop it off to the office, takes time. When we want to, or when we will implement the NLC, all of those aspects needs to be in place for it to be what it's supposed to be.
Okay, and thanks for that. And I'd also like to congratulate you on that, that initiative with the nurses scholarship. Again, that's a very good initiative. And now let me ask you one other question. As far as the full control of your funds, detail for me how your expenditure process and all of the signatures that are required to get your vendors paid and to procure items. And let me know if there's any concerns.
Carmen Vanderpool Romney. This has been a concern since, I think, a couple years back when Senator Verley was the chair. He had put a bill through so the board can have access to its fund. However, during the last 2 fiscal years, let's begin. The board funds are legislated through
30 seconds.
Through the Department of Health, through a miscellaneous fund. With this miscellaneous fund, it means that the Department of Health have the same access as we do. Previous year, I have mentioned many times, we cannot have it where it's going through. The board is the board. The chair and the board execute, provide a statement, I execute. If we are approving stuff and finances without my signature, although it was said that I'm looking for a signature, please note that's not the case. We need to have accurate knowledge of our funds, and it needs to be clear, and it needs to be written by law that the board and the chairperson is responsible for our funds. We are actually, right now we really don't have any issues we had in the past. That has been cleared up because Director McFarland, are we having issues? I know there was something with OMB, but Director McFarland can speak to that.
Good afternoon, Operations Director, Director McFarland, if I may.
On the chair's time, that's fine, because his time has been called. Proceed.
Okay, so it haven't really been an issue. However, we did have an instance like on page 5. So for example, there's a $2,000 entry. We didn't enter it. We're not saying that it's not an expense of the board. However, it should be done, I think, in the right channels, because at the time when this was pulled, at that time, our reallocation wasn't completed and posted on the account. So therefore, hence, on our post-audit report, is showing a negative. It's going to get covered, and we will pay our bill if we owe it, but there are some things that need to be in place. And like the executive director stated, for us to approve something, we should be able to see what we're paying for. And so when I go in there, I can't see it. If I click on it, I can't see it because our staff didn't enter it. So that's just an example. It doesn't happen often, but it happened. Especially this year where we can't see it, and last year we can't even see it either. But
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you so much, Senator Fonseca, for your line of questioning. Senator Fredericks, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Very much. Pleasant good afternoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, colleagues, listening, viewing audience, testifiers, welcome. Also my office and central staff. I always have to remember the people who help us. Executive Director Romney, Bantu-Pool Romney, how you doing? As a new senator, you get to learn some interesting things, you know? I'm sitting here and I listening to the testimony. It's a budget hearing. I'm trying to crack down on the numbers, and then I'm hearing that this organization isn't as cohesive as it should be for whatever reason. I don't know the background yet well enough to speak on it, but it seems to be a board that has their way of running things, and then you being the executive director, you're responsible for the operational part of running this agency, right? But you don't know exactly what financial decisions they're making. Is that what you're saying? I'm learning.
Okay, yes. So history, some of it, most of it we do know, but what occurs is, and for the record, for instance, as you have the chair of the board, a decision is made, I'm to execute. The board has bylaws, which we follow. However, because we're within the structure of Department of Health feel that they should, if I put my signature, they should put their signature above it or besides it. It's not clear on the book and on the record how truly boards should operate in the Virgin Islands. So we're having these little conflict. The professional boards are professional boards which are under the Department of Health. To argue or to discuss that fact is illiterate. The Department of Health is a regulatory body. The boards are within the Department of Health as the regulatory bodies for the professions that they are over. And therefore, Department of Health or anyone should not interfere with the management or the guidance of the board, which Title 27 clearly states the rules and regulations of the board.
Okay, so with that piece of information, and thank you very much. I notice here we're having some issues with some funding, right? Mm-hmm. You guys are having to pull from your revolving fund because the appropriation is insufficient. So I noticed you got a raise projected for next year, right? Mm-hmm. Who would make that decision, the board or within the professional organization?
The board.
The board did.
The executive director is hired by the board.
Okay. So the impact of that increase now will impact your allocations for this year, coming up 2026.
Senator, I'm glad you asked that. When it comes to budget, I'm very careful with that. So I'll let Director McFarlane clarify how we were able to do what we did. So it does not affect.
Good afternoon, Joycelyn McFarlane, Operations Director. So we had vacancy savings when we started the year. So that was sustained, the raises were staying. We didn't go outside of our ceiling, we were within the ceiling. So that didn't affect actual operations. But historically, the board had to rely on the revolving fund. Historically, it's not just this year. And so the appropriated funding to fully sustain all contracts and even maybe even if it's some supplies and maybe some services, it wasn't always there. And, you know, the board, I want to say, when I said new, it's been around for a long time, but as you can see, we expanded on St. Croix. It used to just be in the St. Thomas office. So the board is growing, is what I'm saying. You know,
yeah,
the profession is growing.
Yeah, we're
going to
definitely need to do some tightening up here
1
for you
minute.
guys to function smoothly, because this is a very important board. I mean, you guys have control of our health. And the biggest argument out there right now is the hospitals. You know, that's just, you know, some of your colleagues working in those areas. But we don't have enough. The School of Nursing isn't producing enough nurses. We had one provider that had to close down because of lack of nursing recently. So it's a critical profession, and we need to make sure you guys get taken care of. I just want to make sure I understand how it's working, and before I vote on anything, I have to understand that
30 seconds.
stuff like your revolving fund. I noticed for July, it dipped. I know we're almost more than halfway through. You're down 5,703. What's going on there?
For the
Page 6
revolving,
of
or-
the
sorry.
post-audit report. They were giving us a year-to-date run, month-to-month, what's going on. It's hard to project if your numbers are bouncing all over the place like that. So I can imagine the challenges you're having cash flow-wise.
Good afternoon, Joycelyn McFarlane, Operations Director.
Time.
So as the Executive Director stated earlier, about 2 years or about a year, between a year and 2 years ago, we changed the way in which licenses are expired. So it used to be at the end of the year, everybody had to renew, but now it's changed based on birth month. So I guess it would depend now on how many nurses are that particular birth month they're renewing.
Yeah, but doing it this way is going to impact your cash flow greatly.
I see what you're saying.
And you see what's going on? It might help you in terms of the flow, the volume, that you don't have all these people
at one
renewing at the
time.
same time. But when you have months like July, where it seemed like a lot of nurses aren't born, you run into this where, you know, your revenues are going to be impacted, and you're relying on this fund more and more.
Understood.
And it's going to hurt you guys. So consider that when you're, you know, doing your projections, because I heard what you were saying, but I was concerned about it in the back of my head because I've dealt with this in the past, and I was like, oh boy.
So, sorry, Joycelyn McFarlane, Operations Director. So similarly to, for example, Bureau of Motor Vehicles, you know how you renew on your birth date. So we were kind of trying to make it easier for the nurses, you know, because they're so busy. Sometimes they forget when their license is expired, and they find themselves in a. Sometimes they even call us worried. Oh gosh, I want to do it early, but to be honest with you, even with our new system, you can't go in too early either. It wouldn't allow you a month before your expiration. You can't try to do it 3 months and 2 months. So we were trying to assist the nursing community, taking that extra burden off of them. They have more important matters to focus on.
So one other thing, we're talking about technology. We just had BIT here yesterday. What are you guys doing to ensure your systems are protected?
Good afternoon, Joycelyn McFarlane, Operations Director. Excellent question.
You may respond at my time, yes.
Okay, so we recently had some meetings, and we're going to have some more meetings with BIT in regards to that same issue, along with our national council, because of course, like you stated, is because of safety, right? So our website that they help us put together, our online portal, it's a secured online portal, but again, that's why some people think just getting an online processing system is just cut and dry. It's not like that. There's a lot of components to it. And so not just the local BIT, us, finance, and we have to get national involved, because now they have to make sure it's secured when the transaction occurs with the application, it hits the system and everything is transferred smoothly, but securely, safety is first. And so that's why we have to have BIT involved, and we're doing that right now. We're not just going into it hastily and just because we want to collect a payment. We have to do it the right way.
Yeah, thank you very much for your responses. Thank you very much for the extra time, Mr. Chair, and I'll be looking out for you guys. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, Senator Fredericks. Point of information, Senator Viola, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What's the use of the nurse licensure revolving fund?
Good afternoon, Joycelyn McFarlane, Operations Director. Really, the nurse licensure revolving fund should be used for activity-related nurse education programs, those sort of things. That's really for the nurses, to support the nurses in any way we could, and promote whatever activities would do that. But,
okay, you give me what you think it should be used for, but I'm asking you, what is it used for now?
Oh, no, sorry, Senator. So right now we're using it to offset and supplement. It's like we're using it like a supplemental budget, if you want to put it like that. I mean, because we're using it to operate.
And I just wanted to put on the record that before, all the nurses' license expired at the same time, which was a tremendous problem for the Virgin Islands because everybody expired at the same time. Everybody was trying to renew at the same time. So you have over how many you would have? Over 900? Over 900 applications exact same time. So you ran the risk of license being expired, individuals interning. So the system that they went to, it made a lot more sense because now it's your birthday that you have to renew it on. So you're able to expedite processing of those licenses. And at the end of the year, it comes out to the same amount of money. So if they're going to collect 90,000, they might collect 9,000 over 10 months. So it comes out to the same amount. So it was, the board has grown in their operation and the way that they manage stuff. However, I think that a lot of what we're seeing in terms of the finances is the fact that they fall under Department of Health. And a couple of years back, we had actually separate where they had access to the ERP and they were able to make their own financial decisions. But it was returned back to Department of Health. So there's a certain level of micromanagement for the board in being able to do what they need to do. And then now you're seeing where that 2,000 and the ledger, they don't even know what it is because they don't have to approve what is being done in their budget in terms of the ERP. So just to put that in context as to what we need to do. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I think that at some point we have to then determine whether or not there needs to be some autonomy given to the board as well, because there's two regulatory agencies that's again fold into one, and that could present some challenges, especially if there's a need for an appeal, elsewhere. So it's something that we have to take a look at collectively. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Avery Lewis. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon to the Board of Nursing Licensure. I too would like to say thank you to all the nurses in the territory. I know, you do an exceptional job day in, day out, whether in the hospitals or in the private practice. I'd just like to say thank you to you, all of you. You talked about your website. Do you all have the post-audit report in front of you?
Yes, we do, Senator.
If you turn to page 5 of the post-audit report under other services, I see you're mostly in FY25 revised budget and FY 2026. A lot of the columns are empty. I mean, you don't plan to travel anywhere this year. You're advertising, you're doing no promotion, no printing anything, insurance anything. Is there a particular reason why that column is like that, why you reduce to so much?
Good afternoon. Oh, okay. Good afternoon, Operations Director Joycelyn McFarlane. Yes, Senator. That was a question that was a concern of another inquiry earlier. And so basically, the reason, well, not the reason, one of the reasons we stated was because because of our general fund ceiling, we do utilize our revolving fund. So other services is under the revolving fund. You don't see it here, but it's on our revolving fund along with the rent, the travel, not the rent, the travel, repairs and maintenance, our printing, advertising, training, travel, cash advance, those sort of things, communication, you would find it under our revolving fund. So yes, we do utilize it. And again, it's under our revolving fund because we do have to meet our ceiling.
Okay. So let's talk about your website. What is the cost to maintain the website?
Joycelyn McFarlane, Operations Director. Currently, there's no fee for our website. When we first started our website, BIT was so generous enough to help us get it up and running. we do maintain it ourselves. We have a dedicated staff member, that does the IT for the website itself. And if any assistance is needed, any further assistance, we do reach out to BIT. But that's the most of it right now. And we did express to them as of recent that we would like to enhance the website in different ways, and we are, engaging in those conversations as we speak.
All right. So one of the things we know is that the Virgin Island Territorial Emergency Management Agency, VITEMA, was before us, and they had some grants assisting agencies with doing an overhaul of their IT system in terms of cyber security and so forth. So maybe you might want to touch base with them to see how they could help you to harden your infrastructure to avoid any kind of cyber attacks. And my last question is, I see in your fleet assessment you have 5 vehicles, all of them in very, very good condition. 3 are new. Quick question, are all these vehicles take-home vehicles?
Good afternoon, Joyce McFarlane, Operations Director. No, Senator, all of these vehicles are not take-home vehicles. The Executive Director vehicle goes home. Myself, because I drive the vehicle, the Executive Director drives when she's on St. Croix, that goes home. And BNL3, the Compliance Administrative Officer, drives a vehicle home. But after 5 o'clock, those vehicles get parked up. We don't use the vehicles after 5 or on the weekends or at our leisure, 8 to 5, and parked when it's supposed to be parked. The other 2 vehicles stay parked at the offices, and it's utilized as needed.
Thank you for being a role model. And that's roughly it for me. I see you maintaining your budget. And the one last thing I'll say, I think that, it's now no one wants to step up to the task. So I think some of you, the board members, Ms. Penn, and the other board members should reapply to the governor to serve another term. Calm down. This is a friendly body here. Don't be scared. This is a friendly body now. I am here. Calm down. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the Board of Nursing Licensure.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis, and I agree. This is a process that you have to go through, but certainly, we're reasonable individuals here. That many individuals come through here for both processes, and once you prepare yourself, you pass with flying color. Right, Ms. Penn, you went through the process. It wasn't that difficult, right?
Thank God there was COVID and it was virtual.
Senator Maurice James, you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, colleagues, staff, everyone in and out the room. I'm going to follow up on the board membership. So all the terms have expired, but they're still serving until another person is appointed to replace them. So have any of them indicated that they no longer want to serve on the board? You don't have to name the people, but I'm just wondering if there's an inclination towards, well, I don't think I want to continue doing this anymore.
Well, yes, I would say 2 did show an interest to a desire not to be on the board any longer, yes.
Yeah, because it's a very important board. And, I was very impressed with your testimony and also with the honest and frank responses that the 3 of you have given. I wanted to ask you, so how many employees on St. Croix and how many on St. Thomas?
Carmen Vanderpool Romney, Executive Director. We have 4, including myself, 4 on St. Thomas and 4 in the St. Croix district.
Thank you. When you spoke about the square footage of the facilities on Ida Island, are you trying to make each place similar to one another? Is that the goal?
Yes, that's my goal. As the Territorial Executive Director, I think it's fair that we serve each district the same way. That's the way it should be. So that's what we're looking forward to doing. That's my goal.
That's good. That's a good thing, right?
Yes.
So is testing conducted on both islands?
Testing currently, yes. However, in St. Thomas, St. John District, we utilize Ralph O. Wheatley Skill Center, and they have been, I mean, they're great with us. It's just that we cannot test when we choose. We have to do it around their schedule. In St. Thomas, I give credit, and that was Mr. Francis and his team. St. Croix, we utilize the Turning Point, and that's Cindy Joseph, and she assists us as much as possible. We did utilize her site for 2 sets of examination. I think she started one area and had to close that down. So now we are going back to her Turning Point home, but that only can house a limited number, like maybe 4 students per testing. And also, because of cost and the cost of living, we now pay a fee for utilizing the center. Now we'll have to pay a fee.
Have you tried to coordinate with maybe the University of the Virgin Islands? Because the in terms of testing this, right? The medical simulation center. Have you tried to find out if they're available or accessible for testing?
Tanisha Pencher, no, we have not reached out to UVI in that area.
Okay, you may want to.
But we can look out.
Yeah, I would suggest that. It's just more, like you said, you want more space, you know, and that may solve the problem. In your testimony, you talk about nursing education programs. Well, in terms of you having oversight, is nursing education only available at the University of the Virgin Islands?
Carmen Vanderpool Romney, Executive Director. Nursing education encompasses a whole, not just the UVI, the university, but the nursing schools, like the licensed practical nursing schools, the nursing assistant school, etc.
Okay. I'm going to switch now to the investigation and the complaints, the disciplinary process. I think it's phenomenal that you actually reduced that amount of cases in such a short time, but I wanted to find out how were most of the cases disposed of or resolved?
30 seconds.
What type of actions were the majority of them? For example, it could be there were a lot of complaints, but a lot of them were unfounded, or there was findings that justify the complaint. Can you just give me an overview?
Tanisha Pencher. So our compliance officer, she does the investigation on the initial complaints. So when nurses apply for endorsement into the territory, we pull down their background check from the nurses database, and once that has identified that those individuals have disciplines or issues, those incidences are brought to the board, and we sit down and we digest and go through what took place. We have to make sure there's proper documentation. If those individuals had any clearance or orders judicially or anything like that, we do that in our board meetings, and we go through those cases and we see if those nurses are deemed eligible to continue with the endorsement process. So when I started the board, it was 93, so we went through all of those, coming down to now the pending 4. So we just go through all the information that those nurses provide, and not just what they provide, but whatever is in their nurses' documentation of disciplines and incidences.
Thank you. I just think it shows commitment and persistence and professionalism in your getting through and disposing of the cases in such a short time. So I commend you on that. And thank you for your testimony. Ms. McFarlane, I really appreciated your responses because I think you were very straightforward, and I appreciated that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Ms. McFarlane is a pro at this. She's been around a while. She worked for DLCA. She's been before the legislature several times. So she's good at what she does. Ms. Vanderpool Romney, I know that in your testimony you spoke extensively and profoundly regarding the criminal background checks that's hampering your ability to process certain documents. Can you take some time to really expand on some of the challenges you're experiencing with the criminal background check?
Carmen Vanderpool Romney, Executive Director. Actually, it is a law, and I think a couple years ago when I was new here, Senator Gittins was here, and he said that if we're not providing criminal background checks, that's not good. However, in so doing and research after I left, there are certain steps and levels that had to be taken just to begin criminal background checks. So locally, I can say positively, because I spoke with Chief Hodge, we can move forward with doing the criminal background check locally. However, we need also to do those criminal background checks from nurses coming in nationally. And we all know that you have to, with fair labor laws, that you cannot be doing it locally and not doing it for the nurses coming into the territory. Because those nurses coming into the territory quite naturally will not have anything on their records in the Virgin Islands. So we don't need a Virgin Islands criminal background check for them, like that. And also, if it's not, our system is totally online, how will they get here? I guess, it would be a tremendous effort on their part to send for the application, do the fingerprinting, I guess it would be a way, send it back and upload it. So, and the NLC cannot move forward without the criminal background check, period.
So I would imagine that your hang up or your challenge with the NCIC, which is the National Crime Information Center.
Correct.
And again, those are really sanctioned by the federal feds, and they're very limited portals that they're afforded. So a lot of times what we try to do is, because there are very few areas that's allowed to have these portals, is that we allow for agencies to piggyback off of the Virgin Islands Police Department, the U.S. Attorney's Office. I think we had given health some authorization to be able to do it as well. So I guess we'll have some further discussion in respect to how then do we allow for the NCIC, which is critical. Especially for the compact, where individuals are coming into the territory, you want to make sure that you are doing thorough background check on those individuals before they're accepted to come into the territory. You wanted to say something?
Carmen Vanderpool Romney, Executive Director. With the NLC compact, although we are doing it through the various departments, VIPD, Department of Health, the reports must come directly to the board. The criminal report must come directly to the board. There must not be another party in between. So we may have, I know many states are compact, so we will just have to piggyback or duplicate or look at what they have done to help us get through this. But it cannot come through VIPD to Department of Health and then to us.
So that might be a challenge, and that's again something that we'll take offline and discuss. There is a third party that may be available to support such an initiative where then that information is sent directly to you. But because of the limited portals that's available right now in the territory, you will have to will have to go through one of those entities. So it is a very gruesome process by which you're allowed to be a part of that portal process. There's a significant responsibility that comes with it, and it's very tedious to get to that point. So in the interim, you have already been on hold for 2 years, and I don't think that we want to wait for another 2 years. So we'll take this offline and see how we could be able to narrow the pipeline to allow you to be able to have access to that. But like I said, there's a third party that could also make that information available to you. All right. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Kurt Viola. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. The compact, I'm hoping that we can finally get it. The legislation has been passed, I think, about 4 years? The legislation has been passed, and I think it took me 3 years to get the legislation to pass this body. It took me 2 terms to get it passed. But it's going to open some opportunities for the Virgin Islands, but at the same time, Ms. Vanderpool, there are specific guidelines that you must adhere to, correct?
Yes, Senator.
And the individuals, in reference to compacts, they literally got to sign off that what we're doing meet the standards as per the requirements to enter into a state compact.
Correct, Senator.
So a lot of the decisions that you have to make, it doesn't have to do with the position of the Virgin Islands, but have to do with the position of being able to enter into this national compact and conforming to certain areas. So hopefully we will get this last part passed, and with the specific that would meet exactly what they need to meet for the compact, and the Virgin Islands would be able to join the compact, which gives us reciprocity and a larger access to nurses, and also for our nurses that want to travel. So I think we need to just continue to push, and we will get it very soon. Now, Ms. McFarlane, you have access to the ERP system.
Joycelyn McFarlane, Operations Director. Yes, I do, Senator.
And whatever you enter doesn't need approval from DOH.
So it's two answers to that question.
Okay,
if
give
I
me the
may.
two answers.
So for the requisition workflow, yes, it goes to Department of Health, and it's twofold. So the clerks enter it, myself and the manager reviews, and then approves, and then it goes to a third queue that involves Department of Health personnel along with the executive director. So if they approve it before she gets to it, she's never gonna see it. That's for the requisition.
Okay, wait. Stop. If they approve it, say that part again.
If a representative from the department approves it, the executive director wouldn't have the opportunity to see it because it's going to leave the queue. It's going to go straight to property and procurement.
Okay, so Ms. Vanderpool, prior to the switch being made in the last 2 years, that requisition would come directly to you.
That's when it was, correct me, Director McFarlane, when it was the old, I would get it. I would be a part of it, but currently, no.
So currently you're part of it, but
currently I'll be part, yes.
You wouldn't see it.
Let me
Right, I'm a part of it, but I wouldn't see it. So that's what
let me stick with Ms. McFarlane for right
yes.
now.
for finance, yes.
Yeah, let me focus on her. Ms. McFarlane.
Yes.
How long you been there now?
With the board, made 2 years, but in government, 26 years.
I know the government part, but I haven't seen you in that seat. Well, when I was here before, I saw you in another seat. So I'm trying to see if your experience goes back to when we tried to separate the funding.
When I came aboard, the funding was separated already, but we went back while I was here.
Okay, so
I wasn't here in the beginning when.
Hold up. Explain the difference between when it was separated as to going back. What is the advantage of it being separated?
So, but when I came, the process was we actually had to send workflow approvals to finance because we were not part of the workflow, if you understand what I mean. For example, the executive director wouldn't see certain things to approve it. So things are getting paid and she's not aware of what transactions are taking place. I said, no, we need to fix that. As the head of an agency, you're gonna have to answer the questions, so you have to know what's going on, and the staff as well, and have to be able to apprise you of what you're signing and what you're not signing and so forth. So therefore, the staff enters, you have your second level of approvers for review and accuracy, and then the agency head signs off. And for the invoices, what I wanted to add is that for the invoices, they're not part of the workflow. So the invoice part is being done correctly. So the staff enters it, the manager reviews it, approves it. I do the same, and then the executive director, she approves it. So they're not in our workflow, so they don't. And then in reference to the NOPAs.
So what is your, I mean, I already used 3 minutes trying to get, what is your recommendation?
So my recommendation, because I've been in the government for a while, and the process
and in
is
a couple
if you work,
departments.
Yeah, if you work in an office, the staff, the clerk enter the stuff. It goes to the next. Some departments have more levels than others, right? We all know that. So if you have a smaller agency, you have the entry clerk because it has to pass through several hands. You can't just have 1, 2 people approving something, and the people who is responsible for those funds has to testify and answer the questions. So they should be aware of what's going on. So
30 seconds.
The clerk enters it. You have the manager, the supervisor, whoever the first, second level, and then your final approval should be the agency head.
Okay, and
That's my recommendation. That's my experience. I mean, and if you go through property and procurement trainings, they tell you for requisitions, and when you get quotes, you have to have several layers of approval.
Okay. Okay, so we will circle back around to find out exactly so that we can, hopefully after we meet, do what we need to do to expedite the process. In reference to your personnel listing, and I'll finish quickly, Mr. Chair. All the position, if you turn to page 8, Appendix 1 of the post-audit report, you have, so all the positions are unclassified?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Tracy McFarlane, yes.
And you had one administrative specialist that was classified, but that position has become vacant?
No, okay, so you want to elaborate, explain what happened?
Okay.
Or no?
Just shorten the elaboration.
Okay,
portion.
so the one position that was classified, that became unclassified, it's not the person vacated position, but what we did is we had an employee on the revolving fund. They're now on a general fund. So that's why everybody's on a general fund now, and everyone is unclassified. There's no classified position.
Okay, so that position is literally taken care of. It just moved from,
It's just a move.
Moved from classified to unclassified.
Correct.
Okay, and what is the rationale as to why all employees are unclassified?
Well, the board, I guess when I came, it just had this one classified person when they first merged, separated. The one individual kind of moved with the board when they first started off, because when it started off, it was small, 2 people board, you know, so it wasn't like a particular reason. It's just all the positions normally was unclassified, and we decided to just go that route because the positions that we hired is the administrative specialist, is most of the positions. They do more than one thing, but of course they specialize in certain areas, but we all multicast.
Okay,
It's a small board, but it's a lot of work.
So all these positions are filled?
Correct.
And who is responsible for licenses? Renewal, new applications?
So we have 2 staff that's really dedicated to specifically licenses. However, we still have compliance that have a role to play in the licensing process because there's a checklist, and we still have like the administrative specialist that assists with the making sure the checklist is checked out for payment. So all of us play a role in the system as far as check-in, but everybody have their duties and responsibilities as it pertains to the application itself.
You didn't just have one person alone for licenses before?
We do. So it was 2. But it started off as 1 when the board moved, but then we expanded to 2. When we opened St. Croix, we had the second person. So the one person was on St. Thomas at first, and then we had 2. So we have 2 now for licensing.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank
One
you
on
so
each
much.
island. Correct.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, Senator Bailey. Ms. Vanterpool Romney, you had something to add?
Okay, Carmen Vanterpool Romney, Executive Director. So Senator Bailey, to clearly answer your question, I think with the finances, the board, it should be where the board is autonomous with its finances, because when the chair and the board gives a directive, I have to execute. If I execute and I give it to the staff, then I need to know it's carried out to give that report back to the board. In addition to that, currently, the new NOPAs for the board, they do not hold signatures because this back and forth with signatures is causing a problem at in the other agency, OMB, Department of Finance. So we have NOPAs that actually are not legal in the government because there's no signature for everyone.
Yeah, can you clarify that? You mean no signatures of approval?
There should be the signature based on what I saw when I first came to the board. There should be a signature from the chair of the board and the executive director. But because of all the issues with our finances and how we operate our NOPAs, there are no signatures in those 2 areas.
And that is found in the ERP as well, when you look at it?
The NOPAs are in the ERP.
And there is no documentation of the necessary approval levels to allow for the NOPA to go forward, you're saying? Ms. Romney?
If I may, good afternoon. Operations Director, Joycelyn McFarlane. So Going through the workflow in the ERP for the process of the NOPA itself, it gets approved. But when it comes to a printed copy, there's no signatures because a decision has to be made whose signature is gonna be on it.
Although the Carmen Vanderpool Remney, Executive Director, although the chair and the board approves who is hired in the board, and once it's approved, I execute.
Very well. Point of information, Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, because I was going to pick up on the same question, Ms. Vanderpool Romney. Do you, with the process with not only the NOPA, but filling your vacancy and advertising for your vacancies, do you have to go to Department of Health, or do you just go directly to personnel? How is that done?
Good afternoon, Operations Director Joycelyn McFarlane. When we need to fill a vacancy, the process is we have to prepare the PRF to send it to OMB to get approval for funding first. Of course, you make sure you have your job description and everything else you would need. If it's an exempt position, you may or may not, you're not required to go through Division of Personnel, but you could allow it to go through the process. Classified must go through personnel, right? You have to post it for the 2 weeks, but we do everything like a normal process, just like it was classified. When it's exempt, you still have additional step because you do have to get the governor's letter, correct? So then once you clear your funding, you go to the governor. After you get back your letter from the governor, then you start to enter your NOPA. And so when we were sending the PRF to, at times we had a, where we sent it to OMB, when we call to follow up, we find out, well, we were supposed to go someplace else, and then they get
someplace else, Ms. McFarlane.
Well, either we would be told we did it the wrong way, or we have to get this Department of Health to sign off on it.
That's what I'm getting at. You still have the Department of Health to sign off?
But they have to sign, I guess, on top or on the site or something like that on our next to our signature. And then once we get it back, then we could go ahead and do our posting so that we could hire our individuals.
Yeah, clearly it's because of the structure, again, that Department of Health then is required to endorse the NOPA before it move along, which
but they
should not be.
They don't approve the NOPA, and they don't hire for us. They don't do the paperwork, and they don't.
Well, it's not approval; it's an endorsement, right? That's they seem to create this bottleneck that don't allow for it to go forward, which should not be. And that is something that, based on the structure, is what we, again, during our markup, that we'll have to have a discussion on how do we address the particular issue. When it's not an approval, it seems to be lost in the process because it lacks some endorsement by Department of Health. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, Senator.
Very well. Yeah. At this time, the chair will recognize, and of course, again, that is something structurally that needs to be addressed, and we'll have to create legislation to allow that to occur. The chair will recognize Senator Dwayne DeGraff. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. I heard a lot of good things, but I heard things that didn't really interest me much until it come to, has anyone received any wage increases in 25?
In 25?
Yes.
Carmen Vanderpool Romney, Executive Director, yes, sir.
Okay.
The Executive Director did, and the Director of Operations.
Okay, so.
And Ms. Daniel.
So how much personnel do you have total?
8.
8 personnel unclassified?
Yes, sir. Yes,
okay,
Senator.
So for the other employees, all this wrangling we hearing, so like it make it hard for them to even get a wage increase, man. They got to go through so much red tape.
It is difficult, but Senator, this board, I always give them kudos. One thing, they are very supportive of their staff. The way we did it is 1 year we give some, and the next year we give the rest. So we decided that the Executive Director, because when the wage increase was given for head of agency, I was not in that pool, because I think the staff had we provided that opportunity during that year. Along with Director McFarland, we allowed for the staff to get raises and opportunities.
Okay, so the ask this year is what? It was 10,000 more? What is the ask?
For, in total, it was 15.
15 more?
Yeah. Yes, sir, Senator.
Okay, and the 15 basically covered the. It was.
It's seven, 5, and 3, so it was 15 for the three among the 3 positions total. That's without fringe.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. So
if you add the fringe, if you say half of that, that's about 22,000, 22,750. About that.
But then your ask is for 15, you say, because I thought your ask covered just the wage increases, but it didn't cover fringe. So now you're saying it covers the wage increases, personal services only, not the fringe.
They automatically will put it in the fringe too.
They automatically put it in?
Yes.
Okay, so you just added in and came up with a total of 22,000?
Right, because the 15 is the personnel, and then I just did a rough estimate as half. Sometimes it's a little less than half.
So what is the total figure you're asking for this budget
that's
cycle?
just the difference, you know. That's not the salary itself. Am I confusing you? So, for example, the executive director, let's say from...
Okay, hold 1 second. The 2025 acts was how much? Tell me how much of the 2025 acts.
For increases?
No, for total number acts from the general fund. What was it for 2025?
In 2025, we requested, our ceiling was given to us of 846.
Right. So what is your acts in 2026?
We asked for the same thing because we were told we have to stay within our ceiling.
So right. So then you just tell me 3 people got wage increases. And you say roughly come up to 22,000. How are you going to pay them?
Because we have vacancy savings. In that 846, there were vacancy savings that could be utilized.
How many vacancies?
We had 2 at the time.
So you have 2 vacancies that you use, your own 2 vacancies, plus you have your own little...
But not the whole thing. We hired somebody on one. There was adjustment in salary, and then the other one was used for that along with some other stuff.
Right, so the 2 vacancies came to $22,000?
No, we had one. At the time, the one vacancy was 55, and of course, you have fringe on top of that too. And then the other vacancy was approximately 35,000. So you had the 55 and 35.
Okay, so the same amount you're asking for covers you and...
Yeah, it covered. We stayed within our ceiling. We didn't go over the ceiling in whatever we did. We stayed within the ceiling.
Okay, so then the funds that you have, that you collect from the fees from the nurses, revolving funds, what is that used for?
That's being used as a supplemental budget for like operation for travel, the NOC categories that were asked about, communication, regular operating for an office to operate a business.
But you had that.
No, we'd never had it. The board has primarily only received budget for personnel and your rents. That was the 2 main categories.
Okay.
That was it.
And the rents, okay.
So you were on your own with everything else you had to operate, and we had the revolving funds, so we used that to operate for our operational. Again, the board, remember, we had 1 office, we're growing. We have 2 offices now, so the services are growing. The clients who are serving is growing, so everything is growing with
So how much you pay supplies?
For supplies,
Yeah.
we have office supplies. It may be 5,000, maybe a little bit more, but I mean, it varies. We have operating supplies. There's different things that fall under supplies itself.
Also, you have a capital outlay.
We don't really utilize capital outlay. Mostly that's like to purchase a vehicle, which at this time we don't need any additional vehicles.
No, but I know you're also trying to repair a building or get a building together.
Yes, they will more put that under, because it's minor repairs, renovations. Like if we get the suite next door to St. Croix, it's going to be minor renovations. It's not going to be major expensive. Like we spent about $38,000 to renovate the St. Croix office that we're housing right now, and we don't expect to pay more than that again because it's not going to even require as much renovation. Most of the bill out is there, but there are some adjustments that we do have to make to accommodate the training room and the things that we want to do on St. Croix to mirror our St. Thomas office.
So the general fund allotment you are satisfied with?
No.
You see, and that's what I say. We here talking for a while, and no, I know. Okay, no, yeah, no. So that's what I'm saying. So if you were to get an additional set of monies from the general fund, what would it be for? You submitted a wish list to us?
No, I had mentioned it earlier, so I'm going to send it through the Chair, through the post audit, but I could go over real quickly for just to give you an idea. So for Golden Orange Center, our new rent proposal, the landlord proposed the same amount they're charging us now for our current unit, which is approximately $20,000, but to be exact, $19,776.
So, excuse me, before you go through all of that, the total of what it is you're asking
Okay,
for.
the total is $108,849.02.
Okay, your revolving fund could cover that.
You said
Your revolving fund's 126.
that's for collections,
Right. You have a revolving fund
correct?
that has 126,000 in it.
Uh-huh.
Could cover the 108.
That's not the purpose of the fund, though.
Right.
But if we have to, we will have to do what we have to do. That's what we're trying to say.
So through the chair, you can submit the list in number one, but then look for just, if anything, your critical stuff. So you break down the list even more.
Okay.
The things that you really need that we may be able to cover for you because we understand the value of your function. Okay? So thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff, for your line of questions. Ms. Vanderpool Romney, how much have you expended in stipend per diem payments for board members? Thus far for FY 2025.
Good afternoon, Joycelyn McFarlane, Operations Director. Current year to date for stipends is $4,650.
$4,650. How is this in compared to FY 2024?
In 24, that was.
If you don't have that readily available, you can also.
Let me get that to you only because I want to make sure I give you the accurate amounts.
Yes.
Because that year we used the general fund when we did some reallocation.
Yeah, if you can send that back to the post audit.
Yes.
All right. At this time, Ms. Romney, I'll give you 30 seconds to do your closing remarks.
Okay. Carmen Vanderpool Romney, Executive Director. At this time, I would like to say thank you to the 36th Legislature, the Chair, Senator Francis. And also I would like to say a big thank you to the Board of Nursing and our team, the staff, but also to our community and also the other agencies that provided the opportunity to assist us in areas that we did not know how to maneuver. Everyone knows who they are. What I would like to say is the Board of Nursing is for public safety. And many times I think professionally, this board is not taken seriously. Our community needs us. They need our nurses. We do not have many options on this island. When Mrs. Vanderpool Romney calls as the Executive Director, it's not about myself, it's about ensuring that our people have a safe haven. When they go to the hospitals and they see a nurse at their bedside of any level in their profession, they feel secured. We are encountering a lot of issues with health care, but in the hospital system or wherever, some of us don't have the opportunities to leave island. Some of us cannot afford to leave island. Some of us can't even afford hospitalization. What I'm asking for all of us to do is take note that healthcare is really paramount in any country. And I appreciate all the senators for your encouragement for all that we do. This board and its team, it's a lot. I cannot repay or I cannot even stop to say how much thank you I have to give this current board for all the work that they have done. All these reviews, revised, Most of the work was done in 2012, 1982. They have done a lot. So on behalf of all of us at this board and to our community, we are trying our best and doing our best to help you. And we thank you. And all the best to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Bantapul Romney. And again, thank you to the Board of Nurse Licensure. And we understand and we hear your passion that you continue to exhort in regards to your responsibility for education, credentialing, the practice of registered nurses, licensed practical nurses, as well as the advanced practical registered nurses, as well as the certified nursing assistants. We truly appreciate the work that you continue to do. I think that I've heard of your ask today. Despite I'm hearing 108, I did hear about the $6,000 for the compact state registration, as well as the $42,000 supplemental for the contract for the HVAC, the janitorial and exterminating services. If there is any additional, please go ahead and send those forward for us to consider. At this time, the Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance stands in recess for 5 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is out of recess and back in record. At this time, Madam Clerk, please call up item in block number 3.
Block number 3, 3 to 5 p.m. via Department of Health. Invited testifier, Nicole Craigwell-Sims, Assistant Commissioner. This ends the reading of today's agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. We do have a correspondence from Commissioner Justa Encarnacion that I'd like to be read into the record. Madam Clerk, you're recognized for reading of that correspondence from St. Croix at this time.
Yes, sir. Virgin Islands Department of Health, Office of the Commissioner. Date July 21st, 2025. The Honorable Novel E. Francis Jr., Chairman, Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, 3022 Estate, Golden Rock, Christenstead, St. Croix, VI 00820. Subject, unable to attend FY 2026 budget hearing. Dear Senator Francis, I hope this correspondence finds you and the other members of the 36th Legislature well. I'm writing to inform you that due to an unexpected family emergency, I will be unable to attend the committee's fiscal year 2026 budget hearing scheduled for Thursday, July 24, 2025. In my absence, Assistant Commissioner Dr. Nicole Craigwell-Sims will deliver the department's testimony. The Virgin Islands Department of Health team will present our fiscal year 2025 accomplishments and outline our goals and objectives in alignment with the Governor's recommended fiscal year 2026 budget. I am confident the team will provide the committee with a thorough and thoughtful overview of our progress and priorities. Thank you for your understanding and for your continued support of our mission to reduce health risks, increase access to quality health care, and enforce health standards. Sincerely, Hoster E. Conancian, RN, BSN, MBA, HCM, Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Health. This ends the correspondence today for Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And again, we want to wish Commissioner Justa Encarnacion well during her family emergency and ask the representative, Assistant Commissioner, Acting Commissioner, Nicole Craigwell-Sims to do an introduction as well as a team. And I think we have some representative in the St. Thomas district as well. So we'll start with you.
Good afternoon, Senator. Good afternoon, everyone. Dr. Nicole Craigwell-Sims, Assistant Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Health.
Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Veronica Ortiz, Human Resources Director.
Good afternoon, beautiful people. Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner, Virgin Islands Department of Health.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Katia Monell Hewitt, Chief Financial Officer.
Good afternoon, Monisha Brooks-Webster, Budget Control Analyst.
Good afternoon, everyone. Deputy Commissioner Renan Steele, Department of Health.
Good afternoon, everyone. Makish Taylor-Jones, Chief Legal Counsel.
Very well. Can we go over to St. Thomas?
Good morning. Good afternoon. Ty Hunt Caesar, Chief Medical Officer.
Good afternoon, Linya Fredericks, Chronic Disease Director.
Very well. Good afternoon to everyone. You could go ahead and proceed with your testimony at this time. I see you walk with your whole staff, so we'll call them as we need them, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Good day, Honorable Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., Chair of the Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. Honorable Senator Marvin A. Blyden, Vice Chair, Committee and non-committee members, those listening and viewing, and to all Department of Health family and community members who have joined us in chambers in both St. Thomas and St. Croix. I am Dr. Nicole Craigwell-Sims, Assistant Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of Health, presenting on behalf of our Health Commissioner, Justa Tita Encarnacion. We at the Virgin Islands Department of Health are grateful for the opportunity to appear before the Budget, Appropriations, and Finance Committee to share our fiscal year 2025 accomplishments and to outline our goals and objectives for the Governor's recommended fiscal year 2026 budget. With me today are Assistant Commissioner Ruben Malloy, Chief Financial Officer Tatia Manel-Hewitt, Director of Human Resources Veronica Ortiz, and Budget Operations Analyst Monisha Brooks. Other members of the Department of Health, Executive Body, and Leadership Team are present in the chambers on both districts. Every day, members of our team are called upon to listen, learn, and act upon public health issues locally and nationally that impact the health and well-being of our residents and visitors to our beautiful Virgin Islands. I extend my deepest gratitude to our department staff and to leaders for their unwavering dedication, resilience, and commitment to always being prepared and processing the ability to act swiftly in efforts to safeguard our community's health. On a sad note, we would like to extend our condolences to the family of Loris Harley Lawrence, one of our kind and dedicated former employees. May she rest in peace, and may the angels of God comfort her family and friends. We always say thank God for providing us with the opportunity to serve the people of the Virgin Islands. After being selected by the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and the Honorable Lieutenant Governor Tregenza Roach Esquire, we have built a strong leadership team. For this, the Commissioner is grateful and proud to say how magnificent we work together. The Department of Health in the U.S. Virgin Islands serves as the regulatory and public health authority at both the state and local levels, as mandated by the Virgin Islands Code, specifically Titles 3, 19, and 27. According to the Virgin Islands Code, Title 3 and 19, the primary responsibility of the Virgin Islands Department of Health is to provide public health services to the residents of the Virgin Islands. This includes safeguarding and enhancing community well-being through various health promotions and preventative initiatives. Preventative measures are widely recognized as critical elements in enhancing overall health and reducing healthcare costs, especially concerning chronic diseases. The department oversees 30 operational programs. Additionally, it serves as the lead agency for Emergency Services Function 8, or ESF 8, which involves supervising hospitals during times of undeclared and declared emergencies or disasters. The goals and objectives outlined are captured and guided by our community health assessment, of which our 2030 Health EVI and our strategic plans were built. In collaboration with the Office of Management and Budget, we have developed key performance indicators, or KPIs, which are also aligned with our primary goal of delivering preventative care. These measures are provided in an addendum. The proposed fiscal year 2026 budget totals $60,067,986, comprised of $29,754,129 in general fund, $27,183,047 in federal funds, $1.5 million designated for the health revolving fund, and $1.6 million in non-appropriated funds. The breakdown of the $29,754,129. Personnel services, $11,869,082. Fringe benefits, $5,361,698. Supplies, $887,189. Other services and charges, $11,573,160. And public health utilities, $63,000. The breakdown of the $27,183,047 in federal funds. Personnel services, $10,843,702. Capital outlay, $35,000. Fringe benefits, $5,008,789. Supplies, $5,399,708. Other services and charges, $5,732,311. And public utility services, $163,537. The breakdown of the $1.5 million health revolving funds, capital outlay, $38,278, supplies, $189,719, other services and charges, $1,272,003. We are projected to collect $2,164,490 in fiscal year 2025, which is lower than the fiscal year 2024 collections of $2,378,684. Revenue collected as of June 2025 is $1,543,743. The Office of Federal Grants oversees 34 core projects and 93 single account budgets, ending various fiscal years. The single grant accounts have decreased from 103 to 93. 7 COVID-19 ARPA grants were deobligated, and 3 COVID-19 grants ended. Currently, 70 grants are on track to be fully expended during fiscal years 2025, 26, and 27. The expenditure rate across 23 grants is currently low and requires more team effort to ensure timely fund utilization. The CFO, deputy commissioners, and directors are working diligently to expend the remaining funds. Some directors are planning to request a carryover of funds for the next fiscal period. The department's total federal grants budget awarded is $97,969,584. This portfolio reflects the strategic distribution and alignment of funding across programs, priorities, and fiscal years. Our well-balanced portfolio ensures that the department is maximizing available federal resources while mitigating risk and maintaining compliance with grant requirements. Various grants were approved through expanded authority. Under expanded authority for carryover, the recipient may spend unobligated funds in a following budget period for any approved cost that falls within the scope and objectives of the project. The total federal grants expenditure as of June 30th, 2025 are $52,895,396 and $2,059,306 in encumbrances. The department continues to pursue new funding opportunities to meet the needs of the community, including current efforts to support mental health and enhance the department's technological infrastructure. The following identifies new funding opportunities secured by the department in fiscal year 2025. Suicide Prevention Cooperative Agreement, $300,000 a year, 2-year grant, Office of Mental Health and Suicide Prevention, Department of Veterans Affairs. Transformative Transfer Initiative, $500,000, 9-month subaward through SAMHSA for 2 programs, Crisis Care and Suicide Prevention for underserved youth, and training and professional development for the non-clinical crisis workforce. In addition, the department has recently applied for and is awaiting decisions on 2 new grants. The CBDG MIT, $4.75 million through the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority, and Aim Ahead Consortium Development Program, $800,000 a year, a 2-year grant through the National Institute of Health. The Office of Procurement, Contract Management, and Reporting oversees all departmental procurement activities, including agreements, goods services, leases, ensuring compliance with the Virgin Islands Department of Property and Procurement rules and regulations. Operating as a centralized unit, OPCMR streamlines and manages procurement processes to improve efficiency and oversight. During this fiscal period, OPCMR facilitated approximately 15 GVI-wide service contracts for vendors providing extermination, janitorial, landscaping, household supplies, security, and trash removal. The office also managed 6 formal solicitations related to food services, psychiatric care, data management, and advertising. In collaboration with DPP, OPCMR executed 35 procurement actions, including contracts, approvals to engage change orders, and renewals. The team proactively monitors contracts and leases, expiration dates, and confirms renewal options with divisions. Lease management also emphasizes co-location opportunities to reduce cost. Currently, OPCMR is processing over 120 pending agreements and solicitations, along with 21 pending leases. The office has successfully executed 25 leases, 6 on St. Thomas and 19 on St. Croix, and is managing 76 active agreements across the territory. To promote compliance and procedural consistency, OPCMR delivered department-wide procurement training in calendar year 2025 and will continue staff development efforts in calendar year 2026, focusing on procurement workflows, contract oversight, and best practices. The Human Resources Division plays a vital role in enhancing agency efficiency through streamlining functions and collaborating with external agencies. As of the current fiscal year, the Virgin Islands Department of Health employs a total of 332 full-time equivalents, supported by the local and federal funding sources. 176 positions are funded through the general fund, 156 positions are federally funded. The workforce is nearly evenly split across the two districts: St. Thomas St. John District, 155 positions, St. Croix District, 177 positions. Employee classifications include 182 classified employees, 145 exempt employees, 5 part-time employees. There have been 36 separations in total, 23 resignations, 9 retirements, 4 dismissals. There have been 29 individuals onboarded. Our current vacancies total 40, with 14 general fund and 26 federal fund. The Department of Health continues to make steady progress in recruiting and onboarding personnel with minimal disruption. This progress has been supported by the implementation of a structured onboarding program and strong coordination between human resources and program leadership. The Commissioner's Office, Chief Procurement Officer, exempt, selected. Federal Grants Division, Director of Federal Grants, exempt, selected. Vital Stats Program Assistant, classified. Revenue Services, Hospital Accountability Billing Specialist, classified, selected. Environmental Health Enforcement Officers, classified. Mental Health Worker 3, classified. Assistant Director, Mental Health Residential Facilities and Internal Promotion, Certified Nurse Assistant. Staff Nurse, classified, selected for the Maternal and Child Health Division. And Community Health Clinics, the Chief Nursing Officer, exempt. Staff Nurse, classified. Assistant Head Nurse, Internal Promotion. Certified Nursing Assistant, classified. In support of capacity building efforts during budget constraints, the department's HR division has implemented a volunteer and internship onboarding initiative from May to July of 2025. This initiative provided students with real-world public health experience while supporting understaffed programs. Total participation, 16 students, 3 interns from the Department of Labor, 3 volunteers completing advanced study practicums, 2 interns from the Office of Senator Clifford Joseph, 8 students from the Summer Crew Program. These participants were assigned across St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John, contributing to departmental efforts and gaining exposure to core public health operations. Salary increases were fully implemented for the Registered Nurse Leadership Union, the RNLU, in partnership with the Office of Management and Budget and the Office of Collective Bargaining. Salary adjustments for classified non-union staff are being executed. The Bureau continues to actively foster positive labor management relations and supporting ongoing dialogue with union partners. On March 24th, 2025, the Department of Health had 7 COVID-19 ARPA grants deobligated, totaling $3,194,468. This loss severely impacted the Behavioral Health Division, their plan to expand its workforce and services, and significantly hindered the immunization program's ability to achieve key objectives under COVID-19 supplemental grants 3 and 4. Efforts to improve vaccine equity and outreach in underserved communities were undermined, resulting in the scaling back or cancellation of critical activities such as community assessments, data-driven gap analysis, educational outreach, and public awareness campaigns. A total of 16 staff were funded by the deobligated grants, including 11 disparities team members, 1 immunization staffer, and 4 behavioral health employees. Despite the funding loss, strategic staff placements have helped minimize disruption. 1 employee relocated to pursue nursing studies, 2 were reassigned to the roles in maternal and child health and immunization, 4 ARPA-funded behavioral health employees were reassigned to maintain service continuity. 1 PRF was initiated to place the disparity staffer member in. 2 employees declined placement offers for other opportunities. 4 are awaiting position releases pending funding and approval, and 2 remain on leave. Through coordinated efforts, the department successfully managed operational continuity and minimized displacement. No other grants are currently at risk. Medical malpractice litigation plays a vital role beyond individual compensation. It serves as a mechanism for quality assurance and public health protection, ensuring that healthcare providers adhere to professional standards and continuously improve their practice. The outcomes of such cases often influence broader policy, training, and risk mitigation efforts within the healthcare system. For patients and families, these claims provide recognition of harm and a pathway to restitution. For the healthcare community, they underscore the importance of vigilance, ethical practice, and patient-centered care. The Virgin Islands Department of Health Risk Management Division remains committed to strengthening this system through proactive legal guidance, timely claim management, and strategic interventions aimed at minimizing risk, improving healthcare delivery, and protecting public trust. Since 2022, the Risk Management Unit shifted its approach to the malpractice program from reactive management to strategic management, providing general orientation to providers with a 7-step approach that healthcare professionals needed to consider for avoiding a malpractice lawsuit when performing their services. The Behavioral Health Division. Behavioral Health Division provides psychiatric services, case management, therapeutic interventions, substance use treatment, opioid treatment programs, forensic and outreach services. The patient population, age 6 and older, spans a wide range of age groups, with the highest concentrations among middle-aged adults. The 24 to 44 age group represents the largest segment, totaling 258 individuals, followed closely by the 45 to 64-year-olds with 244 patients. Together, these 2 groups account for nearly 3/4 of the total patient population. This distribution highlights a strong concentration of service utilization among working adults, with smaller yet significant representation across both younger and older age groups. Among the 676 patients, males are more heavily represented than females. There are 412 male patients, accounting for approximately 61% of the total, while the remaining 264 patients, about 39%, are female. The distribution of patient diagnoses, schizophrenia and related disorders, 293 patients, bipolar and mood disorder, 123 patients, other psychoses, 142, all other diagnoses, 118 patients. This diagnostic breakdown reflects a service population primarily composed of individuals experiencing serious and persistent mental illnesses. Overall, the data indicates a growing and evolving patient population with increasing clinical complexity and sustained demographic diversity. These trends reinforce the need for targeted services, planning, culturally sensitive responses, and expanded support for populations experiencing serious mental illness. The UVI School System Outreach. The USVI school-based substance use prevention initiative is firmly grounded in evidence-based approaches that align with SAMHSA's substance use prevention treatment and recovery services block grant requirements. This alignment ensures that prevention activities meet national standards while allowing for the adaptation to the unique needs of the U.S. Virgin Islands student. The initiative targeted both the general student population and identified high-risk subgroups within middle and high schools. This dual approach allowed for universal prevention strategies that reach all students while providing additional support to those who may be particularly vulnerable. Throughout 2025, we strategically expanded the program and placed particular emphasis on building intrinsic motivation for healthy choices rather than relying solely on fear-based messaging about consequences. By helping students connect their personal goals and values to substance-free choices, the initiative aims to foster lasting behavioral change that extends beyond the immediate program period. Training was provided to 6,066 students through the educational workshops and engagement activities using a child-centered approach, targeting all schools in a district, including our alternate academy and in-school suspension programs. Also included was professional development and ongoing training for existing school staff of 575, as well as coordinated referral systems connecting the school-based program to community mental health and treatment resources, often in collaboration with the Virgin Islands Child Psychiatry Access Program within the Maternal and Child Health Division, creating a large pathway and a clear pathway for students who may need additional support. This system includes standardized protocols for identifying students at risk, initiating appropriate referrals, and following up to ensure that connections to services are successfully established. Top attended sessions included stressed out activities focused on teen mental health education and reached the highest number of students at 659. How nicotine affects the teen brain, closely followed with 638 students, highlighting strong engagement in substance prevention topics. Suicide prevention reached 329 students, reflecting the importance of engagement on crisis-related behavioral health. Avoiding predators and cultural awareness during the carnival season drew 318 students, showing responsiveness to safety-focused cultural education. Mental health and drug awareness and understanding polysubstance use at the middle school level, K through 8 at Lockhart, reached 342 and 95 students respectively. The Zen Van, offering social emotional growth, supported across school levels, engaged 204 students. The Virgin Islands Child Psychiatry Access Program conducted 11 trainings, reaching 561 personnel, to include monitors, counselors, teachers, and other Department of Education staff and partner agency personnel. The program has received 18 provider-to-provider consultations with the child psychiatrist to date, serving as a critical resource to providers serving children and adolescents in the territory. Student evaluations provided by the Department of Education's Insular Superintendent showed that 89% of students surveyed indicated that they learned something from the presentations, and 83% of the staff surveyed indicated that they have implemented what they have learned from the trainings into their classrooms. This data validates students and staff increased awareness about the importance of mental health, exposing them to preventative education and teaching coping skills to ensure their overall well-being. This school year, we are collecting data to evaluate how this training influences student behavior and how effectively staff implementation in early interventions when students show signs of need. The homeless outreach. Over the past months, our team has actively engaged with underhoused or homeless individuals on both St. Thomas and St. John, building meaningful connections and delivering critical support where it is most needed. We are honored to collaborate with the Virgin Islands Police Department. The Department of Human Services was instrumental in linking individuals to vital resources, including Medicaid and supplemental income programs. We also received strong support from partner organizations like the Salvation Army and the Family Resource Center. We connected with approximately 52 individuals who met criteria for behavioral health services across both islands and completed 14 enrollments to the Projects for Assistance in Transition from Homelessness, or PATH. Due to these and other collaborations, referrals of services have been accessed. Of the 52 individuals, 22 have been referred to outpatient services and 30 to other services. The Elder Shelter Brandt residential facility is operating at full capacity, providing treatment for 32 residents at an annual operating cost of $1,488,512. This vital facility plays a critical role in behavioral health systems of the Virgin Islands, offering a safe, structured, and therapeutic environment for individuals requiring long-term care and continuous behavioral health support. The facility delivers a comprehensive range of services, including individuals and group therapy, medication management, daily living assistance, and life skill development. These services are designed to help residents subsidize their mental health, build effective coping strategies, and work towards sustainable recovery and reintegration into the community. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to the dedicated team at the Elder Shelterbrand facility. Your tireless commitment and professionalism continue to make a profound difference in the lives of those we serve. Currently, the off-island care facilities total 9. Yearly costs, fiscal year 2025 at $9,426,664. Total paid, $5,446,423. Outstanding balance as of June 30th, 2025, $4,620,27. A 3-year perspective. FY 2024 funding, $6,388,412. Actual cost, $7,834,572, with a difference of $1,446,160. In fiscal year 2025, we had 38 patients. In fiscal year 24 and 25, we have 48 patients, and in 26, 46 patients. Fiscal year 2026 funding, $9,195,136. Actual cost, $9,426,664, with a $231,527 variance. Off-island facility annual cost is $9,426,663. Total residential care costs, the Department of Health currently is $10,915,175. This includes ESF. In summary, the outstanding invoices for fiscal year 2025 total $2,362,515, which brings our projected shortfall for fiscal year 2026 for off-island care to $2,594,042. Environmental health and safety. During the first 9 months in fiscal year 2025, the Environmental Health Division generated $529,326 in revenue from health permits and food handler certifications across the St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix districts. These two program areas underscore the division's dual role in safeguarding public health and supporting the department's fiscal stability. The division generated $261,802 in health permit revenue during this period. Monthly revenues fluctuated due to operational factors, with peak collections in December at $42,500 and February at $47,695. Despite intermittent system downtime related to the health space platform, the division maintained strong revenue collection and permit processing capabilities. Food handler permit revenues totaled $267,524 for the same period, with notable performance in February, April, and June. The Environmental Health Division oversees approximately 4,500 permitted facilities, including food establishments, childcare centers, salons, barbershops, hotels, and other regulated entities. The division has shifted to a risk-based measure of evaluating food establishments. More specifically, if vendors have been cited or closed and have been consistently out of compliance, these establishments will be reviewed more closely. The motto of educate and then regulate is being upheld. We thank Senator Angel Bolkes Jr. and members of the Health, Hospitals, and Human Services Committee under the leadership of the Honorable Senator Fonseca for approval of the much-needed changes to our fines. We thank the Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr. for signing Act 9001 into law on July 9th, 2025. The division also aims to achieve a 15% monthly approval rate for American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board approved food safety training certifications. Professional licensure and health planning. The Office of Professional Licensure and Health Planning is responsible for regulating professional licenses, administering the Certificate of Need program, and processing allied health clearances on behalf of the the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs. The office oversees compliance with more than 900 active licensed professionals across 9 regulatory boards under the Department of Health. PLHP manages end-to-date licenses for 15 professional categories, including physicians, psychologists, chiropractors, dentists, physical therapists, veterinarians, podiatrists, and pharmacists. The division's core mission is to protect public health and safety by ensuring licensed professionals meet statutory and regulatory standards. In FY 2025, PLHP achieved several key milestones. Online payment processing was launched for over 80% of PLHP services, streamlining access and convenience for applicants. The program processed more than 900 license applications and renewals while implementing automated workflows to enhance processing efficiency. To date, PLHP has collected $349,478 in revenue. The Office of Vital Records and Statistics, in accordance with mandates outlined in the Virgin Islands Code, is responsible for the registration and maintenance of all vital events occurring within the United States Virgin Islands, including births and deaths. In fiscal year 2023-2024, the office recorded 837 births and 715 deaths across the territory. Between October 2024 and June 2025, there have been 594 births and 434 deaths. As of June 2025, the office has generated $119,111 in revenue through fees collected from birth and death certificates issued. Since the initial digitization of birth and death records on December 11, 2023, followed by the launch of the fetal death and death modules on December 23, 2024, we have made steady progress and are on track to fully automate the vital record system by December of 2025. This effort is guided by a comprehensive implementation plan with clear goals, objectives, and timelines aimed at improving service delivery and data management. The community health clinics across St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix continue to provide routine healthcare services to adults with a focus on individuals living with chronic diseases. Clinical staff continue to collaborate with the National Association of Chronic Disease Directors on initiatives addressing chronic disease management and are working on a strategic plan for the territory. Throughout the year, the clinic team conducted outreach events, including activities during National Public Health Week, the Virgin Islands Department of Health Wellness Fairs, and signature health screenings and health promotion services during the 3-day St. Croix Agricultural and Food Fair. Collectively, the clinics generated $170,720 in revenue and served 2,000 clients through the on-site services and outreach activities compared to the same period in 2024. When the revenue generated amount was $276,260. Several factors have contributed to the current drop in revenue realized to date, triggering a plan to implement internal measures to improve documentation of services rendered. Services provided by our public health physicians, advanced nurse practitioners, public health nurses, and support staff continue to play a critical role in advancing the Virgin Islands Department of Health's mission to reduce health risk and expand access to high-quality community-based care. The Maternal and Child Health Division of the Virgin Islands Department of Health plays a vital role in supporting the health and well-being of women, infants, children, adolescents, and children with special healthcare needs across the territory. The MCH and CSHCN program serves more than 4,500 individuals, providing a broad range of essential public health services, generating $19,373 in revenue during the reporting period. The division oversees several core programs, including early hearing detection and intervention, the Maternal, Infant, and Early Childhood Home Visiting Program, the Virgin Islands Child Psychiatry Access Program, pediatric care, childhood immunizations, and preventative outreach initiatives. These services are designed to promote early identification, timely intervention, and equitable access to care for families in need. During the reporting period, the various units within the MCH division. The Family Planning Division provides comprehensive reproductive health care services and education to individuals and families, with a focus on increasing access to preventative care and reducing health disparities. Title 10 funds totaled $969,223, awarded to the Virgin Islands Department of Health and supplemented by local funds, supported operations across both districts. The staff included 2 physicians, 2 advanced nurse practitioners, a licensed practical nurse, a certified nurse assistant, 2 certified medical assistants, and 5 administrative support staff. As of June 30th, 2025, the program has served 1,621 adolescents and adults through daily clinics and has generated a revenue of $133,776, an increase of $15,944 over the same period in 2024. Services offered include contraceptive counseling, pregnancy testing, breast and cervical cancer screening, STD prevention and treatment, infertility services, and preconception health education. The program emphasizes confidentiality, cultural sensitivity, and access regardless of the ability to pay. The Chronic Disease Division and Prevention Program integrates several federally funded initiatives to improve population health through health promotion and chronic disease prevention. These include efforts in diabetes and tobacco prevention and control cancer prevention, including breast and cervical cancer screenings, comprehensive cancer control, and the VI Central Cancer Registry, rape prevention, and health surveillance through the Behavioral Risk Factor Surveillance System, or BREVIS. The VI Central Cancer Registry serves as a key data source for tracking chronic diseases and risk factors such as tobacco and alcohol use, nutrition, physical activity, cancer, cardiovascular health, and weight status. To support community education, the Tobacco and Diabetes Program co-hosts the annual Chronic Disease Forum, reaches over 200 residents with information on diabetes management and tobacco cessation. In January 2025, the Virgin Islands Breast and Cervical Health Program launched to provide screening and diagnostics for the uninsured and uninsured women. So far, 123 women have been screened with 1 confirmed breast cancer diagnosis. The Comprehensive Cancer Control Program pushed the first USVI cancer plan, outlining strategies across the cancer care continuum. Implementation is underway in collaboration with local stakeholders. The Virgin Islands Central Cancer Registry now holds data of 2,699 cases from 2016 to 2024, covering diagnoses, demographics, staging, and initial treatment. A formal report will be released at the annual Cancer Summit in September of 2025. The 2024 survey gathered responses from 1,348 residents and will provide critical insight into chronic disease risk factors, results, and expected fall in 2025. The Epidemiology Division. The Epidemiology Division plays a critical role in gathering surveillance data to identify, prevent, and respond to various public health threats, whether they are known, emerging, or unknown. The division focuses on building capacity in 5 critical areas: investigating, responding, and reporting on cases, employing surveillance to guide public health action, providing laboratory services, enhancing health information systems, promoting coordination and collaboration. With the realm of infectious disease surveillance, key priorities for public health include dengue, Zika, and other arboviruses. 18 respiratory viruses included COVID-19 and influenza, vaccine-preventable diseases, and other reportable diseases. As of July 8th, 2025, the U.S. Virgin Islands has reported 47 confirmed cases of dengue virus, all occurring on St. Croix. Of these, 42 cases were locally acquired by Virgin Islands residents, and 5 were locally acquired by travelers. Regarding COVID-19, case numbers remain relatively low in 2025, with a total of 32 confirmed cases reported as of July 8th. For influenza, a total of 160 confirmed cases have been reported as of the same date. All of this data, which is updated in a real-time dashboard, can be found at our data dashboard at doh.vi.gov. Additionally, in 2025, the Epidemiology Division has been closely monitoring the measles outbreak in the state, providing education to providers and testing suspected cases within the territory. Thus far, 0 cases of measles have been detected within the territory. The Division of Epidemiology is recognized for their consistency with almost 100% federally funded annually. The Territorial Public Health Lab continues to provide critical testing for diseases of public health importance. The laboratory is operating out of temporary sites at the moment and is expected to complete relocation to a new site this year, doubling the square footage of the current facility. In the last year, the laboratory has been providing important STD, STI, and dengue testing not available anywhere else in the territory. Once the laboratory has been relocated, it is expected to begin providing additional testing for public health diseases and begin building capacity for environmental testing. The laboratory was recently inspected by the Centers for Medicine and Medicaid Services, June 2025, and found to be in compliance with federal regulations and without any deficiencies. The new public health laboratory site is also expected to begin testing capacity to detect and respond to chemical, biological, and environmental threats that could harm populations through air, water, soil, or consumer products. The laboratory is working collaboratively with the Virgin Islands Office of Cannabis Regulation, the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, and other department representatives on the Cannabis Board to ensure cannabis testing is available in a safe environment, adhering to high-level regulatory standards. Our certified public health lab will adhere to environmental safety procedures that will include contamination testing, standard development and oversight, forensic and compliance support, regulatory and emergency responses. Program management and capital projects. The Program Management and Capital Projects Division, in collaboration with the Super PMO, oversees a $368.5 million portfolio of critical public health infrastructure projects across the territory. Our federal partners, which include FEMA, USDA, HUD, administered through the VI Housing Finance Authority, delivered an exceptional value of 97.9% federal funded with 2.1% local match requirements. Major active projects: Charles Harwood Medical Center demolition, the Donna M. Christensen Public Health Administration building rebuild on St. Croix, FEMA awarded $279.1 million, federal share 98%, local match 2%. The Master Planning and Design Services, total project cost $10 million, federal share 95%, local share 5%. CHMC Demolition and Laboratory, total project cost $8.2 million, federal share 98%, local share 2%. Morris D. Castro Clinical Rebuild on St. John, Super PMO, total project cost $17.6 million, federal share 98%, local match 2%. St. Thomas Campus Build-Out, the St. Thomas Clinical Temporary Build-Out, $2 million, 95% federal, 5.3 completed. Node Hansen Tower Repairs, $18.3 million, 98% federal, 1.7% complete. And various facility repairs and improvements at $5.9 million total. The Universal Data Warehouse, total project $6.75 million, projected completion date December of 2026. The Virgin Islands Universal Data Warehouse is a transformational investment in our territory's public health future, a coordinated secure data infrastructure designed to serve all 87,146 Virgin Islanders through unprecedented collaboration between DOH, UVI, BIT, OHIT, and DHS, launched in April of 2024 with $2 million in ARPA funds at 100%, of which was successfully utilized by December 31st of 2024 grant deadline. The project has already validated its technical has already validated its technical architecture and proven the strength of cross-agency partnership. However, with ARPA funds fully expended, the project is now on hold despite its clear potential to eliminate data silos, enable real-time disease surveillance, improve emergency preparedness, strengthen health equity, streamline federal reporting, and drive evidence-based policy decisions. The current total cost to complete the implementation and initial enhancements is $6.75 million, leveraging the previously expended $2 million in ARPA funds and seeking grant and local funding of $4.75 million to cover the remaining balance and other essential project costs. We are actively pursuing grant funding to bridge the gap and reignite the progress. Without fiscal year 26 support, we risk losing critical momentum, prolonging data fragmentation, and missing federal opportunities tied to integrated reporting. With it, we will leverage the established foundation, accelerate deployment, and position the Virgin Islands as a lead in public health initiatives, delivering measurable returns in operational efficiency and revenue protection, and improved health outcomes. In conclusion, the Department of Health faces a complex financial and operational landscape entering fiscal year 2026. While the general fund increases provide some relief, we must address critical staffing shortages, system inefficiencies, and revenue generation challenges to maintain effective public health services. Honorable Governor Albert Bryan Jr., Honorable Lieutenant Governor Tregenza A. Roach, Esquire, and members of the Cabinet, we thank you for your continued support and willingness to work towards a successful Virgin Islands Department of Health. Teamwork leads to successful outcomes. Members of the 36th Legislature, thank you for your continued support in positioning the Department of Health to be able to continue improving the services needed in our community. To our awesome Virgin Islands Department of Health family, thank you. The energy displayed and the collegiality shown during this year's Wellness Fair shows your strength and willingness to do anything we need to do to succeed, and we do. The Department of Health is committed to reducing health risk, increasing access to quality health care, provided in a culturally sensitive, equitable manner, and enforcing health standards. Chairman Francis, this concludes our testimony. Senators, we stand ready to respond to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Acting Commissioner Craig Wall-Sims. You'll think that after 22 pages of testimony, we will not have any questions. Unfortunately, we do. Thank you very much for your testimony, and I can see that there's a lot of hard work that has gone into Department of Health, and certainly you have a lot of areas and a lot of balls that you're juggling here and there. I wanted to ask you for FY 2025, have you received all of your budget allotments to date?
Yes, sir. Allotments are current to date.
Okay. And I know that you spoke about some federal funds that have been de-obligated in an amount of $3.1 million. Is there any other federal funds that may be in jeopardy at this time?
No, sir.
Okay. How much federal funds are you managing at current?
I'll defer to CFO Hewitt.
If you have the answer, you're welcome to help out.
Yes.
So we're currently overseeing, got it?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Our total federal single grants are $97,969,584.
Okay. And of that, how much have been expended thus far?
The total amount that has been expended is $54,964,701.
$701. Okay, about 50%, close to that. How much in revenues have you collected in aggregate thus far for FY 2025?
We have collected $1,505,711.
Which is a reduction or decline from FY 2024, correct?
Yes.
What do you believe has led to this decline?
What led to the decline is so we had some providers that left the department, and yeah, that's one of the main reasons.
Okay. What is the delta? What is the difference when you do the comparison from year to date of your revenues from last year, FY24 compared to 25? What is the delta?
So last year we collected $2,058,322. So we had a 27% decrease.
Okay. Do you have any pending judgments or litigation against the Department of Health at this time?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
I'll refer to Attorney Taylor Jones.
Good afternoon again. And currently just one, which is Silmar.
And that's a judgment or litigation, pending litigation?
Pending litigation.
Pending litigation. So no judgment has been issued?
No.
Or no?
None.
All right. What are you paying in rental spaces right now? And for how many locations?
I'll defer that question to Attorney Taylor Jones.
Could you repeat? I didn't hear the question.
Rental spaces, what are you paying for rental spaces and for how many locations?
Rental spaces right now, we're paying the overall amount is $967,294.10. And location, 19 we have in St. Croix and 6 in St. Thomas.
19? 19?
Yes.
19 location.
19 in St. Croix.
Assistant Commissioner Craig Sims, how has this fragmentation impacted your department?
I would say it's impacted it because our goal is really to have an area, like a one-stop shop for services. So we are working to identify an area that could be large enough, but at the same time, we want to be fiscally responsible in terms of finding a location. And once we're able to do that, we should be able to consolidate a lot of the divisions into one area.
Okay. All right, I'll open up the floor to my colleagues for some questions at this time, and then I'll come back with some additional. Senator Blyden, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon again to my colleagues. Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Assistant Commissioner Sims.
Good afternoon.
And your team there will be with you. And so thank you so much for the most comprehensive testimony. I mean, there's a lot to cover. You have a lot of responsibility. You spoke to 100 and you spoke to some 332 full-time employees. You have a budget. Your ask is some 29,754,000 from the general fund, 27 million from the federal fund, and other revolving fund is 1.5, which is $60 million basically. And I must say that to fulfill your mandate, you have about how much division you say you have?
We have over 30.
Over 30. That's a lot. Let me ask you, though, in respect to your testimony on the budget. Let's go to page 4 of the post-audit report. Under other services and charge from under the general fund, the actual for that fiscal year 24 was $9.6 million. How much have you spent to date for this budget season?
CFO?
Year to date. Because I'm seeing an ask for the 26 budget of $11.6 million. So I want to know how much you're spending to date and why $3+ million in additional for that category.
We had spent $4.5 million.
Or 4.5 you spent to date for this fiscal year. So why are you requesting 11.6 for next fiscal year? Okay, it seems like that numbers are less than last fiscal year.
Yes, it's more due to the increased due to the increased costs and for off-island care, and also OMB increasing our budget for off-island care to cover the cost of our off-island care.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. That explains it very well. But I need to go to your federal grant, even though it was said that $3 million was in jeopardy. I want to be specific. Go to page 18 of the post-audit report. In particular, I want to speak about the WIG program. The formula grant, USDA. It expired, there's one that expires September of this year for $7.1 million. Are those funds in jeopardy? Because WIG plays a critical role here in the territory.
No, the funds are not in jeopardy.
How much have we expended to date? And there's another one right below it for $2.3 million USD. So are we are on target to use every penny of those funds for our children?
Yes, definitely.
How much has been expended to date?
What was it? And overall, for our total WIC budget,
yes,
we have spent $8,208,869 to date.
Very well, very well. Okay, let me ask you, in respect to your, I got someone's notes. In respect to your cancer prevention on page 16, sorry, page 16, the corporate agreement with CDC, those funds are, all of those funds expire in September of this year. So we are good in that area also, no?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, very well, I'll leave that alone then. Okay, let's go to your testimony. It's a lot of information, sorry about that. Page, let's go back to page 6. Okay, you have 36 separations, 23 resignation, 9 retirements, and 4 dismissal. But you onboarded 29 individuals. Do those onboarding align with these different categories in terms of replacing those individuals, or they are separate and apart from in terms of the area and the job specs?
I'll defer to the HR director.
Veronica Ortiz, Human Resources Director. Can you please repeat the question, Senator?
Okay, does the individual, in terms of resignation, those who were resigned, etc., do they align with the 29 new individuals that came on board, and do they align in terms of job responsibilities, basically?
No, Senator.
No? So, of those that resigned and retired, were any of those positions considered critical positions? And those that you brought on board, have they? First of all, answer the first question. Are those positions considered critical positions? Those that we have lost, resigned or separated?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, and those 29 you onboarded, are those in line with those positions that have left? Or they are different areas?
Different areas, Senator.
So what's being done in response to those critical positions that's needed to help to run the departments?
In terms of the critical positions identified, we have already selected candidates, and they are currently processing in the pre-employment.
Let me ask you before my time is up, though. For individuals, for instance, if I am acting in a position for over a year, and I was promised to be paid for that position and I was not paid. What the process in terms of from the human resources perspective? How does that work?
Can I follow up with a question just for clarity, Senator?
Of course, of course.
Okay. You said that the employee may have been acting
Acting position for over a year.
For over a year?
Yes.
And what's the next step?
What's the process?
The process?
Do they get paid for that position while they're acting? How does that work?
Yes, sir. Once the employee has been reverted back to his or her original duties, depending on its classification, whether it be exempt or classified.
Acting assistant director.
Acting assistant director.
Yes.
Senator, given that the acting assistant director position is exempt, then further approval would be required in addition to other attachment documentations needed internally. Basically certify and validate the tenure of the person in the acting role, and then the person in the acting role, yes, Senator, they would be compensated. Okay,
very well. Follow up offline because there's a budget hearing and basically give you the documentation because I have documentation after the fact that the individual was acting for over a year and was never compensated to include an incentive pay when it comes to employees also. So I will follow up with that.
Okay, Senator.
And let me ask you, in respect to training, let's talk about training because training is critical. How much training do you do on an annual basis? And what's involved in those training for the employees?
So each of our divisions, Senator, for instance, OPCMR, some of your process improvement divisions, we attempt to do trainings biannually, and that's internal, and then it can spill over into any sister agencies that we have. So our goal is always biannual trainings internally and extending out.
And you spoke about the shelter brand out there in the East, and I know you have been speaking about that for a while.
Yes.
And what it's going to mean in terms of, number one, having space for individuals and also saving funds. Where are we at with that particular worksheet?
So we are still in the process of developing what the landscape would look like for ESF, because our ultimate goal, of course, is to have a facility locally so that we can treat all aspects and areas of the behavioral health landscape. So in terms of ESF, and AC Malloy can dive a little deeper, we do have a rebuilding process. And once that rebuild is in process, then we can make sure that the operational aspects fit the needs of that. And we're also hoping to find other areas to treat patients. AC?
Well, I find it hard to believe that we are still in the planning stage for that, though, because we've been speaking about that for some time now, and we know the urgency of it.
Well, AC Malloy can tell you the timelines for the rebuild. The rebuild is the actual major crux at ESF.
Yeah, I can offer some clarity if you want.
Please.
Good afternoon, Assistant Commissioner Ruben Malloy. The rebuild or renovation of that facility falls under the FEMA Public Assistance Program. They initially determined that we had gone for prudent replacement, and they initially denied it. We contested that, and it's been in the appeals process for some time. We recently got an update where it was reverted back to the local office for a decision to be made.
Well, again, thank you again for your responses, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Senator James, you recognize for your point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to everyone inside and outside the room, and especially the persons in front that are going to be answering these questions. My question is specific to what Senator Blyden was asking about the resignations and the separations, because you have more or less an equal division of federally funded and locally funded positions. So I was interested in how many of the separations were from federally funded positions as opposed to general fund positions, if you have that information.
Veronica Ortiz, Human Resources Director. I don't have that information in terms of the details, but I can provide it at a later date if you allow me to.
Have any of them been federally funded, if you can recall?
Of the 29 23 separations?
36 separations. You had...
Yes.
Some
they
have.
been, yes.
Do you, Assistant Commissioner Sims, do you then try to focus on filling those that are federally funded in the sense that you want to recapture that lost funds?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Senator Avery Lewis, you recognize for your point of information.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to follow up with a question from the first senator from NADA. When we talked about Elder Shelterbrand, Dr. Craigwell Sims, could you explain to me how many Elder Shelterbrands we have?
I'm sorry, sir, how many what?
Facilities Elder Shelterbrand have?
Elder Shelterbrand is one facility. There are two buildings. There are two structures in one facility.
So which structures, two structures on the same plot of land?
Yes.
But one is fully furnished, one is fully brand new, it's renovated, everything and not in use. What's up with that?
No, sir, I think you're mistaken. So the Elder Shelterbrand facility, that area was damaged by the storms. As AC Malloy mentioned, we are in the process of having the area be built. So we are utilizing the lower area, which formerly served as our step-down facility. That facility right now is at full capacity, and we do have residents there.
So no work was done on the facility to the crown of the hill?
We are waiting for the prudent replacement approval to begin those processes, sir.
All righty, thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Talking about facilities, obviously we've had the Charles Howard demolition for quite some time now. What is the next step in the process of being able to get the Donna Christensen building started?
I'll defer to AC Malloy.
Thank you. Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner. I'm happy to report that the demolition is in the closeout stage. So we've completed the demolition, and this is a part of the Super PMO. April of this year, we selected the CMAR Construction Manager at Risk vendor, and that vendor is the Consigli Benton joint venture. They are currently as a part of the CMR methodology. They're currently in the cost determination phase. However, we do have some tasks to complete to clear the property for the rebuild, and that is the removal of the modulars. They are being donated, and they're in various stages of being relocated, and the relocation of the laboratory that's also on part of that property, the mobile laboratory.
And you're talking about the laboratory that has just been established, or the one that was there, the temporary facility that was put there?
The temporary facility, sir.
So what is the timeline that you work on off of in terms of breaking grounds there?
We hope to break ground the first quarter of fiscal 2026. We anticipate completing the relocation and having the property cleared by the next 2 or 3 months, and we'll break ground then.
Okay. Point of information, Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assistant Commissioner Malloy, you said the modular buildings are going to be donated, and is there any liability attached to donating them to any other entities unless they're government donating to other government entities?
Whoever we're donating it to assume all the risk. We at the cost, everything.
Okay. As long as I guess that's where the attorney comes into the picture, so I'd like her to answer the question.
I was also going to add, we did add a liability waiver. So once they do agree to accept the modular, then as Assistant Commissioner Malloy said, that they assume all the risk. But we did have a liability waiver as well attached.
Okay, thank you. And it's mostly to nonprofits or?
Yes, nonprofits.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. I just want to say that I'm hoping that there is some level of urgency in terms of the timeline, as we can see that every time we see projects are being delayed, there is an opportunity for us to lose federal funding that goes towards these build-outs. So, I think that it's so important for us to do our part in making sure that we don't create any barriers to prevent these projects from going forward. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Ray Fonseca. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the Health Department.
Afternoon.
Okay, what jumps out to me real quickly is, I spent many years in the Health Department, and, a few years ago, our budget at the time was about $80 million. And your budget is much less, close to $70 million. But you still have the same responsibilities. As a matter of fact, we had 26 divisions. You're now up to 30 divisions. And that's why I want to keep pointing out certain instances where we have to always prioritize where our money is going. And I think we can all agree that health is one of the most important agencies. Everybody, when they're running for election, it's health, hospital, education, et cetera, et cetera. This is the health department. So I want to go to the post-audit report, page 7. Your travel budget. Your travel budget is a total of $19,000. Is that what it is?
You said
post-audit report, page 7.
You said
Yeah. 19,000?
No, I'm seeing between 5 and 8,000.
I can't hear you. Repeat.
Between 5 and 8,000 is what we're seeing here, sir. Travel?
No, the 5 is the printing. That's what I'm showing. I'm showing travel is 19,000. But anyway, I want to point out, right? An agency with over 300 employees, you see their travel is way less than some folks, some agencies. That's $105,000 for less than 12 employees. So again, we got to prioritize the government funds, because the health department is very, very strained with funds. If you look at the off-island facilities where the Health Hospitals Committee, we toured them last year. A lot of them have severe, accounts payable issues, and I know the problem. The problem is you don't have the money to pay them. The health department does not have the money to pay for these off-island facilities. So our priority has to be what we say our priorities are. This is the health department, 300 and something employees, and we're not putting the appropriate resources into them. So I want to congratulate you for your registered nurses leadership union, bringing them salary increases and implemented them, but also the classified and the non-classified. When is the date that those are going to be executed? The increases for the classified and the non-classified?
I'll defer to the HR director.
Veronica Ortiz, Human Resources Director. The increase for the classified and non-classified is supposed to come into effect October 1st, 2025.
I like that word, supposed to. So that means the NOPAs have already been issued, or you're processing the NOPAs?
No, Senator.
No meaning that the NOPAs have not been issued, or no meaning that you're not processing the NOPAs? I want to be clear.
Not processing the NOPA.
Okay, but it's going to be October. Okay, good. We're going to be before the health hospital because I know that it's a funding thing, but we got to make sure that we're treating the health department at a certain level that shows the level of responsibility. Okay, so I want to ask you now, the third-party fiduciary agreement, which funds, which federal funds and how much in particular
1 minute
are in this program, the third-party fiduciary? If you can just give me the grants and the amount, I will check that out later.
The only program that's within the third party is the infants and toddlers program. And I can get the number for you, but that's it, sir.
Okay, I'll check that out. Okay, so one quick question now. The ambulance run collections. I know I had a little discussion with fire. You are still collecting.
30 seconds.
The health department is still collecting the funds for the ambulance run, and is it being transferred to fire? Tell me what's going on there.
Yes, sir. Currently we are, but we are working closely with fire as they have identified a vendor to be able to take over that process. So we're going to be trying to make it as seamless as possible for VIFMs.
Okay, so what's the balance? How much money we're talking about here?
We'll have to get that number for you, sir.
Okay, through the
Are you
chair,
speaking-
I'd like to get
I'm
that
sorry,
reconciliation of that.
I'm sorry, Senator, for clarification, what number in particular are you referring?
Well, if you're collecting the ambulance run funds, it is
Time.
Mr. Chair, can I be allowed to finish my question?
You may wrap up, Senator.
If you're collecting the ambulance run funds, fire now does that. That's their responsibility. I know you still have the medical director, but those funds should be now accessible to fire. Am I correct?
Yes, sir, and I'll defer to CFO Hewitt.
Yes, the funds are accessible to fire at the beginning of every fiscal year. As the beginning of this fiscal year, 2025, $1.4 million was placed in their fund from the health revolving fund.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I just have one more question. Can I just finish up?
Proceed, Senator.
Yes, okay, good. Going to St. John, right? The STD services are no longer available up there, and the woman's prenatal health and the immunization. When are you going to restore those services in the Morris de Castro Clinic on St. John?
We are actively...
Thank you for the time.
You may respond on the chair's time.
We are actively working to restore those services. As a matter of fact, that is a key performance indicator of the clinical areas to have those satellite services restored at the clinic. Currently, what we do is we provide a schedule. We preempt coming to St. John so we can have as much persons registered as possible such services are rendered.
Okay, thank you. Blessing, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your leniency.
Mr. Chair, if I can add to an earlier question asked by a senator.
You may.
Senator, we're looking at Lutheran Social Services for the Infants and Toddlers Program, and that's at $32,000 for the third-party question you asked earlier.
Acting Commissioner Craig Sims, in respect to the Ryan White funding that has been impacted, how do you project to address that particular funding issue, especially in light of the fact that the Caribbean still seems to be high when it comes to HIV/AIDS transmission?
And that's a really good question. As a matter of fact, our entire federal funds programs, those are accustomed to receiving funding. We're looking to be very creative in how we work with our federal partners. And I know Dr. Tyhan Caesar is in St. Thomas and can provide further detail on the Ryan White.
Medical Director, you want to weigh in on that?
Tyhan Caesar, Chief Medical Officer. We are working really closely with our grants and to be very diligent in making sure that we use the resources as much as possible. And we're going to just have to be creative and work with our health strategists for additional funding opportunities. And I recently attended the International AIDS Society Conference and have many other resources that we are working on globally in which funding has been cut globally. So working at the community level and trying to be strategic and making sure that we pool as many resources as possible because the entire world is being affected.
Thank you. Exactly. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Hubert Frederick. You're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. A pleasant good afternoon, colleagues, testifiers, my staff, and the central staff, listening and viewing audience. This is a very special group for me, being that I was Deputy Commissioner 21 years ago. And some of the same people I worked with then are here today. Be that as it may, though, I was disappointed because 21 years ago, I came back home. I was recruited home to be Deputy Commissioner because we were just finishing up Charles Hallwood, the renovation. And now look, we're right here again, where everyone is displaced again, and there's no building, and we're starting over again. So it's 21 years of starting over again. That's how I feel. I'm really sad for the employees for going through this. I know it must be very difficult to be displaced like this. What I don't like is change, because when I was Deputy Commissioner, I was the only one on St. Croix, managing over 200 employees. When I look and I see the org chart, and I was looking like there's a commissioner for this, an assistant commissioner of that. There's a lot more people in these positions. And we have a smaller population, and we are trying to shrink our government because clearly with a lower tax base, you can't afford a very expensive government. But this department has been growing. It has a growing problem. We're gonna have to deal with that because we can't afford a big Department of Health with a small population. It makes no financial sense. We're gonna run ourselves bankrupt. The same issue we had with off-island placement with patients, we still have it today, 21 years later. I dealt with St. Elizabeth Hospital, which is it has a different name now. It was $8 million back then. Commissioner Sims, Assistant Commissioner Sims, what is it today?
And
What's that number
for thank you for the question. If I just may add, Senator, and I can appreciate the I guess starting over concept. But one of the missions of the Department of Health is to provide a state-of-the-art facility. And I think at this juncture, we are just at that point where we want to establish a place through the Donna M. Christian Medical Center for all-inclusive healthcare that spans everything. This center is going to have educational opportunities, spaces for behavioral health that are therapeutic in a one-stop shop. So it's modernizing the landscape of public health and thinking even 30 to 50 years down the road and where that state would be. And so this is the opportunity we have as a team to provide the territory that opportunity with the rebuild.
So we've got $9.4 million that we're running into, according to your testimony, page 14. That's how much we currently pay for off-island placement. How are we going to continue paying for this? We're building a new, beautiful building. The feds is paying for that. That's fine. We're going to have to turn it over to the local government at some point. How are we going to pay for that? Did anyone sit down and run any projections as to what it's going to cost to maintain that beautiful big building that we're about to build, and where's it going to come from? See, that's the stuff that keeps me up at night. I'm thinking, this is good, but how are we going to pay for it? I see the word bankruptcy. If we don't fix this problem fast, we're building, we're growing, we're adding staff, we're doing all these wonderful things, and it sounds great, but it's taking us down that path. And no one wants to dance that dance. I'm going to be by myself dancing. And I'm going to say, remember, I put it on the record. Because this is what's going on here. We need to, especially now that we don't have a building, we should have progressively find a way to reduce our staffing until we have a building where we could staff up. But instead, we kept adding. Now we're still, what's your current vacancy? What's
We
the
have a
current
total of
vacancy?
40 vacancies.
40. And if we could fill them, we will, right?
Yes, sir.
See? Who's doing the math?
30 seconds.
And this is I'm not blaming my beloved Department of Health. This is how our government functions. We keep adding headcount, even in the worst situations. Anyway, off my soapbox. Let's go. I got a few more seconds here. There's something beautiful about this universal data warehouse, and we've got to finish that up. You're asking for some money. How far are we along?
In the money request or the initiative?
On the initiative. What percentage? It's like you're asking what, 4.7 million?
Yes, sir, because the initial funds of the 2 million have been expended. The 4.7 will bring us to the totality of the amount.
Okay. All right. So we'll work on that. I'll do my best to help you out on that one.
Thank you.
And I want to brag about something. Your KPI, vital statistics, wonderful. That was one of my division, let me tell you. It took a long time to get stuff done back then because we used typewriters. Typewriters, literally. So thank God, we're making progress. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the extra time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fredericks. I know sometimes being here for quite some time or being around, you continue to see the slow turn of the wheel, but, hopefully we'll get some traction moving forward. It's so good to see Dr. Mark Jerome here. My heart is warmed by seeing him here. I know that he's done battle. I want to make sure that we get that hospital built, so that he could be able to witness and be a part of that. Good to see you, Dr. Jerome. All right. So I wanted to ask you real quickly, in terms of when you look at the comparison between our death rate and our childbirth rate, are we seeing a decline, an improvement in terms of the numbers? What's happening within that space?
I'd have to get those exact numbers for you, sir. I want to be exact in the response.
Okay. All right. Good enough. While we wait for that, we'll go to Senator Avery Lewis. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, Department of Health. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Before I begin my line of questioning, Dr. Croix Sims, I had the opportunity to travel to Puerto Rico earlier this year to the Veterans Affairs Office, and I saw something that I never seen before, and I just thought it would be a good thing in the Virgin Islands. I don't know why. There was a little mini, I don't want to say hot, but like a little mini center, and it said a private breastfeeding lab. Have the department looked into that to probably place a few of them around our territory somewhere?
Yes, absolutely, Senator, we have. We're looking in to see how we can have them placed around, sir.
Good. I just think it would be a nice thing, to encourage breastfeeding as well. And page 13 of your testimony, 13 and 14, you talked about the off-island care. And I know you have I'm seeing here some large outstanding balances to the different vendors. How do we plan to address that? Was that being paid out of some of the federal grants you talked about that was clawed back?
I'll defer to the CFO.
No, that will be paid from general fund up to the amount that we have for this fiscal year.
But then we have some outstanding for FY24 and 25. So we're going to pay everything one time.
So we're working with Office of Management and Budget. They're working on getting some additional funding to pay these outstanding invoices.
All right. CFO, maybe you could answer this one. While we're talking about payments and so forth, your cashier departments and so forth, I remember hearing the governor in the past talked about going digital and gone are the days of handwriting stuff and things. Are we still handwriting receipts at the Department of Health?
No, they all in the Interg system.
All right, so everything is in a computer now?
Yeah. Yes.
All right, Dr. Craig Wilson, do you have an office in medical arts?
We have EMS regulatory is out of medical arts complex.
Okay, are they going to be under, or they're going to remain under you, or they're merging with VI Fire EMS?
No, they're going to remain with the Department of Health.
All right. How much do we pay for medical arts in rent?
I will get that exact number and get back to you, sir.
Thank you. And you indicated that you have 35 filled positions that all are making under 35,000 currently. Has you and the team did a cost analysis as yet as what it's going to cost to bring those individuals from where they're at up to 35,000?
Yes, sir. It's actually 31, and I'll defer to the HR to go a little deeper.
Thank you.
Veronica Ortiz, Human Resources Director. To answer your question, Senator Lewis, the cost would be $158,225.65.
All right. I saw you had in your same budget, you had some positions here. I think the one was a breastfeeding counselor. That's a part-time position, or they get paid out of federal funds and local funds?
The breastfeeding counseling, Senator, is part-time.
Okay. You, Dr. Craig Wilson, you talked about your building out your St. Thomas buildings and so forth. I'm really glad to hear that, because those buildings had a time. Where are we relocating the staff and the services?
At this point in time, the build-out that was referenced earlier is actually ESF. So we are utilizing the secondary building for our patients and our staff. And once the area is restructured, they will split back in two, sir.
Okay, so we're not renting out no spaces and relocating anybody that's going to cost us anything at this time?
No, sir.
Good. I see in your fleet you have one. Are you managing with your fleet management in terms of monitoring abuse, in terms of after hours and so forth?
So one of the areas that we try to do while we create a position for a fleet manager is the director of facilities. Go ahead. The director of facilities management and myself, we look at programs, various programs. We have identified parking after 5. We look at any of the calendared events that may require any 24-hour. And the Office of the Commissioner, actually, we're working on housing those keys and vehicles at the hospital on St. Thomas to ensure that we can keep them safe.
All right. And lastly, my last question to you is your MCH division. Is any of the federal monies that we talked about here today impacting that entity, MCH, family planning, those folks across Winooski?
No, sir.
Time.
All right, thank you very much. I really look forward to all the great work we do for our children of the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis.
I do have the responses to Senator Lewis's question. The medical acts lease is $43,790. There's a monthly rate of $3,649.17. And then to your question, Chair, the birth and deaths are trending down as of June 30th.
Trending downwards.
Yes, sir.
I thought so as well. Yeah. How is morale at the Department of Health? I see some stoic faces out there, but how is morale at that Department of Health?
Literally, this was the last thing we talked about. That's why we're laughing. Number-wise, it's improving. The Department of Health has implemented an employee resource group, and from that perspective, the Department of Health is one of those departments that is always on. There's really not an off period for us. So our perspective is to address the holistic employee to ensure that it's not just everything that has to do with work, but it has to do with your health. It has to do with the level of fun that you're having, the engagement that you're having. And that dovetails with the Human Resources Division, who works very closely with personnel to develop appraisals so that we also have that data level information to know where we can improve.
So if you had to give it a number between 1 and 10, what would that number be?
I would give it about an 8, 8.5.
About 8.5.
Sir.
And working towards the 10, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I neglected to ask about vendors payment. How much do we owe in vendors payment in aggregate, and how aged is that number?
We owe $7,501,860 in outstanding vendor payments.
7,500,000 and what?
$7,501,860.
And how old is that? How aged is that?
It goes back as 2023.
And tell me, how do we reconcile, or how do we account for that, being that you have gotten all of your allotments to date? Obviously, within the FY 2025 amount, the 23 is I guess, all bills. But what is the issue with you being able to pay your bills?
Okay, so that $7.5 million does not consists of all outstanding bills. Some of the bills are in process. The only bills that are not in process that we do not have sufficient funds for is the off-island care, which totals to $5.5 million. $5,590,880.
That accounts for the off-island care?
Yes. The balance we have currently and in the process of being paid.
Okay. And the off-island care goes back to 2023?
The off-island care goes back to 2024.
2024. And what are we doing to address that?
We're working along with Office of Management and Budget to get additional funding to pay these outstanding invoices.
And have we received any notice of individuals that want to reduce services, send back patients? What's happening with that?
Yes, we had a few. With Selmar, as Attorney Taylor Jones stated, we have a hearing or a suit against us, and we have gotten threats from other facilities, but we try our best to use the funding that we have currently to pay as much as we can.
And one of those large amounts seems to be Larkin. Where are we with that payment?
Yes, yes, we owe, Larkin is one of the facilities that we owe the most. Right now, we owe Larkin an outstanding amount of $2,150,680.
Okay. And you say you're having conversation with OMB in terms of making good on those payments?
Yes.
Okay. All right. At this time, the chair will recognize Senator Maurice James. You recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon, colleagues. Everyone inside and outside the room. I want to start with this question. Who knows what year Charles Harwood Memorial Hospital was built? Does anyone know how old it is?
Assistant Commissioner Ruben Malloy, 1952-53.
Yeah, I figured you would be the one in the room to answer the question. 1952-53, so it's old. It was old. And it was actually used for more than 50 years. If you think about it, if you calculated it. In 2017, was it not severely damaged?
It was, Senator.
You were working there at the time?
I was.
So you went through the hurricane and know how badly it was destroyed?
Yes.
So there was no choice but to replace it. It was, I know, but exactly. Hugo? It withstood Hugo more than it did this last one, though, I think, correct?
Yes. The facility had gone through 2 prior rehabilitation throughout the years.
Throughout the years. So 2017 comes and it's destroyed and we need to replace it. And as Assistant Commissioner Sims said, you're aiming for, I think you said modernization of health, really health care. So I just want to put that on the record. So now, page 5. No, let's, yeah, page 5. I wanted to find out what's the CBDG MIT 4.75 million is going to be used for?
It's grant. We applied for it for the Universal Data Warehouse.
Okay. And on page 16, you talk about, I want to go through quickly with because of time. And I think we're trying to get through these budget hearings. You know, the community health clinic, you generated 170,720. You served over 2,000 clients. Amazing. And then the maternal child health division, 4,500 individuals, and you generated 19,373. You know, the one thing you never say in this is the cost of providing the services to all these clients. And I was just wondering if you know ballpark, you know, as you know, I was in the military, and a lot of times when we provided, which you did well with the wellness fairs, yes, you calculate the cost to the population. And this cost must be, I mean, when you compare the amount generated, it tells us the population that we have that needs services. So do you ever sit down and calculate the cost?
Yes, we do. We're actually in the process of calculating that cost, but it does bring up a very good point because it does help to offset in financial deficiencies. So, but we have, and we can get that to you.
Oh, okay, thank you, because that's very important. The page 9 talked about the claims and settlements and the active cases. So I wanted to ask Attorney Taylor Jones, I saw the average payment of, well, no more than 80,000. And
1 minute.
I'm pointing this out. This is a settlement that you were able to arrive at, that the plaintiffs accepted, correct? I just wanted to ask, where I see where it says SRMC and JFL, are those, are those physicians that are employed or cases that are from medical malpractice cases at those institutions?
For the most part, but Department of Justice usually take those cases.
But you actually record or manage those cases? You have an involvement in those cases? I guess that's what I wanted to find out. Why the Department of Health had a record of the active cases. That's really where I'm going.
Initially, we did. Before we actually separated. So before Department of Justice were handling all the cases, but now since we brought the risk management team on board and the medical malpractice and the Attorney King, then we're now able to separate it and handle our own medical malpractice cases.
Okay, this is important data because one of my colleagues has a bill in terms of raising the settlement, the injury. I can't remember what case, but which
the threshold.
The threshold. I can't remember which one, but I know we have a legislation. The final thing that I can't not talk about is the mobile integrated healthcare program. I think everyone in this room knows that I was going to ask that. And so what's the status of it? Is it defunct? Is it active? What's going on?
The initiative is not, I don't want to say defunct. We still have the foundation of it. However, the funding for all of the positions and the operations and the spread over to St. Thomas is what we're working on. That is a vital program, so we're definitely going to be keeping it.
More now than ever with
Yes,
what's happening
absolutely.
nationally.
Absolutely.
So I'm really looking forward to seeing that become a robust program in the Virgin Islands, extending to St. Thomas. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. Thank you, Department of Health, for your clarifications and your responses. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Before we go on to the next senator, which will be Senator DeGraff, I wanted to ask, what is being done to address some of your shuttered buildings? I think I have seen several police report where there have been some theft occurring at your facilities. What's happening in terms of securing those facilities?
So these thefts that have been reported have really occurred on the lower property at Charles Harwood around the modulars. We do have cameras installed. That is the previous discussion with facilities management in trying to get all of those items out of those facilities, donate those modulars. In the interim, we have worked with the Virgin Islands Police Department to assist us in rounds there and just trying to monitor as best we can with security.
And do we
and
have...
I believe that there was, they were able to capture, apprehend a person that we saw on camera for the vandalism, yes.
Okay, and we're kind of securing those valuables, obviously, that is being taken from these facilities?
Yes, sir. So each division has gone down to the area, have taken what's valuable to them. We know the relocation space is limited, but we're working with a lot of the storage areas to place those valuables in, and what can be donated is being donated.
Okay, and in respect to the lab that's now being housed in close proximity to that, are we taking additional security mechanism to ensure that we're safe in that location?
Both the lab and EMS are actually there operational daily. There are cameras down there. I don't know if AC Malloy has anything to add to that, but the camera and the surveillance have been bumped up, so to speak.
That's good. All right. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Now let's get to the lion's share of the budget. Page 10, the post-audit report, personnel services, FY26 allocates $11,869,082, reflecting a $244,381, 2% decrease from 25. Let me get your numbers again straight. On the amount of personnel and the general fund only, how many personnel employees do you have on that?
General fund positions are 176.
176.
Yes, sir.
All filled right now?
Yes, sir.
Anyone receive wage increases?
I will defer to the director.
Okay.
Veronica Ortiz, Human Resources Director. Can you repeat the question?
Anybody receive wage increases?
Wage increase.
In 25.
Can you be more specific in terms of compensation?
Either yes or no. They get raised or they ain't get raised. In my understanding, I don't know. I ain't trying to be funny. If anybody get any wage increases.
The RNLU.
Say again?
RNLU.
That's
unit.
one union.
Compensation, yes, sir.
Well, I don't know. That's what you call wage increases? Compensation, you mean? No, I want to be on the same page with you. I ain't trying to be funny. I just say a wage increase, I guess a union negotiated and they got wage increases. How many of those? One union?
Yes, sir. We currently have to reconvene our current union, USW, and also on the table with SIU Masters, sir.
Okay, so for 25, the union that received wage increases, were they paid?
Yes, sir, Senator.
Is anyone owed retro?
Yes, Senator.
About how much people owed retro?
Currently, we have 10 pending compensations.
Okay, so will they be receiving that retro in 25, this fiscal? Is the money allotted for them, or we have to go over into 26?
There's money allotted for them, sir.
So when will they receive it?
I can't state a specific date, but I can certify on the record that we're putting every effort to make them whole.
Okay, how long has it been since they owed this retro?
Can I provide an update with that information, sir?
Okay, so about how much people you say it involves?
Currently, 10.
10 people. Okay, so through the chair, you could get that info for us.
Within the 10, it's a combination of arbitration and also compensation cases.
No, so arbitration meaning unions negotiated and receive that. Oh no, arbitrations, you say. Okay.
Cases, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
cases. Yeah. I the day long, but I'm still not satisfied on. So how many vacancies do you have? You
From
have
the general fund
176
or federal
people.
fund, Senator?
All general fund.
General fund, 7 vacancies.
Okay, because before they say 14, I heard 7 now.
That's quantitative in terms of where we are today. We've selected 7 and 2 internal promotions, Senator.
You know, you say your total vacancies are 40. You said 26
federal funds.
14, right. So now it's 7.
No, sorry, Senator. For clarification, for the general fund, it's 14 positions. 7 to date, as of today, vacancies out of those 14. The balance are processing in the pre-employment onboarding. They've been candidates selected.
It's just because, maybe I'm going to get on somebody else, but it's just because I want to make sure those people are taken care of and we don't go into the 26 budget because all the great things the Department of Health does, they can't do without the employees. So if they don't pay them right and do what they're supposed to do,
We're putting every effort to make them whole.
Yeah, okay, so now the fringe benefits. Are the funding sufficient for the fringe benefits?
30 seconds.
Especially for those 10 individuals who are getting the wage increases.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. And finally, other services and charges. Well, you know, before, since I wrap up to leave, can I have your actuals of expenditures in personnel, fringe, supplies, other services and charges? If I could get that information, please.
Yes.
And of when, how recent has it been? The date? Because I see in our post-audit report you have for May. Could I get in whatever what you have in July or if anything?
So our actual expenditure is as of July 23rd, which was yesterday.
Okay,
I run
good.
this report. And our total expenditure in personnel is $8,913,504. Our total expenditure in fringe is $3,883,824. Our total expenditure in supply is $408,632. Our total in other services is $6,446,832 for a total of $19,652,792.
Okay, and what are you paying for utilities on a monthly basis? Yeah, I heard the time, so I got to wrap up, Mr. Chair. So yeah, only about 6 times, but just in closing, the utilities, what are you averaging a month? Yeah.
Okay, we're averaging $91,038 a month.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for Assistant Commissioner, job well done. You brought the whole army, too, so thank you. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Real quickly, Acting Commissioner Craig Sims, in respect to the downward trend that you spoke about with the childbirth, is it the same for deaths as well?
Yes, sir.
In both categories?
Yes.
So downward trend, okay. Senator Viola, you recognize for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. The amount that you said that is outstanding in vendor payment with some $5.5 million for off-island care I'm trying to figure out how we got there. Were you just underfunded the last 2 cycles?
Yeah, for Hewitt?
Yes.
Okay. And
Yes.
to the tune of what?
I think it's in, let me get it.
And I'm asking now, we have all of these individuals who are off island that are providing a service to the people of the Virgin Islands. And many times we don't have the capacity if they're supposed to send them home right now. We don't have the capacity if lock and close shop and say they're going to send home the mentally incarcerated, then what are we really going to do? You know, but then we end up owing a facility over $2 million that have been repeatedly crying out for payment and saying that it's hard for us to hold on, it's hard for us to hold on, and to know that, you know, in actuality, you aren't sufficiently funded. So I hear you say that you have approached OMB as to get a fix, but OMB can't fix nothing. This is the only body that can appropriate money. And I keep on saying that. You can't just send money that ain't appropriated. This body is the only body that can appropriate money. So if that is the issue, then this body needs to be approached. And it needs to be on a discussion with this body as to how we're going to deal with those outstanding obligations. Because OMB can't just take money and say they're going to send it. That's in violation. We need to know exactly what it is. The present budget that's before us, does this present budget fix those past obligations plus take care of the obligations for FY26?
No, Senator, but I think OMB has plans to come before.
You're there before us now. But I'm not asking you. I know, I understand the procedure in terms of coming before the legislature. Your job is to defend the executive branch budget. It is not to deviate. It is not to say that in writing this or that. So I wouldn't put anybody on the spot like that. But however, I just want to put it on the public record that it's clear that it's underfunded. It is very clear. There are other areas where perhaps we can see that we can reduce area, but it's clear that in terms of meeting our obligations for vendor payment, that is woefully inadequate. Because when you go to the chart, you're not seeing payment in progress, or you're seeing insufficient funds. Now, those few areas that have payment in progress, I saw one for Silma, I saw one for Larkin, I saw one for a couple others. We need to get a payment out because we owe them so much. At the very least, we need to get some minimum payment out to satisfy them to a certain degree that they don't abandon our patients. So I'm sure we'll see how we can get in contact with finance and OMB to make sure that those payments in progress are going to be processed as soon as possible. And then we need to come up with a plan as to how we're going to pay the rest of the outstanding monies. So I would request that if you're possible to send a little comprehensive report to the chair of the Finance Committee in terms of what is outstanding so that we could see exactly how we're going to approach this overall when we're doing the budget markup.
Yes, Senator, absolutely. I just wanted to add that OMB, and I know we just talked about the channels, but we are working collectively and collaboratively with them, and in the next month or so, they will be making that request on our behalf, sir.
Okay. And I applaud them because there's a lot that we need to right size and we need to juggle. So they have the responsibility of doing that, and they're the one that prepared the budget and sent it down. So to a certain degree, they're the one that need to fix certain parts of it and resubmit so that this body would be able to approve. Now, part of the issue, we the 19 locations, and you're up to like $1 million in rent?
Yes.
Yeah, you said 900
about that,
or
yes,
something.
900 and yes, 967,294.
And that is significant. You know,
Yes.
that is why we really need to have a facility, or we need to have some place that could hold more individuals, because whoever is managing Department of Health you're probably having a nightmare. You know, you have 19 locations. That makes management very, very hard because you're not consolidated in one area. So you have one spot here, one spot there.
And our attempt, unfortunately, it's because we try to do move-in ready so that we have our staff ready to work and able to work. But a lot of those areas that are larger, where we can't consolidate, requires substantive build-out. So the storage comes in because you have space for the bodies, but not all of the equipment and things that they previously had at the Charles Howard location, for instance.
Aren't you guys building out the building there? Time? Okay, aren't you guys building out the building there across from Kmart? That's the building you guys are in? St. Croix, Sunny Isles.
I'll defer to AC Malloy.
Aren't you guys building a building out?
No, that building.
That building is who?
I'm going to defer to Attorney Makish.
That building was supposed to be for MCH, but we no longer have that lease.
Okay, that building was supposed to be for MCH. How much did we spend on that building? Who started that build out? The Department of Health put money into the build out of the building.
That facility, Ruben Malloy, Assistant Commissioner, the MCS program is grant funded. So that was grant money. Okay.
Were monies utilized for the build out of that building?
No.
No MCH monies?
No.
No other federal fund, no monies on that with Department of Health?
No build out.
Did we have a lease agreement with that owner?
There was a lease that was terminated, yes.
Did we make payment on the lease agreement?
Yes, we did.
How long did we pay? A year and a half?
About a year, yes.
In the amount of what?
$240,000.
Why was the lease abandoned?
The build out.
What would the build out?
The funding for the build out.
You guys realize how crazy this sounds, right? We paid $240,000 for an empty building that stayed there. Matter of fact, I think a lot of campaign activities took place in that same building prior to this term. But we were able to pay $240,000 to keep a building empty, couldn't complete building it out, and a person walk away with $240,000 and nobody never utilized the building. Another building was painted, the parking lot was done. Who did the parking lot? Who did the painting? The landlord?
Yes.
Time.
Okay. You know, I was in Sunny Isles recently, and I saw 2 mentally ill patients. And I know them well because they're former students. And I was attempting to go and help the one. And while I was walking to attempt to help the one, I realized that there was nothing that I could do. Because even being a senator, I don't even know who to call or where I could have somebody that is in severe duress to be given help without sending them to the hospital, to be given a couple of shots and sent out. And I drove the whole distance saying, how? How can we live on an island where we have individuals that are just totally gone? And you don't know, you're a senator, you don't know who you could call that would be able to provide help. That you could drop them to a facility and say, this person needs help. And the chair passed money. We passed money before years ago. We bought behavioral health van. We said, let's plan to staff those vans so they could go into the community. And I just feel like we're spinning wheels, you know, because we're not hearing as to exactly how we're going to be able to help individuals that's walking the street. And we put in the money. This body have appropriated dollar after dollar after dollar. Is there any place that is funded on St. Croix that if a person is in mental distress, that we could call and be able to provide them with assistance?
Senator, one of the areas that can definitely be called is the Division of Behavioral Health, and I'll defer to Deputy Commissioner Steele to provide more clarity.
Deputy Commissioner Steele. They right now you can definitely call BRL Division, which is 7120096.
And what are they going to do? If I call right now, a patient is in distress, I need to get them off of the street.
And I'll make clarification, the office hours is up until 5. We do not have an enacted mobile crisis team as of yet. That's with the Act 8957 that was recently signed into law in January of 25, and we have to get the funding to be able to actually enact that mobile crisis response, which is with Department of Health and VIPD in collaboration with EMS. So after hours, currently, the only thing that someone can call, if the person is able to function and call for themselves, they can contact 988 if they're in crisis. But if someone wants to get their loved ones need attention, they would have to still contact the outpatient services, and we will send a team out as early as we can to go out and assess that individual to see if they meet criteria for stabilization.
Okay, I'm sure the Committee of Jurisdiction will be able to hold a meeting where we can discuss exactly what we're doing with mental health. I mean, this body wants to assist as much as possible. We know we have tough financial times, but we also have a responsibility to the people of the Virgin Islands. And we need to decrease that $900,000. We need to decrease any waste that is taking place so that all of the funds go for the appropriate use. The $240,000 could have paid on some of these vendor payments. And so we need to make really prudent decisions. And I'm hoping that all the decisions that the Department of Health are making, they're making based on assessment and not based on individuals saying, you need to rent this, or you need to hire this, or you need to do this. But it's being made because it's in the best interest of the Department of Health.
Senator, may I?
Yes.
Just wanted to add some clarity. It would have cost over $500,000 to build out a spot that after we build the Donna M. Christensen building, we would have left.
Okay, so that's very good, but that assessment should have been done before you paid the $240,000, because we already know that we have to rebuild Charles Howard. We know that that was literally destroyed. All those decisions got to be made before, you know. It's not this department alone, it's throughout government, where we're spending monies for things that we never realized. And we could have saved those monies and really do a better job. The old site for the modular units to Charles Howard, at least when you're maintenance, man need to go and cut the grass and keep the place decent. It look abandoned. So because it look abandoned, people are going to go in there and vandalize and do everything else. We have a large van there. I don't know what a van was. What was that van?
Laboratory.
That's a van for?
That is the mobile laboratory, public health laboratory.
They have a big hose or something hooked up to it? Right in front of the modular units, there's a van. We abandoned the van? The van then move it and make it look presentable, it look abandoned. The whole area look abandoned, that look abandoned. Eventually people are going to go on flat tires, do this or that, and we're going to end up having to spend more money. So let's just put, just a little maintenance man, go cut the grass, clean up the place, make it look presentable so that individuals don't vandalize. And also hope that people don't do that. The employees under $35,000, the number you give included fringe. You give a number of $122,000, $158,000. That include fringe?
Veronica Ortiz, Human Resources Director. No, Senator.
Okay, so we need a number that includes fringe, and we need you to submit that to the chair, because those numbers are not embedded in this budget, correct?
Correct, Senator.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Bailey. And of course, we know we couldn't leave here without having this discussion about behavioral health. There have been a declaration of a state of emergency in behavioral health. It started with, Governor Mapp. It continued under Governor Bryan. And, this body has more than once, appropriated funding to really address this. We moved legislation that allow for a comprehensive behavioral health measure. And, we talk about training. We spoke about the clubhouse at some point, and just a whole lot of effort regarding this whole behavioral health issue. Each and every one of us are only an episode. And everything else that's going on, post-hurricane, post-pandemic, we only an episode away from going over on the dark side. It's so important that we continue to pay it forward and really address this particular issue. I've been at a rant and rampage on this particular matter for quite some time. Every opportunity that I see there is funding requirements or funding needs, I try to fulfill that. Recently under the Epstein Fund, we provided an additional $17 million, $17 or $18 million, again, to go towards the behavioral health. We allow Springline to come in here and talk about building a Taj Mahal for $200+ million over at the Hannah's Hope site. We've seen our neighbors, our friends, our teachers, our military individuals on the wayside every day. A new face popping up. Some we know, some that seem to get in a one-way ticket to come here. And I think it's so important, I believe and I endeavored that as I sat here that if there's one thing I wanted to accomplish in my tenureship at being at the legislature, and I've been here now for 6 terms, to almost 12 years, was to really make some inroads regarding this behavioral health situation. It grieves my heart every time I even talk about it, so again, Deputy
Senator,
Commissioner.
if I can add?
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to add that I do hear what you're saying. On the preventative side, the division has really been working hard to put our vans in circulation, especially with the schools, different departments, so that there's that resource, as well as utilizing that 9.8 acres at Anna's Hope the best we can. We've been in talks with DOD in terms of tiny homes, a tiny homes project that can serve as transitional in any alternative ways that we can support the behavioral health landscape of the territory. We have been working on that in lieu of not having a facility, sir.
We owe it to this community. I'm telling you, we owe it to this community to really address this particular issue. Again, the family, friends, and it's just the rightful thing to do, the humanitarian thing to do, and I wouldn't stop. I'm gonna keep pushing. Every opportunity we get, we're gonna keep pushing, to make this happen. I'll tell you that, we gonna wrap up another administration again, and hopefully we could be able to see some improvement in this particular area. At this point, I'll give you an opportunity. Let me ask you, in terms of, and I know that you're just representing the commissioner, but what are some of your challenges? What is it really that you intend to undertake in terms of priority items, over the next 6 months, a year?
Right now, the department is really undergoing a series of assessments, and that is due to the national landscape. We want to get ahead of anything that can come down in any bills, such as the Big Beautiful, working with our sister agencies. So our divisions are going through that landscape, especially the federal programs, to using our KPI assessments, et cetera, to identify any waste and forward thinking, so that if monies are cut, services aren't, be more creative in partnership.
And who's responsible for monitoring your KPIs and making sure that we move in lockstep to see the improvement there?
So that process improvement team is a strong 2-woman team that includes myself and Director Sandra Turner.
Yes. All right. Point of information, Senator Viale.
Yeah, thank you so much. I neglected to ask, in reference to the transfer of EMS to fire service and the collection of the surcharge, the $2 surcharge, is a portion of that still going to Department of Health?
Is actually 7%, and we haven't received anything yet.
Are you still collecting, or is?
Yeah, we're still collecting, yes.
But, okay, so how you mean you haven't received anything yet? Can you explain that? You're the source where, I know like Vitima was here, they get a certain portion. Department of Health used to get a portion. Fire service.
Sorry, you're talking about the 9. Okay, sorry.
The 911. Yes.
911.
Okay, you were talking about different stuff.
Yes.
You're confused and I'm confused. I'm like, we can't be talking about the same thing. The 911. Are you still receiving a portion of those funds?
Yes, we are.
Are you remitting those funds to fire service, fire EMS?
No, that funds was decided with agreement between fire and health. That stays within the department and is being used for training, different trainings throughout the territory. And also with those training, they're purchasing equipment and supplies for the trainings.
Okay, you're keeping 50% of those monies? DOH, not you, but DOH is holding on to 50% of those monies?
I can't remember exactly what's the percentage between health and
Yeah,
fire.
the formula was 40% goes to Vitima to pay the 911 system, 30% was for fire, and then 30% was for EMS. So I guess you're retaining the 30% for EMS.
Correct, yes.
Okay, but the old formula was because you had EMS under Department of Health, because those monies are to purchase emergency supplies, etc. Now that EMS have moved from Department of Health, I think you had a MOU with Fire EMS for a certain period of time before they were able to get to get everything together. But at some point, I just put in a warning that 30% will no longer be with Department of Health because you no longer provide that service. So those monies are going to be moved out, and more than likely we're going to do something in this budget cycle to make sure that those monies are appropriately placed where they're supposed to be. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Viale. At this point, I'll give you a minute to wrap up. 30 seconds are fine. I figure you want to impress all these people that's here.
Let's do a little 30 seconds. Well, first of all, thank you. On behalf of Commissioner Encarnacion and the leadership team and the Department of Health, we are grateful for the opportunity to present and defend our fiscal year 2026 budget this afternoon. We want to thank you for the questions, the communications, and the support that has been pledged on the floor. Thank you so much for always recognizing the hard work that the Department of Health does. Also, on behalf of the Commissioner and the leadership team, we want to thank every single employee at the Department of Health, not everyone that's behind me in St. Thomas, but every single person that contributes to that machine. It's not often well-oiled, but it absolutely works, and we are grateful to every single person. We at the department will continue to work diligently to forecast, to ensure that services are not stopped, to ensure areas that we can provide clear pathways to services are utilized, are taken advantage of. We will definitely work hard to ensure that the future of public health is secured 20, 30 years down the road for future leaders in public health. So once again, we want to thank you so much for the opportunity. We want to thank everyone that's here next to me today. And that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to finally ask you, what is the synergy that's occurring, especially in light of the situation that we're seeing with the Department of Health, our hospitals, and those situations? What is the synergy? What is the conversation in respect to how, as a health department, how can we support each other? Whether it's Frederick Health Center, STEAM, CNC. What is the consortium of conversations that's being had really to address the holistic approach towards quality healthcare in the Virgin Islands? What's happening with that?
That's literally the first step to it, understanding that it is an holistic approach. So our commissioner and the leaders of those areas meet quite often. And it's in anticipation of providing the service, ensuring that we can share where we can things like the fairs and reaching out to federal partners that would service every single person. So it's not siloed. So we definitely are having those conversations and working collaboratively.
Very well, thank you. Again, I want to thank you for coming before this committee today. I think that you have made your case in regards to your budget requests. We look forward to getting the additional information so that we could be able to make an informed decision moving forward. We appreciate the work that's been done by the Department of Health, employees rank and file. I truly believe that, the commitment is there, and all we do ask is that everybody just do their part and be responsible for whatever they're responsible for to move this needle as it pertains to healthcare in this territory. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, again, want to thank the agencies that came before us today, and also to thank my colleagues for today. We look forward to our hearing tomorrow as well. And again, thank our central staff and everyone that made today possible. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance is hereby adjourned. God bless.